Right, y'all. It's Monday, August 7th here in 2023. We have a large term severe weather risk in the eastern states, an unusual scene. Um, it is a moderate risk. This is the damaging wind outlook that you can see here, and it does encompass quite a bit of the mid-Atlantic states in particular, and also the southern and central Appalachia. But we do have a risk that goes all the way up into Pennsylvania and even parts of southern New York too. So I'm going to be on all afternoon, all evening, covering this with you guys. Now casting the weather as it moves through from west to east generally. So if you're in Atlanta, all the way up north through basically Binghamton in New York, you're going to be paying attention from west to east today as these storms get to you. If you're here listening to this at any point, that's amazing because you have done the best thing possible in severe weather preparedness, which is being aware that something is happening today. So primarily, this today's outlook for severe weather is driven by damaging winds, but there is an attendant tornado threat that we can look at here as well on Radar Omega, who is sponsoring today's stream. You can find links for Radar Omega in the description of this stream, and also in the pinned chat message if you guys are using the chat. So it is good to see you all. This is our tornado outlook. The 10% here is in yellow, and that equates to an enhanced risk or a 3 out of 5. There is no hatching with this, as tornadoes may not necessarily be significant, but we may see quite a few spin up tornadoes, and I'll be doing my best to pay attention to the radar. As you have come to learn about me, or if you're new to this channel, you'll see that I pay a lot of attention to radar and picking out tornadoes right when they happen or right before they happen. So below me, I've got Mr. Ryan Hall's feed. He is out chasing today, currently in eastern Kentucky vicinity. We'll be monitoring his stream on my channel. He's also streaming on the Extra channel. And we've also got a Railfan camera feed there in Cumberland, Maryland, which is up here. Right in this area up here. So we'll have a look at some possible tornadic storms heading there later, and then eventually down the line into the Washington, D.C. area. So again, this is our tornado outlook at the moment. Here is our damaging wind outlook in the pink, the bright pink there. So the hatched areas where we see our moderate risk or a 4 out of 5 risk for severe weather, particularly very strong winds possible in this corridor right here. So draw it in big blue so you can see it there. So that hatched area is where you should be paying the most attention. But we also have a pretty pretty likely outlook for damaging winds in the pink in general. So maybe not as significant as of gusts expected throughout the entire area here. But there is still going to be widespread damaging winds, which is what this outlook indicates. Even if we don't see an upper end severe weather outbreak today throughout much of this area, we are going to see a lot of severe weather. So the intensity remains to be seen, but the severe weather in general is expected to occur. So let me show you the outlook of that, and I'll go back to the basic map here, and then I'll start paying attention to chat, but we got to get through the introduction here. Here's our outlook map from the Storm Prediction Center. In red, again, is our moderate risk for 4 out of 5, particularly for damaging winds, but also tornado probabilities are higher in this corridor here. And then around that in the orange and yellow is our enhanced and slight risks. And people in these risks, all the way up even through parts of Ontario east of Toronto, maybe up to Ottawa, are going to see the threat for damaging winds all through this, basically this cold front. So if you want a little bit of a backdrop here, our low pressure system sitting somewhere up here in the Great Lakes vicinity. I could draw it in red for you, or black rather, for you too. And blue shows up better. So our low pressure system is somewhere up here, right? We got this thing spinning around up here, and our cold front drapes all the way back down, back below it. And our warm front is kind of situated like this in a way. And all the severe weather is tracking along the cold front as that passes west to east through the day. It'll follow these arrows here, and we'll see that severe weather push north as well along the warm front as it goes through New York, Pennsylvania, and even all the way up into southeastern Ontario. So there's our progression of storms. Now let me show you the model outlook, because we're going to be here a while. I want you to see what's going to happen if you're here at the start. I want you to see how this day progresses. So we're looking at the HRRR here, classic weather model. And you can see these storms basically form into a line and just blow through this entire risk area from west to east. So this is the southern part of the outlook here. See maybe a little bit of a more isolated activity down in Georgia, South Carolina. but definitely widespread storms along the cold front that will move through our red highlighted area here and all the way up into the northeast as well. So from west to east, these storms are basically done by 8 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, so 9 p.m. Eastern. They're on the coast. That's New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland at 9 p.m. Central, and then New York City will probably start to see the storms around that hour as well. That will be your stormiest hour. But from west to east, we'll cross the border into North Carolina and along the spine of the Appalachia here just in a couple of hours from now, if not 1 hour from now. And it's going to get pretty stormy for Asheville, Johnson City, all the way up through Western Virginia, West Virginia as well, and then into Pennsylvania. So very, very active day ahead of us. And depending on where you are, just start adding hours from west to east. Charlotte will be probably mid-afternoon to evening. Raleigh an hour after that. You've seen it before when these storms move in from the west. You see him hit Charlotte. You're like, oh man, I got an hour before it hits Raleigh. So we'll be tracking the tornadoes today. Okay. I think the primary threat for severe weather will follow this line. So whenever you're watching this and you see a line of storms on the radar, wherever we're looking, you see the line that looks like this, then basically anywhere west of that is out of the primary threat for severe weather. So already, right now, the storms are basically just a little bit ahead of this model outlook here. So our cold front is pretty much situated like this as it stands, which means that places back to the west of maybe Ashland, Ohio, Cincinnati, you guys are basically out of the severe weather already today. So you were expected to get it right in the morning hours. If you did get some rumbles of thunder over here through parts of central Ohio, you may be done with it already as the cold front pushes stable air into your area. Yeah, and then there's also a secondary risk for severe weather back here. Yet again, once you get off of the mountains here into Denver and then through western Kansas and the high plains, just around 72 for you guys this summer. But of course, our main we're basically going to be focusing our eyes over here throughout the entire day. So once again, sponsored by Radar Omega. You're looking at it right now. Looking at all the outlooks, the risks, and the model data as it blows through here, you can access all of that on Radar Omega. Very, very neat app, an all-in-one utility for anybody who is a weather enthusiast or looking to have tools in their hand to see high-resolution data. So we're going to dive right in, use multiple resources today to nowcast the weather. Let's see our current tornado warning that has started just before the stream went up here. And I'm going to go ahead and pull up my resource here so I can see that. So that's in southeastern Kentucky. Let's take a look at it on GR2 Analyst here. So this storm is exiting the Barberville and Flatlick, Kentucky areas. Look at our rotation on the right side of the screen. Doesn't look too significant over here. So we may see this tornado warning allowed to expire. Doesn't look like it has a continuation on it right now, but in that pink polygon is our first tornado warning of the stream. Not quite the first one of the day. We had one earlier in northwestern West Virginia. I know it's a mouthful, but pay attention to that. So we're going to go from top to bottom here, see what each storm is doing, and then I'll catch up with the chat. So let me know where you're watching from. And any super chats, I very much appreciate it. We'll be nowcasting the weather all day, much less so tracking where things are going to end up, but rather tracking them as they happen, because I have a lot of work to do with so many widespread storms. So let's go from top to bottom here. We'll start up in West Virginia and Ohio, where we're looking first here. So we had a tornado warning earlier today. Back over near Parkersburg, West Virginia. The storm that's caused that is now well off to the east near Fairmont and also New Milton. But this storm in particular has a little bit of side lobing with it. This is also a rotating storm. A lot of these are supercells, which simply means a rotating thunderstorm. That's what we see right over here near West Union. So wouldn't be surprised if we see a tornado warning on that. But nothing that would tell me that it will happen immediately, since we're going to have a little bit of a difficult time in radar holes today for sure, especially because we're in the mountains. Central Jersey, Cincinnati, Northwest Ohio should be okay over there. Eastern NC, definitely happy you're tuning in. Asheville, parts of New York, Clinton, Tennessee, Charlotte. Good to see you guys all in the risk areas today. Roanoke, Virginia. Yep, Myrtle Beach. Good to see you all in these areas tuning in, letting people know if you aren't in the risk area yourself. anyone that you care about in these risk areas should be weather aware today. Again, not expecting an upper end outbreak, so to speak, but we are expecting widespread severe weather, so that is going to be the case. You're over there in Little Rock, Arkansas. You're near DC. Yeah, definitely DC area represent. You're in Philly. Philly should see some severe weather today too. This cold front's going to hit everybody, just like what I talked about my most recent forecast video on this channel. We were talking about this system, and there were a few people who in the comments were like, wow, nothing happened. Like, it hasn't happened yet, and now it's happening. So welcome to the severe weather coverage stream of it. There were a couple of severe storms yesterday, a lot of angry people yesterday also reacting to that. We had one damaging tornado, as far as I know, yesterday, so I can't go live for every tornado, but for a widespread outbreak like this is definitely the message we want to convey on a channel like mine here. So another storm of concern is right on the Ohio-West Virginia border near Point Pleasant and Addison. This is not currently tornado warned, but it is rotating. You can see a little bit of that classic demonstration of a supercell here, where we have the shape and the hook on the bottom part of it down here. So that's what we're seeing going on with this supercell right here. Looks like it's got the chance to produce a tornado, as we will see quite a few warnings today, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, we're covering from north to south. So that's what it looks like in West Virginia. I don't see anything that would warrant a new tornado warning right now, right in this very second. So if one does come through, I think it'll be on either of those storms I just looked at, near West Union and Salem in West Virginia, and also near Point Pleasant on the West Virginia border here in Addison in Ohio. So let's go further south. Start moving through Kentucky. Which is where Mr. Ryan is chasing, even though his he's got a little bit of a funky setup on his stream right there, but he has a lot of cameras in the Suburban he's driving right now, or that he's being driven in, rather. He definitely is not doing everything while driving. So here's our one active tornado warning. Again, I'm not sure if this will be continued, but if it is, you'll hear it come through the stream. And any destructive severe thunderstorm warnings we might get today, those will have a new they'll have a new ring to them. I think they'll sound like the torn warning, but we'll only hear one ring of the bell, one ring of the alarm. So if any of those come through, that will have my attention instantly, which is a good update to our warning system that we have on this channel and on Ryan's channel. So again, this is headed towards Harlan, Putney, Helton in Kentucky, southeastern Kentucky, entering Harlan County and southern Leslie County. We'll see if this warning is extended or if it's going to remain a severe thunderstorm warning only here. But right now, Field, Kentucky is getting a heck of a dumping of rain for sure. All right, further south into eastern Tennessee. Let's see what's going on over here at the moment. I think Reed Timmer is in the vicinity of this basically complex of storms here to the north of Knoxville, near Lake City, Briceville, and Norris. Right now, I'm not seeing superb amounts of rotation, but I know he's looking for tornadoes for sure. So if he finds one in this storm, I'm sure you guys in the chat will let me know, and we can relate it to the radar data that we have evident here. Outside of that, we do have storms that are going through east of Murfreesboro now. Murfreesboro might have been clipped by some severe weather maybe half an hour to an hour ago. Let me know if you experienced that in that area in the chat. I'll pay attention to you. But yeah, beyond that, I'm not seeing too many rotating thunderstorms that would be needing a tornado warning with them. So even though we may have started a little bit early before the main bulk of action is going to happen today, I think I'll be here for quite some time. So we are definitely going to chill. Make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves. You have a beverage or some food, or you're watching along with us. Get some snacks. That is the most important thing we can do today, is hang out together and relay the information when it becomes absolutely pertinent to do so. So yeah, looking at this complex here in central Tennessee, near Viola, and Altamont. I don't see that. I don't see anything that is too concerning here, but we're going to have some damaging winds for sure. Again, that's going to be the theme today. We're going to see a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, a lot of damaging winds, Lots of lawn furniture blown over, I think. So yeah, again, I don't think it's going to be too upper end of an event. I think there are going to be a ton of damaging wind reports and a ton of damaging wind from storms that are going to happen. You're going to see them. More than likely, you'll see a shelf cloud today if you live in the outlook areas, which you can see here on Radar Omega. So particularly that orange and red, definitely going to see probably a shelf cloud today. But at first, we're going to see a lot of supercells before they all come together into a line of storms, and we'll have some embedded rotation in there. So spin up tornadoes are going to be a theme today. We already have several tornado watches, I think, and more will be issued down the line, almost certainly. So if you're in Washington, D.C. here, most of Maryland, if you're in Eastern Virginia, I bet there's going to be another tornado watch somewhere in this area in particular. You can look forward to that showing up on your phone or whatever you use to receive warnings. Hopefully, you have multiple ways to receive them. Down here into the Carolinas, though, there may be only some severe thunderstorm watches. We'll see if those are tornado watches too. But at the moment, I think that we'll probably see severe thunderstorm watches for anywhere from Atlanta all the way up into Raleigh. So if those become tornado watches, that would mean there's a little bit higher of a chance of maybe some spin up tornadoes as that line gets to you from west to east through the afternoon to evening. But at the moment, I think our tornado watch in the future will be concentrated up here in the second half, essentially, of our moderate risk in red. Thank you guys for the super chats. Yeah, ready to go. I saw some chatting in the pre-stream asking about what you'd do if you were in a multi-story building. I don't think you need to be you don't need to be down in the first story of the building for over an hour. You know, you can kind of tell when it's going to get stormy in your area, and if you can find yourself on a map, then as long as you're ready to go, then you can get down to the first floor of your building in a tornado warning in just a minute or two. And you'll be perfectly fine in the interior part of the building on the lowest floor. So that's definitely what you want to do if you are in a multi-story building. Yeah, this is an unusual one, isn't it? Shayna, let's go. Definitely an unusual outlook for severe weather, and a lot of you guys are probably thinking like, "Wow, this is in the mountains. I thought mountains stop severe storms." Oh no, they don't. You can get a tornado right on top of a mountain. Tornado can go up a mountain, over it, and down the other side of it. It's just really difficult to have the right ingredients in place. But if they're there, that can definitely happen. So it's not out of the question today to see that. A tornado riding up the ridge of the Appalachia here. Hopefully it doesn't happen. Hopefully we don't have any damaging tornadoes today, but it is certainly a possibility, is what I would say. It is certainly a possibility. All right, I need Radar Omega to stop freaking out here. For some reason, it doesn't like to load sometimes. But I'm just trying to play back the loop so you guys can see the weather here. These storms are starting up. You can see them just kind of blow up in coverage here on Radar Omega. Just about an hour ago, we didn't have very much convection at all, but everything's starting to fill in here. You're starting to see a lot more storms forming right along the Ohio-West Virginia border here, and they are going to go right through our severe weather outlook today. Right through. Yeah, I don't think that this will be exceptionally bad for parts of North Carolina, but it definitely is unusual to see the upper end severe weather outlooks in your area. You only get a couple of these a year, or maybe once every other year. I bet. So it's good that you're paying attention to the weather. That's the number one thing I want to see is to see you guys in the chat, weather aware. Don't be scared. Be prepared. So yep, that's what we'll be watching today. But unfortunately, all this severe weather isn't going to solve the heat wave in Texas. So if you're down there along I-35 in Texas, I'm sorry that you're still dealing with that heat. It doesn't look like it's going to go away anytime soon. Unfortunately, tis the season. Yeah. Thank you, David. Anywhere in Pennsylvania, you got to pick yourself out on this outlook map. The orange is the enhanced risk. that extends like this. So that's going to go through New Jersey as well. You kind of see this fall off really sharply here as you get into New England. So why is that? Well, Andy, glad you asked. Well, that's because the storms, once they get to the Atlantic coast, are going to dissipate very rapidly in the evening hours. We only need a little bit of that sunlight throughout our risk area today, just a little bit of sunlight here. So once sundown happens, the storms are going to be basically in this line right here. Once we hit sunset and once we get to twilight, and they're gonna rapidly dissipate at that point because we're gonna lose that storm fuel that we need for them to continue on. So that's why our outlook kind of just ends pretty much once you get to New York City and off to the east. So we'll see what happens. But right now we don't have too much to cover. Things are going to get very, very busy today, though. So back to our one tornado warning, just to see if this will be reissued. There's a very good likelihood I could see this being reissued off to the east here. So Harlan in Kentucky and the rest of Harlan County, be on heads up for another tornado warning coming through your area soon. We could definitely see that occurring with this storm in particular. So this is a good old supercell here with a tornado warning. I don't think we haven't had a confirmed tornado from this yet, but more than likely there's a wall cloud associated with it, that lowering of the storm. You can see a weird ominous base to it. We've seen a couple of those wall clouds over here near Paris, Kentucky earlier, and there's still some spinning thunderstorms over here as well. So little beans are in place as they exit the Lexington, Kentucky area. So here's Ryan's locator. Ryan and Riley are over here in West Liberty, Kentucky at the moment. They're headed up towards this group of storms here that they are rotating too, so they definitely are in a good spot to intercept these. We'll bring up Ryan's stream once he gets pretty close to the storms over here. We can also talk to him, and he's probably curious to hear from me too about what I have to say, where he should go. So yep, that's going to be the case. All these little cells that are popping up in eastern Kentucky are just immediately spinning too. You can see they look like little storms right now. They're not dropping, maybe more than 30 seconds of a downpour if they pass over your town here. But on the velocity side of things, on the right side of your screen, you can see we've already got strong winds associated with each one of these. 50-mile-an-hour winds showing up, and right here near Greenup, along the Ohio-Kentucky border, this thing's already spinning like a top. So, and it's just a little shrimp here, just a little shrimp storm. So the moment these are going up, they're already starting to spin. And that tells you that that we do have, a little bit more volatile of a setup in place today that we'll have to cover. So yeah, Ryan is chasing, spotting today. Yep, little beans. You can think of the storms like that. So I want to take a closer look. I know Lexington, Kentucky is in a little bit of a radar hole here, but this storm is definitely exhibiting some rotation here as it exits Lexington proper to the east near Pine Grove and Winchester. So we're going to keep a close eye on this storm just to see how it evolves. If we play back a few frames, you can see that the rotation definitely is kicked up quite a bit here in the last 5 to 10 minutes as it leaves Lexington proper. So we'll watch this one in particular. I'm going to be doing a lot of nowcasting like this. You guys hearing the alerts nice and loud there? Are they too loud? I want them to be loud, but not too loud. And then, of course, we haven't talked about the hail. The hail will be less of a threat today overall. There'll probably be quite a few instances of hail, but not too bad. Hail is not the primary severe threat today. That is going to be spin-up tornadoes and very strong winds for very many people. Yeah, so if you're in Washington, D.C., Baltimore, it's a good idea to be on the ready. Storms will get to you probably in the late afternoon to evening hours. Alert volume sounds good. Cool. Nice to hear it. I have Ryan in my ear this whole time, so if I ever get distracted, I do apologize for that. He's chatting this whole time. I can hear everything that's happening on his stream, just to be sure that I'm multitasking and keeping everything in mind. So this is a very difficult job. Vocal stamina needed, ability to multitask and not get distracted by sounds in your ear or know when to listen. Man, it's really rough sometimes, but I do the best I can. So I do appreciate all the super chats. I think I missed one. thank you, Weather Nerd, as well, and MDK. Nope, there is no high risk in place. It's a moderate risk for damaging winds in particular. Okay, yeah, these are pretty fast. We've got some pretty fast moving storms. They're going to track along with the cold front here, so we can watch them swing from west to east on this model outlook here. Yeah, just look at how fast these storms are basically swinging from west to east. This is in what I'm going to show you is in a span of about 8 hours. And they cross basically the entire Carolinas in 8 hours, the entire mid-Atlantic states here in 8 hours. So we're gonna watch them cross entire states like we're taking a road trip with the storms today. That'll be the theme. We're gonna take a road trip with the storms all the way up into the Northeast too. So they're gonna be really fast moving, and that doesn't help with the fact that they're gonna have quite a few damaging wind bursts in them. So Ryan's in Northeast Kentucky right now. We got a stream right there. And we've also got a rail fan camera here in Cumberland, right here in Maryland here. I don't know, what do you guys call this? The Peninsula of Maryland? Kind of interesting area over here. We'll see what the storms look like on that cam because we have a really good view of the hills, the hill country in that area, in the Appalachia. I think there'll probably be a tornado watch that gets pretty close to Philadelphia, yeah. Again, I think our next tornado watch down the line is going to be in place a few hours before the storms get to you in the Washington, D.C. area, Eastern Virginia, and Baltimore, maybe as far up to as Harrisburg and Philadelphia. We'll see if they extend it that far, but I definitely think that there will be a new tornado watch issued today as storms get closer to you guys in this area for sure. So right now we have tornado watches active in parts of West Virginia and through Kentucky and even Eastern Tennessee. I can show you that here in these yellow areas here. These are current tornado watches. So I do think again that most of this area out ahead of the storms will see another tornado watch as the storms get closer over here. So yeah, expect a tornado watch on your phone, especially in Washington D.C., Baltimore, and most of Virginia. As we get into the Carolinas further south and Atlanta area, I think you guys will get severe thunderstorm watches in particular down in this region of our severe weather outlook. If there are tornado watches down here, I would be pretty surprised, but we'll have to see how things shape up. So yeah, here's a look at how these storms go through the southern part of our risk. Does look like more storms build back to the west in northeast Mississippi. And they go through northeastern Alabama, eastern Alabama, and then into the Atlanta area into the nighttime hours. So our risk up here will be done by that point, or just moving out through New Jersey and into the water, essentially. Our risk up here will be done by that point. But then our new damaging wind risk will form down here into the southeast. So a couple of different areas to look out for today as things move along. Should be a very long one. So we'll see when those tornado watches come through. All right, let's head back through our current storms and see if we're on the brink of seeing any new tornado warnings here. Let's see. I'm going to pull up the Pittsburgh radar since most of western Ohio, southwestern Ohio is definitely done today already. You guys were going to get severe weather early on if it was going to happen. The bulk of it is all into south central Ohio and also along the West Virginia border already. So I think this is going to be the periphery of our severe weather as it moves from west to east here. All these cells right here. So they're going to go over this direction. And I don't see anything in this group of storms that looks too bad right now. It's mostly these down here east of Lexington that I have my eye on. There in Lexington, Kentucky, that is. So let's pull up the Pittsburgh radar so we have a better look over here in northern West Virginia. A little bit of a mouthful. We do have a little bit of a lead supercell here near Kingwood, and that's going to go into western Maryland here in just a second. So there's our supercell shape. It's kind of just out in front of a big lob of storms back behind it. Lots of downpours in here, lots of microbursts likely occurring in this storm with severe winds. So we'll see if this lead supercell has anything to do yet. At the moment, from this radar site, the only thing I can say about it is that it's probably spinning, and it's probably dropping a little bit of hail too, but not too large of hail. But for the rest of this, we don't have reliable velocity data here. This is an example of side lobing once again. So no real radar data that we can see there, not too clearly at least. All right, so moving south, let's look at the Kentucky storms here east of Lexington. I was concerned with this one. It doesn't look as bad as it did, though. This is definitely the point where it had the greatest chance of maybe becoming tornado warned. But now it looks a little bit less concerning, and we have a severe thunderstorm warning on it. The severe thunderstorm warning does include the possibility of a tornado, so we'll see. They are monitoring it for sure over there at the National Weather Service for the chance of one over here. So heads up for Mount Sterling in Kentucky along I-64. You got a storm moving toward you. Currently not tornado warned, but it will bring some severe weather to your area for sure. Yeah, the Appalachian areas are featured today. From my doppelganger in Wales, good to see you again. No, it's not storming at my house, unfortunately. I wish it was. Then I might lose power. So we need to not lose power today. Our previous tornado warning was allowed to expire near Harlan in Kentucky. So this supercell has kind of become stretched out in the back. That's not as supportive for tornadoes. We've seen this storm basically get stuck in place. The updraft region is back here. The base of the storm, where all the air is rising up into it, is kind of staying in the same spot here near Blackmont. And the rest of the storm is being pushed off ahead of it, so it's just getting stretched out here instead of staying tightly associated with the storm, tightly rotating. So we have no more tornado warning as it stands, and that may be one reason for it. So yeah, you can see that back here it was much better closer together here, and we had an area of focused rotation that led to a tornado warning. And now it's kind of just become stretched out and elongated like this. Less conducive for tornadoes. Very interesting to watch that happen in the last 15 minutes or so. But we are going to get a new tornado warning right where I was just looking in West Virginia.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So they did decide, let's look at that from Pittsburgh. They did decide to go ahead and warn this, actually, in Preston County. So despite the radar appearance not being overly conducive for rotation, we also have people that could be scouting conditions at the ground, looking at the clouds, and passing that information along to the National Weather Service, which I do encourage you to do if you know your local National Weather Service. Anytime you tweet pictures, or I guess X pictures, post pictures, and videos of these storms, definitely make sure to include your National Weather Service office. But what's most interesting about this new warning, you can see right there, that does include Kingwood and Terra Alta, basically to the border of Maryland, is that this storm has actually very rapidly gotten a hail signature with it. So the hail in this storm has increased dramatically in just the last 5 minutes. Just a frame ago, I was like, man, this probably isn't dropping too much hail, but it does look like it's got some hail in there. And now we have a hail spike emanating from the core of the storm that's going down like this. So probably some pretty large hail is actually falling right in there. I don't think we're going to see many instances of large hail today, so this might be the largest that falls in the entire day, just to the north of Kingwood, West Virginia, in Preston County. So there you go. That's your new warning. Heads up ahead of time for Oakland, Maryland, into Garrett County here in Maryland. Eventually, down the line, you can see the warning for a severe thunderstorm warning was just put in there. Down the line, we'll be watching this storm actually in the Cumberland, Maryland area, which is what I have down in the bottom right corner of the stream. So we'll see if this storm holds itself together, if this little supercell out in front of the mess of thunderstorms behind it. We'll see if that holds itself together off to the east, and then we can actually take a peek at it from the virtual railfan camera. All right. Very cool. All right, so let's go back down to where we were just looking. which was in the Tennessee area. So I know Reed Timmer is over in this location. We have a storm that's very, very close to the radar site here. And when storms are this close to radar, we can pick out some really interesting things about them. Perhaps the fact that this one might start doing a little bit of that rotating thing. But what we are seeing, at least in particular with this storm near Talbot and rapidly approaching Morristown, is very strong winds. So right here in the area of teal, aqua, light green essentially. These are going to be 55, 60 mile an hour wind gusts, maybe even higher than that, concentrated right in this vicinity. So because we're right next to the radar site, which is right here, we can see these winds very close and tell you basically
A new
directly
tornado
where
watch has been issued.
the highest wind speeds are going to be felt at the surface. So right here, pocket of very damaging winds approaching Morristown from the west. And I'll watch this one closely just in case it also tries to wrap up a tornado with it. So we'll be able to see. So heads up in Morristown, regardless. You're about to get a severe thunderstorm warning in the city proper here. At least you should have one very soon because this does look like a little bit of a downburst in this storm. So there you go. You're getting your new tornado watches there. Are you getting them on your phones, etc. So that new watch was just issued. I'll show that on the stream. That does include quite a bit of Maryland, also Central Virginia, I think, and the rest of West Virginia that isn't already in a tornado watch. So there you go. We were just talking about that. The watch is now in place. There you go. Wow, pretty near-term verification there. All right, let's see if we can look at anything else in this storm. I don't think it's trying too hard to produce a tornado here. I think our concern right now with this storm near Morristown, Tennessee, is damaging winds. And another concern is pretty much where all these storms are moving through. You can see how they're kind of just moving on top of each other. So we're going to get a lot of possible flooding here, especially near Maynardville, north of Knoxville here in Tennessee. A lot of storms that are just going over the same place over and over again. So we're gonna be observing quite a bit of flash flood threats today. And since we're getting into mountainous terrain, we're gonna be concerned with landslides as well, or basically mudslides at that point. So definitely a concern because mountainous areas don't usually get these severe setups as often. And as a result, things might be a little bit more exposed, a little bit more in danger of receiving a hazardous conditions in a mountainous terrain. So I definitely wouldn't be hiking today in the Blue Ridge. That is not a good idea at all. Do not hike in the Blue Ridge Mountains today if you are in Asheville visiting as a tourist. How does it feel out there, guys, in the Mid-Atlantic? I bet it's pretty soupy out for most people. Let me know how it's feeling if you're in the risk areas today. The severe thunderstorm just moved through Huntsville, Alabama. We're getting the rest of these storms in northeast Alabama. There's going to be another round you can see forming back here in northeast Mississippi. This will be the round of storms that goes through pretty much the Atlanta area through the day and into the Carolinas as well. We're going to see all these storms move through. This will be more of a damaging wind threat, but of course, any tornado warnings that come through, I'll cover them instantaneously. And something else that I was noticing in this complex in central-eastern Tennessee at this point, near Pikeville, Tennessee, is that it actually has a very strong rear inflow jet. And you can see that if you look from this radar site. See this area of dark blue here near Spencer. So this part of the storm right here near Spencer in Van Buren County in Tennessee is this contains like 80, 90 mile an hour winds that are directed toward the radar. So you can see a rear inflow jet pushing this storm forward right in this region when it's directly oriented with the radar beam, such that we could just see the jet in full force. So right now, I think that this is going to continue to pose a damaging wind threat. These storms right here are eventually going to reach the western North Carolina area, basically from Knoxville south through Murphy and Andrews in North Carolina. They're going to cross the mountains and have no problem doing so. So that's this will be the line of storms essentially that you're concerned with in Asheville, in Waynesville, in western North Carolina. These will be the storms that you're watching out for. So they're gonna right now they have a strong jet associated with them pushing them forward. That's gonna create some damaging wind reports for sure. Maybe some small tree limbs snapped, and definitely your lawn furniture is gonna go flying. Maybe any trampolines in the area as well. All right, so let's see. The moment I can pull up that watch on the Storm Prediction Center site, I'll do exactly that. Yeah, I think I can already. All right, perfect. So let's look at the new Tornado Watch Storm Prediction Center site. Low quality, of course. Can I get a better quality version of this? No. Okay. That'll have to do. Actually, you know what? We'll pull it up on Radar Omega. Let's do it like that. Let's look at it on Radar Omega. So new tornado watch that's come through. I know you all got on your phones, but I'll show you what it looks like on the map here. So that's from Richmond, Kentucky, all the way north through central Pennsylvania. So that's west of Philadelphia, but does include Harrisburg, Washington, D.C., the Baltimore area, and all the way into where our current tornado warning storm is in northeastern West Virginia. So yep, that's that new new tornado watch in the yellow, pretty much right here. That's where our current tornado warning storms are going to pass through over the next several hours and pose a very high and damaging wind threat, I would say, for this area, especially at this time of year in August. So this is the most confusing part of this, I think, is that it's happening during August.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So a lot of people are, less aware of these sorts of storm setups in August in the dead of summer. You're probably not thinking about this kind of stuff just as much, which is why live streams like this are pretty important to let you know that things are happening, and then we cover it in the near term. So let's look at that warning that was extended into Garrett County, Maryland, just like what we were talking about from this radar site over here. So now we have the extension of the warning into Garrett County. The supercell is continuing to rotate and have some very large hail associated with it. So that is going right into Garrett County, Maryland. Here's the zoom out so you can see where we are on the map. Continuation just like what we were talking about. I think August is one of the months with the least amount of tornadoes, yes. So out ahead of this, it's going to pass to just to the south of Friendsville. But down the line, we're thinking about Grantsville, Frostburg, Lonaconing. Oh man, that one's definitely a rough one. And Cumberland here in Maryland. This is now crossing the state border into the western part of Maryland here. So once again, if you're joining us, basically almost all of Ohio is out of the severe weather risk already today. The watch is in place and will be trimmed once the storms have exited the area of concern. So pretty much all of Ohio is looking okay. We just got some remnant strong storms that are in south central Ohio that are less of a tornado threat, but more of just a downpour threat and maybe some localized flash flooding at the moment. So our cold front is moving on through this region here. Moving on through. So there's our active tornado warning storm continuing into Maryland. Let's go back and see if we can find any other storms that may be posing more of an immediate threat. Again, we previously had a tornado warning with this in southeastern Kentucky near Harlan. All the rotation associated with this storm is rather weak. It doesn't look like it's going to do very much anymore. So we'll see if this continues to be a threat as it crosses through the mountainous terrain. It is still possible for it to be tornadic in the mountainous terrain, though. Don't forget. And I think we're going to see a couple more supercells continue to develop right here in eastern Kentucky, around the Hayden to Jackson area. So all these storms have been kind of blown up a little bit in here, but taking their time. So, and but the latest scans, I think the last 20 minutes or so for these three storms right here, do tell me that these might have more of a chance to become fully fledged, mature supercells that may pose a tornado threat. So we'll keep watching those. The ones to the east of Lexington in Kentucky don't look too concerning right now, but do have the chance to have some pretty gusty winds associated with them, so they're definitely going to look gnarly at the surface, I bet, if you're in Mount Sterling. And Windows is trying to update on me. Absolutely not. Do not update my computer right now, Windows. Not a good idea whatsoever, not in the slightest. So yeah, if you're in South Carolina and Georgia, we're looking at the damaging wind threat down there much more so than the tornado threat. But we'll see how it evolves later today. Same with upstate New York. You guys are out of the primary tornado threat. We're watching for damaging winds up there. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate the support, and anyone else who sent a super chat in. Of course, lots to focus on today. We are watching Ryan's stream at the moment as he is approaching these storms pretty rapidly. So he is almost in position for the storms near Mount Sterling. He is over in Moorhead in Rowan County. So that's where his feed's coming from. In the Cumberland area, or you're a Cumberland native. I see. I got Lonaconing right. Hey, how about that? I did not get that wrong for once. Thank you for the confirmation. Appreciate the super chat for that. Just got this tornado watch on your phone. Yep. All right. So let's see. I think all right, let's go back down to Tennessee. Most of the storms down here are speaking to me in terms of damaging winds. Right now, I'm not seeing too much of a tornado threat with these, but if anyone is going to make these tornado, it's going to be Reed Timmer, I bet, because he is right in this area. So he's probably in a downburst at this moment, I bet. This area of this pocket of really gusty winds is just now getting into Morristown. We've been watching this one approach the city from the west. Looks like it has some pretty powerful winds associated with it that might go through the southern part of the town in particular. We're able to scout that because we're right next to the radar site here. So this is in eastern Tennessee. Right now, much less of a tornado threat with these, but something sneaky might try to happen somewhere in here in all of these storms. I am concerned with the damaging wind. I bet that this line of storms back here near Crossville, this line of storms that's going to approach Knoxville from the west after you guys get through one heavy shower or two beforehand, this has probably got a pretty mean shelf cloud associated with it. If not, it's definitely going to start having one pretty soon. We're going to see this damaging wind threat extend in this corridor pretty much as it gets into western North Carolina. So yeah, this is definitely the most dangerous storm that I see so far in terms of wind, moving right through eastern Tennessee. Thank you, Lois, for the support. So yeah, today's stream will be focused very much on the near term, much less so on the 6 hours down the line term. Storms are going to get to you if you're in a risk area today. There's going to be a lot of them along this cold front, just like we've been discussing in forecast videos and since the start of this stream. So I will be on for very many hours today. Once the storms get to you, well, I'll be right here. I'll be right here. So that will always be my answer for everybody asking, what about? It's the usual. It's what we do on this stream. I try to help as much as I can. So let's start helping in terms of times for those concerning. Times are the most important thing, and that's all you need to hear so that you don't ask again. So we can do that over here on Radar Omega. Let's go to the latest outlook. That will be the latest one, and see when things get to your areas in Eastern Time. So it looks like through Western North Carolina, your stormiest hour will probably be 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. As those storms approach from the west. So 2 p.m. on the state border, and then once it gets to Asheville, it's probably going to be 3 or 4 p.m. Eastern. Charlotte looking about 5 or 6 p.m. and the Winston-Salem, Greensboro area. Then Raleigh, add another hour to that into the evening. And pretty much from west to east, you can just say about the same time. So Roanoke, your stormiest hour is probably about 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern, maybe a little bit longer, and then add an hour or two to that for Richmond and for Washington, D.C., and for Baltimore, and for eastern Pennsylvania, and then another hour to 7 or 8 p.m. Eastern. That's also true for pretty much upstate through Albany and these areas. If you do see severe weather today, the storms will get to you in the evening along Interstate 87. And if we do see any severe weather into southeastern Ontario, it's going to take some time to get there. You'll be very much on the northern edge of all of these severe thunderstorms that exist into the evening hours here. So you can see this snapshot, just how widespread this storm is from Birmingham, Alabama, all the way up the coast and into southeastern Ontario. This looks like a classic spring or fall time storm, but we are in early August. So that's what makes this pretty unusual. Pretty cool to watch happen, too. It's not so cool for everybody experiencing impacts from it, but it is one heck of a storm for this time of year. So there you go. That should be your timely outlooks for everybody concerned with your areas in particular. We'll watch these storms get to your regions and see if there's any storms that pop up in front of the main line, in front of the cold front, or if you just get one round. If you get multiple rounds, we might see some flash flood concerns, like over here near Belper, Vienna, along the Ohio-West Virginia border. We've got some training thunderstorms right there in the Parkersburg area, so we started to see flash flood warnings as in accordance with that. So speaking of prefrontal thunderstorms, we can see some to the east of Cumberland in Maryland. So if I hop on over here, right now we see our current tornado warning storm. It looks a little bit less healthy in terms of being able to produce a tornado as it stands here as it enters Maryland. But we have these storms out in front that definitely could be dropping some hail right now. So I need a closer radar site. I'm going to bring up my 6th radar site. I'm going to have 6 at once. 6 radar sites at the same time so that I can see what's going on and flick between them as necessary. So out in front, here's our prefrontal storms. They also definitely are supercells, but much less so in the tornado sense, and a little bit more so in possibility for damaging wind and hail. So yeah, right now these are dropping your garden variety severe thunderstorm warnings for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-inch hail, or about 1 inch in diameter. Thank you, Quill Point, for the support. Yep, in a lot different of an area than our usual, but for anybody who's like, wow, they never cover storms in this region, well, here you go. We're covering storms in this region. It just needs to be of a particular threshold to warrant a stream so that we're sending the proper messaging for, events like this one. All right, so there's our storms out in front. We'll also monitor up here in Pennsylvania, since the tornado watch does go all the way up through the center of the state, through Harrisburg State College, and up to the New York border, pretty much. So we could have some of these storms that are just now starting up in central Pennsylvania begin to pose some problems that we'll be able to monitor on the radar. But at the moment, they are in their infancy. We can double check on that. See if anything's going on with them yet, but I don't think things will be too slow to develop. Oh, actually, this radar site's out, isn't it? Yeah, we do not have the State College radar right now. I forgot about that. So that radar is down at the moment. I saw that before I started streaming, and I just promptly forgot. So Eastern Kentucky is over the next couple hours. That is for anybody in Eastern Kentucky. Your time to watch is now, as we watch these storms develop in particular. So there's the state. It's a little bit messy with all the roads on it and so forth, but you can get the gist of what's going on here and find your area on the map. Again, we got Ryan to provide ground truth. Ryan is storm chasing, although you can only see plants at the moment and trees off the side of the road. He is chasing these storms right up here near Hillsborough, Moorhead, Mount Sterling. They're not looking too concerning at the moment, but they are definitely spinning, much like this storm up here near Emerson is spinning. And Head of Grassy. That's a very interesting town name. You start getting into the really interesting town names here in Eastern Kentucky. So near head of Grassy, Kentucky. Yes, down for renovations. So I think we'll have a rather slower start to the stream today. But you could hear lots of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings coming through, especially for those damaging windstorms in eastern Tennessee. They're also starting to ramp up in intensity in Georgia there in Dade County. So we'll take a look at that in just a second. But I have my eyes on these supercells right now on the West Virginia-Kentucky border. In mountainous terrain, we still see pretty nice rotation associated with these storms in particular. So definitely keeping an eye on that. Again, I don't see anything worthy of a tornado warning at the moment with these storms, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did get one. So this one up here in Gallia County in West Virginia, or no, in Ohio rather. Not super familiar with this region, as you can tell. When I'm zoomed in, I'm like, wow, where am I again? I'm in the mountains. And then this one in northern Wayne County in West Virginia, near Huntington. So I know a lot of people are probably watching the Huntington area, as we have a more populated city here. This one is not severe warned at all. In fact, it's grown. Hasn't grown too rapidly, but it's definitely continued to exhibit supercellular traits to it, and that it is definitely got a rotating base to it, and you can see the structure of the storm like that if I draw it. So this is going to pass to the south of Huntington in West Virginia. Looks like it'll stay outside of the city proper. Yeah, we do have a severe weather risk next Wednesday as well. I'm going to talk less about that, but there will probably be a video for that, or maybe not. That's a little bit soon. So we'll see. We'll see if I make another video about that one. But we're definitely going to be more focused on the risks today. I haven't actually looked too much on Wednesday because the convective allowing models are just starting to come out for that. So yeah, this head of grassy storm does have rotation with it, enough to be on the line of possibly being looked at for a new warning. We'll see if that comes through. Man, you can hear so many considerable severe thunderstorm warnings coming through. So we have one in central West Virginia as well now. So many beeps. All right, let's go down to Georgia to look at that storm that we were just talking about. So entering Dade County, the northwestern corner of Georgia, is starting to see this looking like a pretty threatening, damaging windstorm right here. Probably got a little bit of a downburst with this, maybe even a macro burst, which is a larger area of very strong winds and very heavy rain right in the northeastern corner of Alabama, northwestern corner of Georgia, and that does mean that this is heading towards Chattanooga in Tennessee. So right here, you can see the strongest winds in the storm are actually pretty close to the ground, pretty close to the surface. This is not a good look as it goes towards I-24 west of Chattanooga. So we'll watch this as it gets into the city, into the metro area, as this is not a very large storm, but definitely a pretty powerful one. So let's watch it back a little bit and see. Let's see how it's transpired here. So it's passed right over the radar there, over Pleasant Grove, and you can see that the winds pretty much have intensified. And these tan winds, even into the browns, we're seeing up to 85-mile-an-hour winds just above the surface, really not far above the surface at all. So this is a candidate maybe for seeing one of our first destructive severe thunderstorm warnings today for wind. We'll see if it does get upgraded or not. I wouldn't be surprised, but this is definitely looking pretty gnarly. Yeah, that's good, Punch. I definitely want to be live to inspire confidence in understanding the weather and knowing where things are. That's one of the biggest things that I think my stream does. So I'm glad to hear it. Thank you for the super chat. Peace of mind. Yeah, Chattanooga should be on the lookout for this. Probably about 45 minutes away or so. We play it back. This is over the last 20 minutes, so it might be a little bit closer than that, even within 30 minutes or so. All right. So yeah, the DC area and Baltimore, you guys will get storms in a few hours from now. Your stormiest hours are through the late afternoon to evening. We'll be live covering this all day today because this is, I mean, it's going to be of similar intensity within the next hour or two as it will through the rest of the evening into the early night. Once it gets to the early night, it'll fizzle out really rapidly as it approaches the New York City area. So we'll see how that all goes down. But we have yet to experience the progression of today's severe weather, but we know it'll be pretty widespread. All right, so we looked at the Chattanooga area. Man, I can't hear. I don't. Ryan is like trying to contact me, but I can't hear him at all, and I can't contact him at all either. Zello is totally broken, so he'll have to come through Zoom. So I'll talk to him on Zoom because yeah, Zello is just not working. Ryan, Zello is just not working at all for me, like at all. So if you want to talk to me, do so on Zoom, and then I can unmute Zoom on my end. Just a second. All right, let me get this set up so that you guys can hear Ryan clearly because he's gonna be a little quiet, I think. All right, go ahead, Ryan.
I don't know if you've been looking at it or not, because I know there is an active tornado warning in Maryland, but back towards Kentucky, where we are right now, to the north and east of Moorhead, and to the west of Huntington in northeast Kentucky, there's a really interesting storm near Emerson and Olive Hill that's rotating. And honestly, it's probably one of the more interesting looking storms that we've been close to today. Wouldn't be surprised if this went tornado warned at some point in the near future. And I just wanted to let you know that we're on it. We're going to have a view of it here very soon.
All right, sounds good, Ryan. Thank you, thank you. Yep. So he's looking over here, guys. I turned him up I'll turn him up a little bit so you can hear him next time, but he's going to be pretty quiet, just like I said. You can see the storm he's talking about was the one that was talking about near head of Grassy. He was talking about Emerson and Olive Hill. So that's the storm he's chasing. He's deciding to leave these ones back behind near Moorhead, the ones that were east of Lexington, and he's going straight towards this supercell out in front because you can see the rotation right here near Emerson. Again, we were tracking this, and he's like, "Are you even aware of Maryland?" He's so silly sometimes. Yes, of course I'm aware of it, Ryan. So yeah, he's going to chase this supercell right here. You can kind of see the hook is buried back in here. It's probably going to be a little bit rain wrapped when he gets to it. But we'll see. Again, this is not tornado warned at the moment. We'll see how that transpires. But he's going to give us a look on the ground from that storm chaser Ryan Hall, and you'll be able to see that right there. And I'll pull him up full screen too once he has something very interesting on there. I'll pull him up full screen so you guys can see that too from my perspective. All right, so that's that one storm. Let's take a close look at the rest of the storms here in eastern Kentucky, which is what I was just doing before I noticed that Ryan was trying to contact me. So the rest of these storms, again, they aren't super impressive here in eastern Kentucky, but the one near Lee City, Cannell City, and Sawyersville. This one definitely has a downburst signature with it, so it's got some really strong winds with really heavy rain coming out of it, right just to the west of Sawyersville. Very isolated area of impact, but you can see the winds moving this direction toward the radar and this direction away. So we have an area of divergence right in between where very strong winds are hitting the ground and spreading out. So not a tornado threat right here as it approaches Sawyersville, but very much more so a damaging wind threat, just like we've been talking about. This is, in my opinion, this is worth a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm for damaging winds. I would not be hesitant to issue one for that region there. So y'all watch out for any winds along Highway 460 here through Sawyersville. It's going to be pretty gusty there just west of the town, so near Wani in particular. Or Wani. All right, so let's go back up to Maryland. Cover our still current tornado warning over here in the western tip of Maryland. And I don't have a great radar sight from this. I'm looking at it from 3 different points of view. But this is dropping very large hail, in particular in Garrett County in Maryland. So we're in the western tip of the state here. This is approaching Cumberland from the west. You can see people driving through Cumberland right there in the virtual railfan camera. They're going to have a really good look at the storm. I think it's going to go straight toward Cumberland, pretty much. Yep, pretty much headed on a direct path to Cumberland. So we'll watch that in the virtual railfan cam too. So downburst signature looks like what I just showed you. That's exactly the definition of a downburst. All right, and then we really need the State College radar back up here because I think these storms in the northern side of our tornado watch are starting to rotate up here near State College. It'd be great if we had a radar site available right here, but unfortunately this one is down, so I can only see very far up in the storms. And to tell you that this is probably a rotating storm up here, but no tornado warning exists with it yet. Right, and then more of that flash flooding threat is starting up here, really right along the West Virginia-Ohio border and into the Pennsylvania border. This is a bunch of training storms, which means storms are going through over the same area over and over again. Flash flooding is going to be a huge concern through Parkersburg and into northern West Virginia. That really looks like the focused area for concern with flash flooding. The rest of the storms today have not really traveled over the same region, and the problem with this is we're also going to have even more storms back to the west that are going to go through the same areas. They're going to be less significant in terms of severe weather, but more significant for the flash flood risk associated with that region. So do not drive through flooded roads, of course, if you're in these regions. That is a bad idea to do. All right, let's check out these leading supercells here, right in the center of well, I don't really know what to call this. The center of Maryland.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Wow, that is loud. Okay, so now we do have a tornado watch for parts of North Carolina. I'm surprised at that. Let me tell you, I was surprised. I thought we would get a severe thunderstorm watch over there, but the tornado probabilities are high enough to actually get parts of North Carolina in a tornado watch. So that was just issued. So that does include Bristol, Tennessee, areas east into parts of North Carolina. So you guys are in a rare tornado watch. You guys don't get that very often. It is a panhandle, yeah. So basically the panhandle of Maryland. Thank you. I need a word for it for sure so that we can refer to it quickly over here. So not seeing very much tornadic over here near Martinsburg and Hagerstown here in Maryland, but we do have two separate right moving supercells here. So these two supercells are moving to the right. This one will approach Hagerstown here from the west. And we also have a left moving supercell moving more to the north here near Mercersburg in Pennsylvania and McConnellsburg. The left moving supercell has some very large hail with it. You can see right there in that pink and purple spot. Here's our hail spike coming out of it. The radar is scanning in this direction. So we're getting all this return from the radar because there's very large hail that it's passing through. So this is going to go up to Chambersburg in Pennsylvania, more than likely. So you can see it, actually that splitting supercell right in front there. Here it was when it was one supercell together near Clear Spring, the west of Hagerstown, and now it's split apart, and we see that that left split head off to the north with some very large hail with it. It shouldn't last too long. Usually left split supercells don't last very long, but if it continues on its way, should pass to the west of Chambersburg, actually, and up through Franklin County in this direction. So this will be the corridor of probably some large hail in the near term as this left split supercell moves up. And then the right split down here has a greater chance at spinning as it gets closer to Hagerstown here. Right, thanks for the reports, y'all, from all the locations you're watching from. Our tornado warning has been allowed to expire, so we have no tornado warnings, but a bunch of those severe thunderstorm warnings. Right now, we have 23 severe thunderstorm warnings. So let's go ahead and look at the new tornado watch to see all of the areas included in this. So we're going to bring it over to Radar Omega, and I'm going to shut this off so that we can see it easier. So that new tornado watch is very interesting. I'm not sure what's going on here, but that's kind of funny. What is this? All right. Just throw this one county in the watch too, because why not, right? I don't think this is entirely correct, but if this is how the tornado watch looks, well, I'm a bit fascinated with it. Surely that is not actually correct. Yeah. Okay. No, I think Radar Omega's just had a funny moment trying to display all the counties here. The actual tornado watch, if I can take a look at it over here. Let me see if I got a better look. Yeah, the actual tornado watch that will be correct is this right here. This is our new tornado watch. Radar Omega is displaying that in a pretty funky manner over there. So that does include Roanoke and parts of central North Carolina, so the Greensboro, Winston-Salem area. To the north of Charlotte, so Charlotte's not in a tornado watch, the metro, but to the north is. And then, of course, we have southeastern West Virginia and parts of central Virginia and western Virginia in that as well. So that's our new tornado watch over there in that red highlighted area. I'm not sure why it looks like this on Radar Omega, but it is kind of funny. All right. So just fill in the blanks here. We can do it like a coloring book. This is it. This is in a tornado watch as well. I could draw it in yellow so that we fill in the blanks here. So tornado watch in this region too. That does include Roanoke and you guys call this the tri-state or the tri-cities, right? Yeah, the tri-cities area here in Winston-Salem, Greensboro, High Point. You guys are all in a tornado watch. I think the probabilities on the tornado watch are lower in this one in particular than the ones that we see up here for Washington, D.C. and Baltimore and Maryland. These are of a slightly higher probability for tornadoes to occur, actually much higher probability for this region up here in this watch. So less of a concern for tornadoes, but still just enough to warrant the tornado watch in particular down here into North Carolina. Your concern in particular down here is the damaging winds, but we could see a couple spin-up tornadoes. Up here, we'll see a few spin-up tornadoes that we'll be watching through the afternoon to middle. The Triad, Tri-Cities Triad, they both work okay. One thing I do know is that's the Piedmont, so I can tell you that. That tornado watch goes through parts of the Piedmont. Sorry, I did my degree in Asheville. I wasn't over in the triad, so we didn't say triad this, triad that, right? All right, let's go back and see what Ryan's looking at right now. Since you can see he's starting to get in view of those low clouds. So let's look at his storm in particular and see what's going on over here. Yeah, he is. He is coming right up on the storm that's not currently warned near Carter, Kentucky, just off to the north of I-64. There's his dot right here. Right here in this blue circle. He is very close to that. So you can see he's pointing to the north into the base of the storm. This is where the storm, you would see all the rotation right there in the base. It doesn't look too great on the radar overall, I'd say, but it is definitely still rotating. And you can definitely see the base of that storm there. So let's let me work on blowing up his stream here so that you can see it. Let's see here. Am I going to be able to do that? No, of course not. Oh man, what am I even looking at right now? This is not correct at all. What in the world? Okay, Ryan's stream. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to be able to fix this in time because it definitely looks very funky right now. But I want to blow Ryan's stream up full here, so give me a second so that you guys can see this storm. You'll see it also on Ryan Hollyall Extra, which is where he's streaming this. I gotta do some work on the stream here live stream production. But his feed's frozen for me right now, so we'll hold off on that. I have to do everything everywhere all at once, guys. Live stream production, monitoring the storms, listening to Ryan in my headset, and watching the chat and doing everything. So I do apologize if I ever get distracted by any one of those elements. It's it's a lot. Yeah, make sure you guys have your snacks and drinks. Staying hydrated. Thank you for joining me today. So again, just looking at Ryan's area of concern, it's not looking too healthy on the latest scan. No warning associated with it, and I think it'll stay that way for the near term. But we did get this severe thunderstorm warning that includes Sawyersville in Kentucky. Just like what we were talking about earlier before it was warned, I saw this area that looked like a downburst here. So we had winds going toward the radar here in this case, and away from the radar in the reds. And this is a classic downburst right there in that blue circle, and you can see very heavy rain associated with it right where it's occurring. So west of Sawyersville just went through a downburst, and now we have that severe thunderstorm warning with it. And yeah, like I said, I would have no hesitation on issuing a severe thunderstorm warning for that. It looks like the National Weather Service agrees. Still seeing this storm now passing to the east of Huntington in West Virginia. It has kind of come together. It looks like it's got a lot more heavy rain and possibly hail associated with it now. No warning on it at all.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
No warning on it at all here as it passes to the east of Huntington. So that's down the line. That's hurricane in West Virginia, and maybe even tornado in West Virginia to the west of Charleston. We'll see how close that storm gets to Charleston. Right now, it looks like it's going to pass to the north of the city, closer to Sissonville and Pocatalico. Pocatalico? There you go. Pocatalico. My best attempt at the pronunciation of that town right there to the north of Charleston. So let's go look at our new warning again. We don't have a radar site for this because the State College radar is not working at the moment. Then again, the best I could tell you is that this is a preventative warning here that does include State College in Pennsylvania. But of course, the radar site right next to it is not working. I don't know. I don't think they restored it. Yes, they did not restore the radar site. So we have no good look at this. All we can tell is ground reports. So let's see if there's any ground truth or observations with this. Nope, no ground observations cited in the warning, but we can see the rotation from very far away, 2 miles up in the storm. It is rotating a little bit like this, following these blue arrows here. So right in the center there is where we have our new warning in the pink. Looks like it's going to pass just south of State College if it takes the same track. So Ramblewood, be in your safe spots. State College in Pennsylvania and Boalsburg in the area there, and Lamont, be in your safe spots. Accordingly, to the best of our ability to tell, this is a significant rotating thunderstorm from very far away. Of course, you know, the one time when we could have a very close look at a storm from a radar site is when it's not working.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So, as such, we struggle with the results of that. And then, that is a warning in Virginia. So let's see, what counties is that? Bland, Smith, and Wythe. Where are those counties at? Bland, Smith, and Wythe County. Down here, okay. So I don't think we've looked at that storm yet. We have so many different storms to look at. Let's see if we can grab a look at that from the Roanoke radar. That means that's my 7th radar site I'm pulling up. I have to flick through all of them. Now, I want to talk about Knoxville, Tennessee as well in just a second here. Give me 1 second, and I'm going to go over this tornado warning from Roanoke radar. Right along Interstate 81 here. Oh, wow. Okay, I see. So this has a warning on it now. Most of this is side lobe contamination here on the velocity data, but this is definitely showing rotation occurring with this, and it's consistent. So this is a severe thunderstorm, a supercell capable of producing a tornado passing right up I-81 in western Virginia, not West Virginia, but western Virginia. It's going to cross right up through Atkins, Rural Retreat, Wytheville, near Crockett. right out of the Marion area now. So there goes all that side lobing. Now it's gone. I still think that this is a rotating thunderstorm, though. So the reason for this warning may be, a look on the radar like this, which shows very strong winds moving in opposite directions here over Marion. But on the next scan, it's completely gone, and that happens when we get some of those radar artifacts. If I ever say side lobing, that is a radar artifact. And in this case, we definitely have a lot of that shows some faux rotation, some phony rotation. But I still think that this is a tornadic storm despite the appearance on the radar site. So I would be taking shelter all down Interstate 81. This is still a valid tornado warning up through Wythe County. Okay, so let's see. Let's go back to Knoxville, Tennessee. So that's what I want to look at next, because this is definitely going to be a powerful windstorm, basically looking like it's taking aim to go right through Knoxville. So y'all are going to want to be paying attention here in the next 30 minutes or so. You're probably already getting severe thunderstorm conditions entering the city now in Knoxville, Tennessee. But what's back behind is what I'm more concerned with. So this is a bunch of scattered thunderstorm right out ahead of the main line here that's kind of bowing out back behind it. This in the dark blues and purples is your very strong jet, and that jet is driving this storm straight toward Knoxville pretty much. Need a different color to highlight that, but yeah, that jet is driving this straight towards Knoxville. Very strong winds back in here pushing the storm forward. So again, this the strongest part of the storm is yet to hit you. It's back near Lenoir City, Farragut, along I-40, and then the I-75 exchange here. Again, that's also pushing a strong storm into Chattanooga that we were talking about earlier. But I think this is the most concerning, damaging wind threat. We're going to see quite a few reports out of this one, if I had to guess, as this storm gets pushed forward. So Knoxville, it's going to be bad for quite some time. And since we have a few thunderstorms out in front of this, dropping a lot of heavy rain, I'm also pretty concerned about any flash flooding right in this region, right in the metro. So definitely be on the lookout here. The strongest part of the storm is yet to get to you, but I'm concerned about flooding over time. Definitely a time to be indoors, inside in Knoxville, Tennessee. And I think the worst of it is not to you yet, but you can kind of pick it out here. If you look really closely at the radar, if I draw it in blue here, you can see that bow shape taking place right in there. So it's a little bit hidden by all the storms out in front of it, but here's our bowing shape, and that rear inflow jet is so strong right in there. It's so present. So I think there's going to be no shortage of really gusty winds approaching Knoxville here. So please be ready for that. Please be ready for that. We're getting very close to that occurring for the city. All right, let's look in the Chattanooga area. Looks like a little bit of a disorganized mess here with these storms, but one's already trained over the city with some really heavy rain there, particularly just to the south of the southern side of Chattanooga. Looks like it is experiencing the most of the downpour there. It doesn't look all that bad anymore, but it does look like it still has some strong winds associated with it, much less so concerning me or making me concerned than the storm up near Knoxville. But yeah, this is also getting ready to go through parts of northwest Georgia as well. So that's Dalton, Georgia, on the lookout for this severe thunderstorm. All right, so there's your update over there. Yeah, and out ahead of this thing, really not far ahead of this thing. Yeah, Rome, Georgia down here reporting it's hot and windy, so no shortage of storm fuel in place. All right, and then something we're going to have to do today once we start looking into western North Carolina is we're going to have to start looking at the upper tilts of radar here. The upper tilts of the radar are going to be essential to showing us the storms that are occurring in western North Carolina. So you can see here, this is the base scan, the lowest scan of the radar. It's hitting all the mountains here. There are a bunch of tall mountains right here along the state border of Tennessee and North Carolina. When the radar hits that, it's not really showing us anything that's occurring with these storms here. So if we go up in the tilt, you can start to see those taking shape. So now we're looking a little bit higher up in the storm, but we're actually poking past the mountains, poking through them. And we can see that these are starting to intensify here near Silva. And some storms also popping up near Waynesville. But this will be how we'll look at the storms in this area once this large complex you can see back through here actually passes over the mountains and gets to the Asheville area. We will be looking at the upper tilts to confirm what's going on. And if we take a really close look here, I think there's we're gonna have a new tornado warning, I believe, coming through here. But before we look at this,
tornado warning has been issued.
before we look at that, I want to take another close peek here north of Greenville in Tennessee. So I've been watching this for a little bit. Once it was previously when it was near Morristown, this storm has several times attempted to wrap something up here, and I think it may be trying to do that again. Right in the near term, literally in the last couple minutes here north of Greenville. So this is going to go towards Reatown. This area of concerning rotation. If you look really closely, I can draw the supercellular shape for you. There's that little hook right there. And it kind of extends out like this. So here you go. This is an area I'm concerned with that may become tornadic in the near term. Our rotation is right there in the greens and reds together. In Greene County in Tennessee, not currently warned. So we'll see if that gets a warning. That would head over towards Johnson City. So please be aware of that as the storms get closer to you. So we're going to keep a close eye on that one. All right, let's go back through let's go to our new tornado warning. So that is that's our storm that Ryan is chasing. He's fallen a little bit
behind.
A new
PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
There we go. There's our new alert for destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. All right. Glad that one came through. We'll focus on that in just a little bit. So that's a new warning you just heard there for our destructive storms, which are PDS or particularly dangerous situation. For severe thunderstorm warnings, that means upper end wind damage is occurring with those thunderstorms. So we're going to go over there in just a second. You can see the tornado warning for Iron Hill, Old Town, up towards Ashland, along the border here. This is where this tornado warning has been issued for. So that includes northwestern Boyd County in Kentucky, eastern Kentucky here. Northeastern Kentucky, and then southern Greenup County. So that's going to go straight through Old Town at the moment. That's the storm that Ryan's chasing, but he's heading away from it now. I'm not sure why. I guess he ran out of road network, maybe. So he is running away from it, but right now is when it looks like it might be most capable of producing a tornado. So we'll see if he catches back up with it. He definitely is struggling due to the roads up here, but man, if he had a visual on this instead of running away from it, this would be the best case right now. Just unfortunate where it's passing through. There are not many roads up through here. All right, so let's go look at our destructive severe thunderstorm warning in just a second. I actually want to look in West Virginia right now, through and through. And then we'll go up to that warning. So this one storm that was east of Huntington, I've been focusing on it as it gets close to Hurricane. And I saw something concerning with it from the other radar site, but it doesn't look as bad over here. So we'll leave that on severe thunderstorm warning. And then this is another look at that tornado warning in Kentucky from a radar site further away. We're scanning up different parts of the storm so we can see if it's rotating down low and rotating up high, and it sure is. Again, as it approaches Old Town, I would definitely be taking shelter here in Old Town, Kentucky, southern Greenup County, and then entering northern Boyd County in Kentucky. Okay, so let's look at that destructive warning. So that is for south of Cumberland, Maryland. We do have our Cumberland, Maryland virtual railfan camera over there. So let's look at that from perhaps, what radar site do I want for this? We are in a radar hole. So let's look at it from 2 different radar sites and get an idea of what's going on. This destructive warning is in place for 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, ping-pong ball-size hail. So we did get that destructive upgrade to it. It is not actually for the hail size. The hail size is considerable, but the destructive warning with it is actually for damaging winds right there near Lonaconing and Barton. So that's going to pass to the south of Cumberland at the moment. This is a strong supercell that has managed to persist for quite some time. If I play back the loop, we'll download more data so we can see how far back this thing has gone. But we had eyes on it when it was in West Virginia, and it was kind of separating from the mess of storms, the rest of the storms. And that's going to be the case. Any of these storms that are separate and remain supercellular instead of getting caught up in a line are going to pose more of a threat of severe weather today. In all forms, even large hail, even though that's not what we're expecting to be the primary risk today. So we'll play back that loop. You can see for a while now, this supercell has persisted on its own through the western panhandle of Maryland here, dropping some pretty large hail and also being tornado warned several times through its life. At the moment, it looks the least tornadic, but I wouldn't be surprised if it tries to wrap up again. And an update on our State College, Pennsylvania cell. Again, we don't have a radar site close to this, so this is probably a preventative tornado warning because we can't look at the storm in the lower levels. This radar site is out of commission at the moment, being upgraded for operations. So this warning is in place for a preventative measure, which means you should be taking shelter. It looks like the storm could produce a tornado, but we don't have verification of that at the surface. We rely on the National Weather Service to receive a bunch of reports to them from people who are storm spotters. We've taken courses with the National Weather Service to be able to report things in particular. Okay, good. So this is something that's really important.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We were just looking at this in Greene County. They have decided to issue a warning for it. The latest radar scan doesn't look as bad in terms of tight rotation, but this did get a warning with it into Greene and Washington County in Tennessee. This is exactly what we were discussing north of Greenville. So this is going to go into the Johnson City area and Unicoi and Irwin. Down the line, that is. We have this tornado warning. There it is. Just popped up. We're just talking about that. So I am glad the National Weather Service warned this storm. It definitely was on the border of being warned or not. It doesn't look like it is producing a tornado right now, especially in these latest few scans. But they have went ahead and issued the warning for it since it is a rotating storm with the potential to produce a tornado. So I'm glad we called that one out ahead of time. It's a good look at the radar there. So please be taking shelter or thinking about taking shelter as the storm gets into Washington County. It probably won't last too long. This looks like more of like a spin-up tornado scenario, so it shouldn't last too long. But be ready for it out ahead of this as it goes into Washington County. Now back towards Knoxville. I am again really concerned with this storm and its damaging wind potential here as it gets closer to Knoxville. So this is really my concern. We'll have to watch for anything else if there is a tornado threat associated with this, but it might be able to spin something up here in this mess, and this is going to be rain wrapped. If anything occurs in here, it'll be rain wrapped. But I've been watching this for a while. Those dark blues you can see on approach to Knoxville are the rear inflow jet that we've been talking about. Heading right into the city. So, like, you're not going to be able to see it because there's a bunch of storms out ahead of it in Knoxville. But this would have a nasty shelf cloud with it. There's our bow echo shape to it. This is just a classic storm presentation for very strong winds. I'm kind of surprised that the severe thunderstorm warning hasn't been upgraded at all. Because this is going to bring some widespread damaging winds with it to Knoxville and the metro in general. So Maryville all along the road up through I-75. Pretty much going to see the worst of this over the next 15 minutes or so. It's about to get pretty bad in Knoxville. Again, there is this weird signature here near Carnes that's popped up for a few frames now. Not currently tornado warned. But it is kind of coming together on the velocity there, so I'm watching that really closely. This is an unconventional look. I'm not sure if that is legitimate rotation or not, but if it is warned, then be ready for that in Knoxville. So it's a good idea to be taking shelter regardless. In this area, you want to be in the interior most room of your house or basement if you've got it. The winds are going to be pretty strong anyways, so you want to be away from any glass windows or so forth in the Knoxville area. All right, so let's go ahead and look into our Western Virginia tornado warning as well from the Roanoke radar. This was a previous warned storm, currently still warned, approaching Wytheville. I think that this warning may not have been the best tornado warning issued. Maybe they have some storm spotter reports for this, but this was always a side lobed velocity signature, so it's still a strong storm moving right over I-81, but I don't think it's producing a tornado at the moment. And it doesn't look like it's going to have a very good. It doesn't look like it's going to have a great time doing so. So I'm not super concerned with the future of this storm here near Wytheville, but we'll keep watching it if it does wrap something up. We're not too far away from a radar site, so we have a decent look at the storm in particular. All right, so lots to look at here. Again, from north to south. Let's go back up to Pennsylvania briefly. Again, we're looking at a radar hole through and through.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
I don't think that this warning will continue for State College or out ahead of it to the east near Milroy, Center Hall, Milheim in Pennsylvania. This is a preventative warning since our radar site next to the storm is not functional at the moment. It is down for repairs, operations upgrades. So from what I can tell, this warning will not be continued as the storm passes over State College. Next up to the west of that, we do have a rotating storm near Marion Center, Plumville, and Punxsutawney in Pennsylvania here. So this is western Pennsylvania, pretty much in the forests up here. But this storm is pretty weakly rotating. I'm not seeing too much of a concern with it at the moment. We'll see if that becomes a problem, but I would say this is a supercell in the area of Mahaffey and Punxsutawney here in Pennsylvania. Some of you guys might know Punxsutawney Phil, if you remember Groundhog Day. That's in this area over here. Not currently tornado warned, but definitely posing a severe thunderstorm threat. All right, let's go back and look at Ryan's storm that he was on here as it goes over Old Town, Kentucky, and approaches Ashland from the west, right here along the border, along the river. This does look like it's going to pass pretty close to Huntington, West Virginia as well. It's going to get pretty close to you guys once again over there, so be ready for that. Be ready for another storm in your area. One just went to the south with some decently large hail. That's over Hurricane, West Virginia now. Another one is approaching from the west and may go just off to your north, closer to Ashland. So it does look like this is going to go right over Ashland. If they continue the tornado warning, please be ready to seek shelter in the interior most room of your house or basement if you got it over here. The Ashland, Kentucky area. This is on the Kentucky side of the border. For the rest of our storms down here through Kentucky, they are moving through eastern Kentucky in particular. I'm not seeing anything super concerning at the moment with this line down here. It definitely looks curvy and spinny and wavy, but I'm not seeing anything on the velocity that would be worthy of a tornado warning at the moment. Same for this one supercell that's now to the north of Prestonsburg. This one has been severe warned for a while. Called it out back here before it was severe warned when it was producing a downburst. And it's taken on a merger storm there pretty nicely. That storm went right into the center of it. You can just see it merge together like that. Right into the center. And whenever this happens, there is a chance for this to become tornadic with the merging storm. That can sometimes work with synergy in such a way that would induce rotation. So we'll keep a close eye on this in the next few minutes as it goes towards Martin County. Okay, so let's now look at Knoxville. So going from north to south here, let's go back to the Knoxville area. Again, no tornado warning for whatever area of concern we were just looking at there. That's kind of come together west of Knoxville. So that has not received a tornado warning, but again, everything here is going to be pretty darn bad as the damaging winds spread through. So from west to east, this is now definitely entering the metro proper. People are going to have one heck of a time in Knoxville. One heck of a time in Knoxville coming up, just like I've been talking about. So I've been concerned with Knoxville for a while. The strongest winds are approaching. There's your destructive warning that was just issued there. Goodness gracious, I don't even know if that's come through. I think that just came through. Oh yeah, I see. So that came through with as a continued warning, so we have to work on that. I'll make a mental note of that. So now this warning has been upgraded. They may sound the sirens for this in Knoxville, Saviorville, etc. In these areas, in this warning, this metro area, they may sound sirens for this as it is a destructive severe thunderstorm. Like I've been telling you guys, this definitely deserved an upgrade. I'm glad that it's in here now. I tried to give you advanced warning of it, but most people tune in when it gets pretty bad, which it is right now. So hopefully I was able to reach some people beforehand. But yeah, this is going to be a pretty gnarly damaging windstorm right through here. Again, we've been pointing this out for a while. Here is when I started watching it back here. When we started seeing those dark blues and purples showing up right there, this is our rear inflow jet about 25 minutes ago, right there in Roane County. That's moved right into Knoxville, just like I've said. You can go back in the stream and find the receipts for that. Bringing those damaging winds right through the metro and prompting an upgrade to our severe thunderstorm warning. So it's going to be pretty gnarly here in Knoxville. Again, I recommend being away from windows in this windstorm. The shape you're looking at, this is your storm. It's taken on the shape of a bow pretty purely here. So you can see that bow shape right there. You can almost draw it as a banana if you wanted to. Maybe it's a banana storm. Whatever helps you understand that this shape of storm tells you that the winds are pushing this forward very rapidly right into the metro of Knoxville. So quite a few damaging wind reports are probably going to come out here. In Farragut, back here to the west, there's already several tree and power lines down being reported. So that's going to be widespread through Knoxville through Powell, Rockford down through Maryville, possibly would be the worst of the winds down there. Down the line, that's going to go right up Highway 11, west and east through Jefferson City and Morristown. Once again, you guys are going to get another storm, which means this flash flooding is going to be accentuated. So please don't be out driving in this either if you can help it. I don't see any reports of I don't see any reports of damaging winds in not damaging winds, sirens in Knoxville. So nobody's saying anything about sirens in Knoxville. We lost our virtual railfan camera. So we'll put up a new railfan camera there. Yeah, I see that. It's down now. My goodness, yeah. Knoxville is really getting hammered here with this damaging wind. This is pretty intense here. So really strong winds are moving through Knoxville right now. Hopefully I gave enough of a heads up for this, because this is going to down some power lines. Maybe take down some small trees with it too. I wouldn't be surprised at all. So you guys, are you losing power in Knoxville? What's going on? What is going on in Knoxville? Your power's out in Farragut. You're in Knoxville. It was wild. Yeah, definitely wild. It's moving through from west to east now, so eastern Knoxville is about to get it. You got phone alerts, but no sirens there. You're in Maryville. I think it'll be a little bit less bad down there. I mean, you should be in the worst of it now, so whatever's going on outside will be the worst of it. Power out in Maryville. It's a good idea to be away from the windows, though, yes. Power's flickering. All right. Emergency alerts, yeah, that's good. It's good that you got the emergency alerts. Sometimes areas like this, metro areas like Knoxville, will sound the sirens outside, tornado sirens outside for destructive warnings like this. But yeah, I've been watching this for a while. I'm really glad that I picked up on that. Yeah, I definitely think this is worth a destructive warning. All right, so over here, let's go back and look at our tornado warning that was over here in Reatown, northeast of Greenville. I don't really see a reason to continue this warning out ahead for the Johnson City area in eastern Tennessee. Not seeing a reason to continue that tornado warning, but I am seeing some strong winds associated with the storm right here. You can see they've issued the severe thunderstorm into North Carolina now as well. Off to the north of Asheville. So these storms will go north of Asheville, maybe closer to Boone down the line over there in North Carolina. But this damaging windstorm here is going to keep fanning out as it approaches the Appalachian spine here, the ridge lines here. So it's going to keep fanning out and go into western North Carolina. I think it has the potential to bring some very powerful winds with it into western North Carolina out ahead of this. So there's our bow echo passing right into this region. I think this area will see the worst of the damaging winds. So heads up for Asheville, I-40 west of there, maybe as far south as Hendersonville, but Asheville and basically the the university at Mars Hill looks to be right in the line of this. Yeah, Cooksville is fine. Cookville is fine. Wow, really, really strong windstorm for Knoxville. Probably one of the worst you guys have gone through in recent times. I think this is just posed to go right through Knoxville with the most powerful winds. All right, so again, I don't think this warning will be continued. I don't think it will be issued or continued for Johnson City in eastern Tennessee, but you will see some pretty strong storms, especially just to the south for Irwin. Let's go back down south and look through the rest of our storms now that we've covered the Knoxville situation as it happens. The rest of northwest Georgia is getting in on some severe thunderstorms that have moved out of Chattanooga now. The Chattanooga airport did record almost 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, though, so definitely not a storm you want to be outside for in Dalton, in Georgia and surrounding areas in the northwest part of the state. The storms off to the southwest of you are less impressive, but we have more damaging windstorms entering northwest Alabama that will kind of sweep through the Birmingham area and eventually towards Atlanta. So these storms back in here will be what goes through Atlanta later this afternoon, and eventually into South Carolina as well. So that's our cold front. You can kind of see the cold front down here is trailing back like this, and then it comes right up along this line. All of our storm activity is focused along and ahead of the front. All right, so back up to Kentucky now. Back down and up, looking through all our warnings. I think we'll probably see another tornado warning issued out ahead of this for Ashland, Kentucky. So we've been watching this one for a while. I think Ashland, Kentucky, Catlettsburg, and areas just north of Huntington will see a new warning if they decide to go ahead and issue another warning for this storm. The decision process is happening right now, I imagine. If they've already got sirens going off in this area, that's good out ahead of time to let you know to take shelter or not be outside from. That's the purpose of the sirens. And back down through eastern Kentucky, some of these storms look concerning in signatures, but I'm not seeing any tight rotation on them yet on the velocity side of things. So not super concerned with those supercells. Super concerns. And then down here near Paintsville, this is a supercell that's taken on another storm, but it is also not looking incredibly tornadic in the near term. So watching this one, but not seeing too much of a concern there. All right, let's look through West Virginia now. Let's look through West Virginia now, as I have Chris in my ear as well. See what Chris has to say. I gotta bring up Zello again though. Hopefully it doesn't break. Yeah, go ahead, Chris. So let's see what Chris has to say.
Hey, buddy, we are on US 23 heading north.
We're getting ready to come up on we have to make a decision
US 23 heading up north through an internet dead zone. A data.
Heading up towards that storm near Salyersville and Paintsville. Underwent a merger, and it actually sort of made it cycle a little bit as it should, and now it's trying to do what it looks like a split. So we're going to go up there after that, and if I have service, which is not very well through here, I'll send a couple of videos and pictures up to you.
All right, perfect. Okay, gotcha, Chris. Thank you for that. Yeah, I definitely want to see some pictures from that. The merger was pretty interesting, but it doesn't look too impressive on velocity, as you've seen. The ground truth will do us justice, so I await your pictures.
That's US 23. We'll take it.
All right.
South.
And while I listen to Chris, you'll hear Ryan in the background because that's what I'm listening to constantly. I don't think I want to keep him up though; he's a little distracting. But he's working on stuff constantly back there. So if I ever have to take a break, you guys will get to listen to Ryan in the meantime. What I can say though is from a radar site further away, you can see that these storms in eastern Kentucky are rotating when we look way up in the storm. So near West Liberty is rotating near Zag and Dan. But toward the surface, they aren't exhibiting as much of that rotation. So it's all up in the storm, up in the mesocyclone, in the clouds, but not so much toward the surface. So that we don't have to worry about tornadoes in the near term. Then up through the west, the rest of West Virginia. That's a tongue twister. Not seeing too much concerning besides damaging winds. Local microbursts are possible in these storms, which is a very localized area of damaging winds and very heavy rain, such that you can't see when you're driving. So that's one of the most pertinent concerns here with any of these storms in West Virginia, as well as a flash flood threat later on. So let's go back up to Maryland and Pennsylvania. I have 8 different radar sites open. Let's see what's going on up here. We did have that destructive warning for the storm that as it was passing through the Cumberland area. And then we got the webcam back, though. So there you can see Cumberland, Maryland webcam is back on the basically through the middle of this storm. So this is a look at this on radar, and then you have the camera back down there in the bottom right. So we've had that back up. It's raining buckets there. I don't know how long that's been up, but hopefully we got to see some of the downpours that moved through the town there, in that now considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So that's the middle tier of severe thunderstorm warnings. 70-mile-an-hour winds possible there. And then our warning up in Pennsylvania was also allowed to expire, so you can see we have no more tornado warnings now. But we have so many severe thunderstorms. We have 28 severe thunderstorm warnings right now, so no shortage of activity, and no shortage of expected tornadic activity through the evening as well, as these storms get into the Washington, D.C., Baltimore areas. All right, so that's up there. Let's go back down now. We just looked at Kentucky, so let's go back to Tennessee. Again, that warning was not continued for Greene County and Johnson City into Washington County and Unicoi County. So no tornado warning continued there, but I do think it was an okay call to warn it back when we were looking at it closer to Greenville when it looked like this. This is when I saw it and was like, that could be worth a tornado warning for sure. And then a couple scans later, we got the warning coming through, and now the storm looks much less tornadic in nature. So it's looking more like a damaging wind threat right there. And then this is the behemoth that just moved through Knoxville, prompted our destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Basically, the worst of the winds are traveling right along Highway 11, west and east, towards Jefferson City. So you guys in Jefferson City need to be ready for this one. Your friends in Knoxville can tell you what just happened. Your friends in Strawberry Plains probably can't tell you what's happening now because they're losing power. But in Jefferson City, you should be ready for this very strong
A new
windstorm.
PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And that would be for your area there. That is your new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson City, probably for Morristown as well. in this region. So please be ready for that. They've also gone ahead and issued it for. I saw Blount County in there. So what was that for? Oh, I see. That was a continuation of it. Okay. So that came through as a continuation of our current destructive warning. But don't be surprised if it's issued out ahead of this. So I really want J City here in Eastern Tennessee to think about being away from windows, as well as Morristown. There you go. There it is. So there's our new warning coming through. I really want you guys to be away from windows. This pocket right here of dark blues on your screen that I'm trying to circle here in blue. Dark blues and purples right there. Those are very, very strong winds that are close to the surface. They are pushing the storm forward very, very rapidly, and it's going right along the highway, right along I-40 as well, up to Jefferson City. It's going to cause widespread power outages. It's going to bring down some trees, a lot of tree branches. It's going to blow your trampolines away, so be ready for that. This is the strongest part of this windstorm over here. So that warning also includes as far south as Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge for any tourists down there. But I think the worst of the winds are definitely much further north in this concentrated area. So we call this pocket of blues right here a rear inflow jet. And that essentially means the back part of the storm is being pushed forward by a jet, a very powerful stream of air that is just punching forward and blowing the storm forward. So that's what we have going on right here in this this region, and it's going right up the highway, right up I-40 too. So Knoxville is done with it. There's probably still some pretty gusty winds on the backside of it, but now we're concerned with Jefferson City, Strawberry Plains going through it, and Dandridge, and then up towards White Pine, Bainbury, and Morristown. I think that this warning should have included Morristown, because that's where the rear inflow jet is concentrated. If you play back the loop, you can see that it's pretty much spreading out, fanning out here in an east-northeast fashion. So pretty much the worst of the storm is heading up this direction. That's in orientation with the radar, though.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
That is in orientation with the radars, though, so we can see the worst of the winds are fanning out toward the radar up this way, but we also could still have very damaging winds fanning out this way that we don't have as good of a look at on the radar site because it's scanning this direction instead of into the storm. So all along this line can still have very powerful winds. I just also wanted to shout out Morristown because you guys should be ready for this after already going through some storms a little bit earlier. So the worst of it is through Chattanooga now, but this is still a really strong line of storms here, a really strong bow echo as well. That's going to pass into western North Carolina after it's done hammering eastern Tennessee here. All right, so we got another PDS severe thunderstorm warning, which will be for 80 mile-an-hour winds, and that's for parts of the Maryland Panhandle and eastern West Virginia Panhandle as well. Everything's a panhandle over there. So let's go take a look at that. That is, again, for that Cumberland, Maryland storm. It's now east of Cumberland, but it is going to locally impact Old Town in Maryland now. Not Old Town, Kentucky, but Old Town, Maryland. Magnolia and Pawpaw, right along the border here into Morgan County. In West Virginia. I'm trying to see which state this is. The borders are everywhere. So this is a destructive warning for damaging winds coming up next in these regions. So we have another destructive windstorm. That is not the first destructive warning this has received. So heated as such. You can kind of see the back end of the storms there in the bottom right corner. That's our Cumberland, Maryland camera from Virtual Railfan. So that's right in this region. We're now on the backside of the storm there, but our destructive warning is right here. So that's the worst of the storm over there. Sorry, Ryan is like laughing in my ear. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. So distracting. About 14,000 without power in Chattanooga. Yeah, I think there will be even more without power in the Knoxville area for sure. Yeah, Pawpaw's on the West Virginia side. Thank you, Daniel, for the support. Any super chats I might have missed. Much appreciated. Eastern West Virginia. And they're there. Yep. So that's the worst of the storm. This is also trying to rotate a little bit again. I don't think this is non-tornadic at all. I think this could definitely have a tornado element right here, just to the north of Old Town, right south of Interstate 68 here in the Maryland panhandle here. So this could have a tornadic element to it as well. So I'm gonna keep an eye on this one. I wouldn't be surprised if this continues on a track here that we could get a tornado warning with this, in addition to the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So watching that closely. All right, so let's go back down.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let's go down to Highland County. Do I have a radar site there? No, that is a radar hole. Oh boy. All right, so our new tornado warning is actually right here where I was about to look, in Highland County in Virginia, and on the West Virginia border here. I was about to look there, but I do not have a good radar site for that at all. That is purely a radar hole site. So we have a preventative warning. There it is, a preventative warning in place here. Oh no, is my thing frozen? Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, there we go. All right, so this is our one warning now. I can't really see much of anything with this storm here. This is one heck of a radar hole. But so as a result, what we're going to see here, thank you, Dave, for the super chat, is this is a preventative warning, meaning that we are far away from a radar site. We can't see what's happening at the surface at all. This is a storm that actually has a hail spike with it. So there's some hail being formed in the upper part of the storm right here in the pinks and the deep reds there. And it is enough of a concern to warrant a tornado warning, even though we are far away from a radar site. So when these happen, I call them preventative warnings, meaning that they are done to make sure that people are taking shelter, even though we can't really tell what's happening in the lower part of the storm. So yeah, this is like the best look I have at the storm. 2 different radar sites. Let's see if this one tells us anything else. Yeah, like a little bit of rotation might be evident from this radar, but this is literally the closest I can be, and we're looking about 2 miles up into the storm for this warning here. So a possible tornadic storm will eventually approach Harrisonburg, Bridgewater, north of Staunton in Virginia. Right along Interstate 81 up there. This storm down here that was previously tornado warned into Wythe County is never had a super concerning tornadic element to it. It was actually warned for side lobe contamination, which is interesting that they did warn it. But yep, currently severe warned, but nothing more than that. I think as we get to the Hillsville area. Oh, hold on 1 second. My poor kitty is having a little bit of trouble. Let me help out Midas kitty. Just give me a second. All right, you'll listen to Ryan and Carly for just a second. Oh, what's up, kitty?
Okay. Okay. I turned it down slightly.
What did you turn down? Oh
What
my
did you
god.
say?
Why is it so hard to talk to you right now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
I can hear you too.
Okay.
Okay.
Chandra's got me laughing. She choked on popcorn.
Oh, you're okay. You're okay. All right, Midas kitty is having a little bit of a bad day.
I found the
But here
warnings
he is.
overlay.
He's doing okay now.
And I
You're
turned
okay.
it down slightly.
You're okay.
Okay, turn it down a little bit more than what.
I got you.
Okay, done.
And next time.
All right, I gotta let him hang out on the desk.
chat.
I gotta let him hang out on the desk a little bit. I have to be a cat dad for just a second here. Sweet. Yeah, just chill right there. Okay.
Did they upgrade the one?
Apologies.
But
Gotta be a cat dad for just a second. He woke up and started coughing. All right. So let's get back into Eastern Tennessee here. Ryan sounds grumpy. He had to reroute along the road system in northeastern Kentucky, so yeah, he's not going to have the best time up there. If he's losing sight of his tornadic storm, he's not going to be happy about that. You're okay, kitty. There you go. Good kitty. All right, you're okay. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Yeah. I think the storm is actually fanning out a little bit up here as it gets to Jefferson City. This is what happens with damaging windstorms in this region, or any region really, is they have a highlighted corridor of very strong winds. We saw that go through Knoxville just a little bit ago. And eventually, I mean, those really powerful winds are going to just start to blow up. Essentially, they have the whole horizon to expand upon, and so what we see here is the storm actually getting larger, fanning out more, overall, and that means that the winds overall will be less impactful, but more widespread. So we're gonna keep seeing that near Jefferson City, near Morristown. You are going to get some damaging winds, but they may not be as bad as expected. Okay, so still that one warning, the preventative warning up here on the western Virginia and Virginia border. No other tornadic parts of the storm that I'm seeing at the moment. No, he just gets hairballs sometimes. He just has to deal with a little bit of a hairball. But he woke up and was like, "Oh man!" So I had to go and get him, and to go and grab him to make sure he's doing okay. Now he's sleeping on my desk already, so he's doing fine now. I'm waiting to see what kind of wind gust reports came out of Knoxville. We have a 60-mile-an-hour report north of Maryville, but I think the worst impacts are definitely through the city of Knoxville. So that I can give a sort of heads up with some numbers for Jefferson City here, even though you guys are about to go through it now. And maybe the worst of it is just south of Jefferson City and White Pine now. But it is probably gonna bring some widespread power outages through this area. So we're watching this storm. This is the most interesting part here, is this storm is starting to move through the mountains. And once we move through the mountains, we have to start looking up further into the storm to get over the mountains and see what's happening as it gets into western North Carolina. So if you don't know how to handle radar in this area, you might see some people just showing the radar and it looks all splatchy as we get into western North Carolina. They're not showing you the right thing because your radar beams are being blocked by the mountains here in the Blue Ridge and also the basically any ridge line of the Appalachia here. So you have to start looking up further in height. So the radar scans in volumes. It'll scan all parts of the storm, essentially. And to get over the mountains, you got to start going up. So that's what we'll start doing here once these cross the border into North Carolina, just to make sure I've got the best coverage possible for you guys in this area. All right, quick scan through to see if I see anything super concerning on all this radar data. But right now, I think the worst of what's occurred today was the very strong windstorm to go through Knoxville with widespread power outages. All right, let's look into northwest Georgia very quickly here as well. We have the storms moving through down here. These aren't going to be the storms that actually go through the Atlanta area, but they will eventually reach Greenville in South Carolina. So northeast Georgia and parts of South Carolina will see this part of the storms. You can see that this is cold front essentially is dragging them all along here. And these are pretty much moving due east along this entire corridor. So everybody's going to get in on some storms along this this corridor of the cold front. But what will happen? What will happen down the line is this stuff back here in northwest Alabama will move through from basically Birmingham to the north, and these will reach Atlanta and also maybe the central part of South Carolina, maybe Augusta and East Georgia as well, will be the southern periphery of all of these storms back here as they fan out. So everybody will get in on some storms eventually, but they're going to be different parts of it and thus different times of day that they will eventually reach. So those ones will reach in the evening for the Atlanta area into parts of South Carolina. Definitely the evening hours as opposed to the afternoon here. All right. All right, Midas is now done with me. He's like, thank you for dealing with that. Now I'm done with you. Classic cat activities. Well, actually, he's being a pretty good kitty and going on top of his cat tree. Take a look at this. Oh, Midas kitty, helper, meteorologist helper. I need a new tag for this. There he is over there. He never used to go up there, so I'm glad he's finally going up in his cat tree there. Feeling good about that. All right, so I think it's about time. I wish that once this last tornado warning expires, it'll be time to do a little bit of a forecast so we can see that down the line when things will get to people. I covered that earlier on in the stream, but we can do an updated one a couple hours into the stream here. So let's go first up north. I'm going to go up to this radar site. Let's first go north to south and cover things as they stand. This supercell is pretty powerful, traveling just to the south of Hagerstown. So it looks like St. James, San Mar, maybe as far north as Funkstown will get in on the worst of this with any hail that this is dropping and any strong winds. Doesn't look super tornadic, though. Nothing imminently concerning in reference to tornadoes there. No other storms in Pennsylvania actually have really looked tornadic at all. I think our tornado activity may be confined to the DC to Baltimore area, but all of central Pennsylvania is in that same tornado watch up through here. So I'll keep watching, but I think that maybe our tornado activity as it stands will be focused maybe along this line of storms right here if this manages to spin up any tornadoes as it fans out ahead of this. But I think these storms back in here will probably bring our greatest tornado threat as we move off to the east. All right. Oh, well, just as I said that, we are going to get that warning for Wyoming County.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
County. Oh, wow. All the way up here. So from the place that I can't see, let's look at the Binghamton radar, maybe. We need a new radar site for this, because, yeah, that is a storm I just cannot see. Just as I say that, right? Just as I say that, we can actually see this from the Binghamton radar. And it is, again, a little bit of side lobing. Let's see how consistent this one's been. Oh, yeah, I'm not too in line with this warning at all, but from what I can see, this is probably worth a tornado warning in general. I don't think the velocity signatures are entirely legitimate, but I could see why they issued this warning. Some very threshold tornado warnings are being issued today, and every National Weather Service office is going to be different in their analysis of radar data. But yeah, I don't think this is exactly what they may have been looking for. So maybe we have some ground observations for this warning in particular that would lead to it. Sometimes they note that in the warnings themselves, but I don't see it this time. So they're just going off of radar data. So a rotating storm here just barely crossed the threshold. The new velocity scan, I think, might not be warranting a tornado warning, but definitely be taking shelter here in Ralston in Pennsylvania. All right. I really wish we had this central Pennsylvania radar back. Like, this would be very helpful with the storms today. So this is unfortunately bad timing, and it happens. It definitely happens. All right, so let's try and look at our other active tornado warning that we can't see anything about in McDowell in Virginia here, Highland County. Really can't see anything going on here because we are in a complete radar hole, and this is just no radars are in this area. So doing the best we can over here for Harrisonburg and Staunton. We're gonna have some preventative warnings in place with this if any more do come through. Scanning a couple miles up into the storm, that's the best we can do over here. So if it's rotating up there, we might as well say it's rotating at the surface to give you the best heads up possible. So that's why we call it a preventative warning. Still have that destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Pawpaw over here in West Virginia along the Maryland border and the Panhandle. Very interesting. This did not end up being tornadic. We were watching to see if this would come together, but it is mostly fizzled out there in terms of rotation. So now we just have some strong straight line damaging winds. I think they'll likely allow this destructive warning to expire. And there we go. Now we're getting some of the considerable severe thunderstorms into western North Carolina with that newest update there. That's what I was waiting for as the storm fans out over there. I think we'll start to see the really strong winds over there that we'll be covering. So yeah, can't see too much over here from either Roanoke or the Sterling radars. Neither of them are covering this storm at all. It is unfortunate. All right, so we've covered that. Let's look at Kentucky. It's been a little bit since we looked over there. No new tornado warnings have come through for this area in eastern Kentucky, which is good news. But some strong storms have still passed through the area for sure. Now to the north of Huntington, like we've been talking about. It's moved through the Ashland area along the border, pretty much hit them head on, but didn't have any severe thunderstorm warning associated with it until after it passed through the town here. So it's going off to the north of Huntington with the worst of the impacts near Athalia coming up. And then I believe Ryan is probably dropping south here through the rain. You can see his feed there. He's dropping south through the rain to get to this area of rotation near Fallsburg and Louisa. And that area of rotation is going due east. So it is about to pass over the highway, and every scan actually looks a little bit better here. So I wouldn't be surprised with a warning here for Louisa, Kentucky. Yeah, definitely the latest scan on velocity here in eastern Kentucky looks the most concerning. So wouldn't be surprised for a warning here in Lawrence County, northern Lawrence County, Kentucky, and into Wayne County in West Virginia. So we'll see if that does come through. I wouldn't be surprised at all with this latest scan if they do or are issuing the warning for this. Louisa, Kentucky, y'all watch out. Would consider taking shelter here. Would consider taking shelter over here. Thank you guys for the super chats. Any that I might have missed, very much appreciated. The chat goes so fast. I can't even catch back up with all of them. So yeah, actually expect a warning here. Ryan is a little far to the north of that, and he's going to be driving through heavy rain associated with the storm. It looks a little bit worse now on this latest scan, so may have been that brief intensification of the rotation, and then we may have a de-acceleration now of rotation here. So hopefully that keeps de-accelerating. Do not want to see a tornado warning with this, but y'all watch out just in case there is one. All right, cover that area. Now we'll go to Tennessee. So many things to cover. So many different areas to look at here. So the worst of the winds have passed through the Dandridge and pretty much the Jefferson City area and now Morristown. Does look like they're starting to fan out a little bit. And the rainfall may be less intense overall for most areas here. But we are still seeing very strong winds, pretty much focused right next to Parrottsville in Tennessee here. So that might stay to the south of Greenville. The worst of the damage may stay south of Greenville, maybe in this corridor right here. Let me draw that for you. So right here is where it looks like the strongest winds are based on this radar data right here. The tans and the light browns are 70, 75-mile-an-hour winds possible in these pockets right here, pretty close to the surface since we're right next to the radar site. So I'm looking at some very strong damaging winds here, up to 78, 79-mile-an-hour winds near Parrottville. So let's see. In terms of tornadic activity, not seeing anything too bad over here. Again, we have to start looking up higher tilts to see everything to do with these storms as we get into mountainous terrain. There may be some rotation associated with this storm near Spruce Pine, Ledger, and Bakersville in Mitchell County in North Carolina. Maybe some rotation embedded in this, so I'm watching that a little closely here as best I can. Thankfully, we're not too far away from the radar site, but we are getting into the mountains here, so it's going to be tough to get it. It's going to be tough to know exactly what's happening. It's tough to nail it down. All right, so now we're starting to get our severe thunderstorm warnings issued out ahead of this line of storms crossing over the Appalachian spine right now. The ridge lines and giving us our severe thunderstorm warnings are going to start going into the Asheville area now too. So that's a considerable warning for Waynesville. Just 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. There's also hail associated with this. I don't know where hail would be in this storm, so I'm actually kind of surprised that that has hail included with it, but there may be hail associated with this storm too. It's not going to be too large. I definitely think the main concern is damaging winds. So this does include also Western North Carolina University, and then up through Haywood County. Middle tier severe thunderstorm warning. Very uncommon in this part of the state of North Carolina. So this is a rarity. But like I said, these storms are not going to have too much trouble at all passing through the mountains there. So once again, here's the lowest scan of the radar. You can see it looks kind of weird. Like, why is there a severe thunderstorm warning right here? It just looks kind of splotchy. Well, you got to start going up in height so that you can see the storm better over the mountains, and then this starts to make a little more sense. So this is how we watch the radar over here in the mountains of Western North Carolina. Definitely have this strong severe thunderstorm warning moving through right over the mountaintops. Imagine being on the ridge line here. There are some mountains that are 6,000 feet tall here, and you just have a 70-mile-an-hour windstorm blow over them. That's kind of wild to imagine what it would be like on top of those mountains. So yeah, definitely looking further up here. Greenville to the south, especially near Parrottsville, just went through the worst of the wind over here. Man, even possible embedded rotation as well near Hot Springs, North Carolina. That is so strange to me to say, but yeah, we could have a brief spin up tornado right here. These happen sometimes right along the mountains, right along the base of the mountains. You can actually get tornadoes right in here because the valleys, imagine there's peaks of mountains here, and maybe there's a valley in between the mountains, maybe a river valley. The air can funnel right through that. A lot of wind can funnel right through that at the surface and cause some tornadoes right here along the mountains. So we could see that happening on the valley floor right here. Brief tornado possible. Would not even be surprised if it did produce one right here. I don't think there's much of any population at all here because this is definitely a very rural spot in the mountainous terrain, but definitely possible tornadoes happening right now. North of Hot Springs, North Carolina, about to cross over State Road 70 here, one of the paths through the mountains to cross the border into Tennessee from North Carolina. The only other problem about looking at storms through Western North Carolina is that the upper tilts of the radar, they update less often. So it's going to take some time before we see our next scan here for these areas of western North Carolina. So gonna take some time, but we want to make sure it is accurate. I think this area over here, again near Bakersville, Ledger, and Spruce Pine in Mitchell County, is actually looking much more concerning further up in the storm, and also just anywhere in the storm. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a tornado warning for this. Very, very unusual tornado warning, but it would be for Mitchell, Avery counties, and maybe even northwest Burke County. Lots of mountains in here. Grandfather Mountain in this vicinity. Just passing near Mount Mitchell too. What a weird spot for rotation to show up. But let's keep an eye out for a possible tornado warning for this storm here. It would include Cross North, and again parts of Avery, Mitchell County. I would say y'all watch out over here. Good idea to be in shelter just in case this is warned, because it is definitely rotating pretty quickly here. So this is a very unusual storm for this spot of western North Carolina in the mountains. But tornadoes can happen in the mountains. You can have a tornado go up a mountain and down the mountainside just fine. The only trouble you would have with that is that it's harder to get the ingredients in place. But the ingredients are there, then it will happen. It can still happen. Doesn't matter if it goes up or down the mountain. It'll stretch out and widen or thin. The cloud height will probably stay the same. So we'll see if that is warned. I would almost advise warning that. So yeah, y'all watch out over here in western North Carolina. All right. Looking really messy over here. Probably the worst storm of the year for most people over here in the Blue Ridge. Okay. Let's go through our all of our storms here. So we have 2 active tornado warnings right now, in one in northeast Pennsylvania and one in a radar hole in central Virginia, northwest Virginia. I don't know what you want to call that in particular. Trying to look at this on Radar Omega to see if I'm missing anything here, just in case, because things are acting a little weird. All right, so this one in our radar hole was allowed to expire again. That was a preventative warning since we're so far away from a radar site. Still going to be severe warned out in front of it. So Harrisonburg, down through Bridgewater, you guys are going to get in on severe conditions. It'll be a severe thunderstorm for sure. This one up near Hagerstown is dropping a lot of hail. And this pink and purple here in the Maryland Peninsula and also eastern West Virginia Peninsula. Whoa, that's a mouthful for sure. Very large hail. Up to tennis ball size is falling with this storm. This is an incredible storm. Incredible supercell right here in Washington County and also into northwestern Frederick County in Maryland here. So this is starting to enter the main part of Maryland. Storms are getting there. This is a prefrontal supercell. I can draw the shape for you. It's actually got a little bit of that flying eagle shape, so you can see it split in the middle there. So we have the updraft spinning and splitting in between here, and that's, you could follow the rain essentially on the radar to see the structure of the storm. Pretty cool stuff. But these pinks and purples here indicate where probably a lot of hail is falling, and possibly large hail also falling just south of Hagerstown, Funkstown, getting in on the worst of it on Highway 40A. That will eventually go towards Smithsburg, Thurmont, and north of Frederick, a good clip there in Maryland for immediate impacts. And then for other active tornado warning,
a new tornado watch has been issued.
In northeastern Pennsylvania, I think this one will likely be allowed to expire as well for Ralston. I never thought this was that great of a tornado warning. It makes sense why it was warned, but in part, some of the velocity data may have been actually not legitimate. So another preventative warning over in this area headed towards the Ralston, Pennsylvania area. So I don't know. Sometimes those tornado watches get updated and then they come through as new ones. I think that was just a continuation of the watch. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that was a continuation of the watch. Still a middle of the road tornado watch, I would say, in place for Washington D.C., Baltimore through the afternoon. The storms are approaching you from the west. You can see them over here. They're maybe an hour and a half, couple hours out from the DC area, the DC metro, Alexandria on the Virginia side, Rockville on the Maryland side, all these areas. Couple hours out. I don't know if we'll get any prefrontal storms like this one up near Hagerstown. If we do, you might get a couple rounds of storms, but this back in here is your first round that will make it through, and then possibly back in West Virginia, we might see even more storms kind of form along the front itself and make their way through the same area as well. So if that happens and you get more than one storm today, that might not happen. But if it does, then flash flooding will be more of a concern after that second round. But I think the first round will be the stronger one, where we'll see our damaging wind gusts, any severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings that happen in these areas for Maryland and for most of northern Virginia as well. That will be over the next few hours. So we're getting ready to see those storms move into your region next. All right, so let's see. So those are all of our watches in place. Severe thunderstorm watches do include Greenville, South Carolina, and also Atlanta, I believe, in Georgia. So those severe thunderstorm watches will likely continue to be issued through the evening for South Carolina and the northern half of Georgia, essentially. We'll see probably those severe thunderstorm watches in place, and those storms will blow through in the evening hours. All right, so that being covered, that being said, our destructive severe thunderstorm warning was allowed to expire near Pawpaw in West Virginia. Storms are mostly out of that region there in the Cumberland area. So let's go back to western North Carolina again and eastern Tennessee. These storms are now moving through. Again, I think that this area here in Mitchell County now in western North Carolina could definitely be worth a tornado warning. It's had continued rotation and even still is exhibiting a new area of rotation and even a possible weak echo region right in the center of it. So I think this is definitely a rotating part of the storm that could be on the brink of a tornado warning. Essentially, it is either, if it were a little bit more intense, it would certainly get one. If it were a little less intense, it would certainly not get one. So we're right on the edge of seeing a warning here or not. So y'all definitely watch out in this area of western North Carolina. Very mountainous region near for southern Avery County. This has kind of been just spinning around here, and on the newest scan of velocity, it looks much less concerning. But so it has a lot of broad rotation. So this is a very broad area of rotation. If we saw these two colors touching together, then we would see the tight rotation that would warrant a tornado warning in this area. So I definitely think it's worth one, but we haven't seen one yet. All right, and then for the rest of this region, we're looking a little bit higher on tilts.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're looking a little bit higher on tilts here to see the real radar data. We've got some storms popping up out in front of the cold front here. So we have our prefrontal storms moving through western North Carolina. Not too many of them are super concerning near Asheville, as this one passes out of Asheville. But again, we get very limited radar data due to needing to look up higher in the storm to get over the mountaintops here. So looks like the windiest parts of the storm and the heaviest rains are moving through Haywood County right now and getting very close to Western North Carolina University, or Western essentially is what you guys call that. So it's getting pretty close to the campus down there in Cullowhee. We'll probably see a new severe thunderstorm warning also
A new
for...
tornado warning has been issued.
We'll also see a new severe thunderstorm warning probably for Asheville pretty soon here as the line approaches from the west. Does look like it's getting beaten down a little bit here by the mountains, but I still think it is carrying severe gusts throughout the length of this line of storms here as it goes through western North Carolina. That's where we're looking right now. Western NC almost entirely out of Tennessee at the moment. Most of the... Yeah, basically all of the strong parts of the storm are out of Tennessee, have exited Tennessee. So we just have a couple of downpours here toward Kingsport and Bristol. But it's not looking too bad up there. So let's look at northwest Georgia as well, as the storm's back behind entering Alabama, or going through north central Alabama. These ones are just going to be damaging windstorms for the most part. Doing radar analysis here, I don't see anything imminently concerning with these besides very heavy rain, damaging winds. You've seen this a lot this summer in the southeast here. So these will be the storms that consolidate and make their way over to the Atlanta metro area within the next few hours into the evening hours here, especially for Atlanta. Those will be your stormiest ones. The rest of the storms are passing to your north. The ones over here will be what end up reaching you as they come together. See, I don't have a better, I don't think I have a better radar site for this, unfortunately. The Atlanta radar is pretty far to the south, but we are getting some severe thunderstorm warnings in northwest Georgia, too. Atlanta proper will probably see most of your activity later on. All right, so let's go look at those new Pennsylvania warnings. A couple of them came through. See where they're at. They are all up. All three of them are up there on that same storm that I wasn't overly impressed with. Yeah, so a couple of interesting warnings up here. I don't really have a better radar site to look at this from, so these are all being warned up here. I think there may be a little bit of a preventative measure on these storms being warned up here because we had an event, I think last month, where some unwarned tornadoes went through parts of central Pennsylvania, and their radar presentations looked much like this did. So the radar is not the final truth. It just gives us a better idea as to what's actually happening to the best of our ability to tell. So these are all radar indicated, not any confirmed warnings up here, but they are extending now all the way into Bradford County, closer to Monroe and Towanda in northeast Pennsylvania. Yeah, FFC is too far away from what I want to look at. I would immediately pick it if it were closer. Don't worry, I know this. All right. You can kind of see the back end of that storm there in Cumberland from the virtual railfan camera. If anything, this storm down here near Troxelville might actually be of the most concern here east of State College. This one and storms in the area did previously have a tornado warning. Yeah, it was that storm in particular. Did have a tornado warning associated with it. Still looks a little bit concerning over here as it approaches Lewisburg and Sunbury. Again, we don't have the State College radar today, so we can't see any closer than that. But that's my best guess over there as y'all watch out for severe weather approaching Sunbury, Lewisburg, and Sellingsgrove here along Highway 15. Appreciate that, Heather. Happy to help Shannon as well. Yeah, we got a long ways to go today, too. Oh. We got a long ways to go today. We have all of our friends in, basically in the Piedmont, waiting for these storms to get to them. Washington, D.C., up through Baltimore, waiting for the storms to get to them. We have a long way to go. Once they're all out of the mountains, I mean, conditions only are, improving for tornadoes in those regions today. There's a middle tier tornado watch out for people in those metro areas. All right, So let's go back down. Let's look at any part left of Kentucky that's experiencing severe thunderstorms. Just the eastern part of the state now, both to the north and south of Paintsville. Neither of these storms look tornadic at all. Just a couple of them dropping some pretty hefty gusts here near Salyersville once again, and up towards Painesville once again. You can kind of see this is just an elongated storm here that has some damaging winds associated with it. Ryan is basically sitting right in the middle of that storm. Probably looking at a shelf cloud from this, maybe. I think I heard him say something about a shelf. That's probably what he's looking at. And then this storm over here in West Virginia is probably still spinning near Hamlin, heading towards Charleston. So that would be the one concern for the Charleston, West Virginia area. I think you guys have been waiting for any good storms to get to you today. We have this one pretty small supercell out in front of the cold front proper. So this little guy is not even severe warned, but he's probably going to approach pretty close to the city of Charleston, West Virginia. Be pretty close there. So you'll get a downpour from that maybe in parts of the city. And we'll see if there's any wind damage associated with that. But right now, not severe warned. All right, so let's drop it back down to East Tennessee. And Western North Carolina. Pretty much all of Tennessee is out of most of the severe weather. You can see this band of really strong winds. This is actually back behind all the storms, so this is a little bit of a look at our rear inflow jet that is pushing the storms forward right here in the TANs. So this is a part of the storm that's being pushed forward really rapidly, and then what you feel at the surface, the worse the winds are over here out ahead of this for Rocky Fork and Unicoi County here, and then passing the border into North Carolina for the campus at Mars Hill, Burnsville, and through Spruce Pine. So you can see that new warning is now extended all the way out in front of it, out of the mountains and into the foothills near Morganton and Lenoir. And then the rest of our storminess is down here in Waynesville, pretty much over Waynesville right now. I wonder if it's super windy there. Wonder if it's super windy there. Anywhere in this part of Western North Carolina. I'm curious to hear about how well these storms have navigated the mountains, and to hear about if their severe potential is still pretty high. Use the cold front as an AC substitute right now. Yeah, most of you guys are cooking out here in the Piedmont. I imagine it's been pretty nasty today so far out there in North Carolina, South Carolina. These storms are definitely going to be relief. Storms are a balancing act from nature here. They are in place essentially to combat temperature imbalances across the globe. And so in this part of the globe, get really hot and humid. The storms are there to rain it out essentially, and make it so that equilibrium is once again achieved. So that's why we see all the storms over here, and there's no short of equilibrium heading toward you, hopefully cooling it down some. Freeze down near Newland, North Carolina. Yeah, so definitely in this spot we're seeing continued strong winds. So yeah, we were talking about the Mitchell, Avery County area. Thank you, Challenge Gal, for the support, and anybody else who sent along super chats. Appreciate you. You're in Silva? Yeah. So it's getting there with huge gusts. That's good to hear. Thank you for the report. So that's right on the doorstep of Western University here too. Guys will get in on the fun shortly. UNC Asheville also will get in on the fun shortly, but probably in the weakest spot of the storm once again, just like you guys always are. Oh, I don't miss that at all. I like the stronger storms. That is tornado warnings only is the counter up there. All right, so northeast north central to northeast Georgia is now getting in on these severe thunderstorm warnings. They're blowing through. Just a bunch of windstorms at the moment. Really not seeing anything tornadic in those areas. The only thing tornadic close to you we saw was over here now in southern Avery County. This has continued to rotate near Crossnor and Spruce Pine, but has not ever been warned. It's right. It's been on the brink of it. I think it's been right on the periphery of being warned, but definitely has lost a bit of its concerning look compared to earlier. So definitely, I think this is no longer worth a tornado warning for anybody looking out ahead of this in Lenore, Yadkin Valley, Caldwell County. Much less of a concern in terms of tornadoes now compared to what it looked like before. All right, so let's look up into parts of Virginia and then into Maryland. As these storms get off the mountains and approach you guys in Washington D.C. and all surrounding areas of northern Virginia. This supercell up here now east of Hagerstown still looks pretty bad, and even 1-inch hail is reported in the town. The worst of it definitely went south of Hagerstown, but you can see that the storm essentially lofted hail from the base where all the hail is falling, kind of just threw it up to the north as well. So we had quarters reported in Hagerstown, and I think that actually might have happened because the supercell is splitting again. So there we go. We get another left split. You can see it just kind of ejecting off to the north part of the storm here. That's a split of our supercell. So there it goes up there. The right one remains the main supercell here, and again, Thermont, like we talked about earlier, is going to get in on some pretty nasty conditions, primarily from hail. Storms heavier in Hendersonville. The line is yet to get to you. So that's just your prefrontal storms, anything that's going through now. The windiest part of the storm is going to get to you soon, but not yet. And then this part of the storm back here in West Virginia does look really interesting near Delray. This is coming together a little bit here near Delray. We're gonna wait and see if this continues to look concerning. So right now I'm monitoring this part right here. This is where some rotation could be happening in eastern West Virginia. Gonna keep an eye out on that. All right, so let's take one more look at our tornado warnings in northeast Pennsylvania, and then we'll do an outlook here with the latest model data to see when things get to certain areas. So again, I think that these warnings up here are mostly in place to prevent missing a possible tornado that the radar can't really capture well up through the southern part of Bradford County and northeastern Lycoming County. So that's the state of things up there. But I don't think any strong tornadoes are ongoing with these storms at all. So definitely nothing that's no conclusive evidence on radar at all about these areas of rotation up here in northeast Pennsylvania. So, well, except for this latest scan, this is probably the most concerning I've seen it today so far. So we'll have to see what becomes of this storm in particular. It would go pretty close to New Albany, Pennsylvania. That's the first scan that I'm actually concerned with. All right, so let's do a little bit of an outlook here on Radar Omega, which you guys can find in the description, and also for download. We also had that. You guys got the tornado watch in Philly and also Delaware. So we've had that tornado watch issued. Even goes into parts of New York now. Out ahead of it. So that the watches come through so often through the system we have. I never know if it's a new one or if it's a continuation, but I can see it here on Radar Omega that you guys are now in that tornado watch too. I didn't see anybody in chat report on it. So I'm kind of curious about that. Yeah, you guys have gotten it on your phones over there, I imagine. So let's keep those tornado watches up and watch what happens on our model data to see when things get to you guys. So from the latest model run, which was done about 40 minutes ago, storms are going to get to the following areas at the following times. Let's start. Let's go from north to south. So this is just a model run. We're gonna have to interpret based on what actually happens to give you an exact time and an exact nowcast of the storms as they get to you. But it looks like the Binghamton, Scranton area will see storms, or more storms, I imagine, because there's some in the area right now, over the next couple hours, especially through 4 or 5 p.m. Eastern, maybe even 6 p.m. Eastern. For Washington, D.C. and Baltimore, and up Interstate 95 here, from west to east, you're really looking at 5 p.m. Eastern is when they eventually get to you. So we're only an hour and a half out from that for now. And then in Baltimore, it'll probably be closer to 6 p.m. Eastern. Philadelphia will probably be around 7 to 8 p.m. Eastern. Will be your stormiest hour over there through the rest of the tornado watch in place. Same for Trenton, around 7 to 8 p.m. Eastern. Down south through Richmond, Virginia, you guys might miss out on all the storms. It looks like they may be sporadic down here further south through eastern Virginia. So we'll see if they actually do consolidate and form into a whole line. If that does happen, you'll see it about 7 to 8 p.m. Eastern will be your stormiest hour. Into North Carolina, right now you guys in western North Carolina are getting through it. Asheville is in that severe thunderstorm warning now. Looks like those storms will reach Charlotte at about 5 to 6 p.m. Eastern, so an hour and a half, 2 hours out, and then your stormiest hour begins from there through 7 p.m. probably. Raleigh, Durham, you're looking at about 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern as well, especially as you go east. So that's a large metro area. Just kind of extrapolate, 30 minutes more if you're on the east side, 30 minutes less if you're on the west side of the metro over here. The Triad here is going to get in on it pretty soon. The storms are just off to your west, entering the foothills now before they get to the Piedmont. So it's probably about 4 or 5 p.m. Eastern time that you're in your stormiest hour. Did I say Central time? All of those times were in Eastern. And down here into Georgia, this model wants to keep most of the storms out of Birmingham. But eventually you see them back there through Alabama do reach parts of the Atlanta metro. Maybe the northern part will have the highest chance at seeing a storm here through the evening hours, about 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern. And then we kind of see that scattered activity continue through South Carolina through the rest of the evening. So hopefully that covers everybody who's looking for updates. Bam. Back to the radar. Let's start with the latest radar data on our tornado warnings, and then we'll go back through the line. That was done on Radar Omega, of course, which you can find in the pinned comment in the chat, and also links are in the description as well. Thank you, Luetter, for the support. All right. So up here, northeast Pennsylvania, these are our only active tornado warnings currently for southern Bradford County and northeastern Lycoming County. Again, these storms have never really exhibited too concerning of looks. They've definitely been threshold warnings, but definitely worth taking shelter for regardless for these supercells. So yeah, I'm not seeing anything imminently concerning anymore. There was one scan previously where I was like, oh man, that could do something. But that's mostly just transferred into broad rotation here, north of Forksville. So that's heading up towards Monroe and New Albany here. That new tornado watch does also extend up into Binghamton area and up Interstate 88 a bit into New York here. So I imagine that watch is in place because we do have these supercells. These are generally supercells that are in place in northeast Pennsylvania, north central northeast, and they are generally going to travel to the northeast into that new watch. Right, now down into the Maryland area, Maryland Panhandle area. We're just watching near Delray in West Virginia, and I definitely think something tried to happen right here, just for a little bit here near Delray, West Virginia. I definitely think something is still trying to happen there. This is a concerning look on this storm. Y'all watch out here in Delray, Capon Bridge, and Gore on the Virginia side of things, near Winchester in Virginia. You guys know where that is. This is a concerning part of the storm that's headed towards Winchester. You can kind of see how much this is intensified as it's passed over the central Appalachia here and is getting into Virginia. This looks pretty intense, these storms over here. So we are seeing a general intensification of the storms as they pass into Virginia, and I'm pretty concerned about that for our friends in Washington D.C. and Baltimore down the line. So these are not looking to be weak once they get to you. Happy to help, Book. Thank you for the super chat. Tornado threat's kind of getting choked off here, right over Delray, West Virginia. Latest scans show me that the rotation that tried to happen is definitely already being prevented from happening further. We see this area of dark blue right here. These are stronger winds that are pushing out forward, and they're kind of cutting off the inflow that could reach into the storm and cause an area of rotation right there. So this is being chopped off. Our tornado threat right here is being chopped off.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
But more could happen in the future here. So we're looking at Frederick and Hampshire and Hardy counties. Let's see where that's at. That is up here for this storm. So we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in place for this now. Very well issued. Just as we were just looking at this pocket of pretty strong winds right here near Delray, and now we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for that exact area. There you go. So now Delray is in the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Very strong winds moving through. Even if it's not a tornado, the straight line winds will do basically just as much damage, but in a more widespread fashion. So that's going up through Capon Bridge and Gore, just like we talked about. There's an upgrade to that warning as this part of the storm moves through. I think we'll see a few more of those destructive severe thunderstorms as we get through northern Virginia here. I hope not, but I think we might see a couple more of them as these storms continue on. That's the theme of today, is the damaging wind threat is on the upper end. That's why we have that moderate risk in place. Ooh, all right. Supercell approaching Thurmont in Maryland. Doesn't look as organized as it once did, but I still think it'll drop some hail right near the town. It's now exited Smithsburg. We had quite a few hail reports in the Hagerstown area. Capon Bridge. I figured it probably was that, yeah. All right, so that's a look through Virginia now. Line of strong storms moving through. How many severe thunderstorm warnings do we have? 34. 34 severe thunderstorm warnings are going on right now. So that is a lot to cover. I'm going to cover the strongest ones out of all of them since we have so many to look at. But there are 34 severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing right now. So let's go to Western North Carolina again, which is just this. This is just the mess here. There is so much going on here. There's so many different warnings. And I don't know. Can you make heads or tails of this right here? Can you see what's happening in here? Wind, heavy rain. I think that's what our conclusions should be from an image like this with all these warnings on it. Really tough to tell what's actually ongoing here. But we are looking higher up from the radar site to make sure we can see everything that's happening here in Western North Carolina. Otherwise, what we'll be watching is blocked by the mountains. So we can do that also from the Greenville-Spartanburg radar. Start to get a better look at the storms from this perspective as they pass through all of Western North Carolina. It looks like most all of Tennessee is out of it, besides flash flooding. That's what you guys should be concerned with right now, is any flash flooding occurring on roads. know not to drive through flooded roads, of course. So it looks like Tennessee is about to be done. But man, we are not done with the threat today. Not at all. Alright, so let's look through, let's look through, north central Georgia. I have so many different radar sites open, I can hardly tell. All the storms in, Alabama right now are basically all the damaging windstorms that are organizing to move through the Atlanta area and all of the northern half of Georgia through the rest of the day. So these will move all the way over there. They're getting there. But the ones that are there now, along the cold front, are all to the north of Atlanta and will stay that way, pretty much. Just a couple of downpours are possible in the northeast metro. Pretty low tornado threat associated with any of these storms over here. I'm not really seeing anything concerning for all of our residents in Georgia. So your concern will be blinding downpours if you are traveling on roads, making it hard to see the traffic in front of you, and also just damaging wind if you have a garden. Don't want to lose your garden to the damaging winds here. Gonna make sure you take protective measures. But if you've been watching so far, man, I feel like it's been like 6 hours already, but it's not. It's only been 3. Watching so far, make sure you're taking care of yourselves too. Thanks for liking the stream, of course. If you're new to the channel, feel free to sub as well. Going to be continuing this coverage throughout the entire evening. Still got Ryan storm chasing over there in Kentucky as well. I imagine he might be done with chasing. I don't know if he's going to keep tracking the storm to the east. But if he does, we'll keep him up for that. Right, so let's start going back up through our areas here, top to bottom again, into Pennsylvania. Our one remaining warning is just now for Bradford County, Pennsylvania, Monroe, New Albany in this warning. The storm in question, I guess there's technically a couple of them, which is why we have this weird polygon in the pink here. Purple polygon. The rotation associated with this is really just not worth a tornado warning in general. But this is a rotating thunderstorm. I'm not seeing too much that would tell me that they would continue this warning. If they were to continue this warning, they should also warn this one down here near Picture Rocks. So if that's the case,
A new tornado warning has been issued.
if they were to do that, then that would be yeah, I would also warn that one down there. So we have Sullivan County in this warning, and I don't see Sullivan County. So that's Lycoming in Sullivan County. I don't know where Sullivan County is. Oh, there it is. It's right in it. So did they go ahead and warn that exact storm I was just talking about? Like, if they're going to warn this one up here, they probably should do that one down there. Either they warned that one, or it's this one back here near Ralston. So I might have actually just covered that on accident, even though I didn't mean to. So just a tight area of rotation. It's because each National Weather Service has different criteria for warning rotating storms. Some of them are a little more conservative on the side of warning or issuing tornado warnings, and some of them are a little more free with them. If they see any rotation, they'll do it like this. And either of them are valid. So yeah, there you go. Went ahead and warned that one near Picture Rocks. So I'm trying to, whenever I relay warnings like this, I also have to be wary of the trends of the National Weather Service that I am, working with here essentially. If Binghamton or State College, I think these are, yeah, this is the State College National Weather Service. If these National Weather Services, this is also Binghamton. So if both these offices warn more readily, then I want to make sure that I am calling them out as such so that we're in tune. We're in line with each other. And then for the rest of Pennsylvania, again, it's so hard to see without this radar site. So we just have several strong storms moving through the Lewistown to Lewisburg area. And then south central Pennsylvania is where I want to focus my efforts as well. Near Chambersburg is going through another strong storm because you guys already went through one. Some very large hail fell between McConnellsburg and Chambersburg earlier from our left split supercell. And perhaps we will start to see some funny business from the line of storms entering northwest Virginia here. I'm concerned about the Winchester area right now. You guys are probably going to get some pretty strong winds coming through. And then this is a really weird part of the storm. I don't know what's going on here near Martinsburg in Maryland yet. In West Virginia yet. So many state borders here. I'm not sure what's going on with this part of the storm right here yet. This is looking really strange. So keeping a close eye on this one just to see what it does. It might already be rotating though, so I'm watching this for Martinsburg in West Virginia. And Tennessee's fine. You guys have been okay. I don't know if I'll be live on Wednesday yet. We'll see. Yeah, I agree. You're already doing the best you can be doing though. If you're here chatting and saying how it's weird that you're in an area that's being covered, well, the fact that you're here and aware of it is the best thing you can do to be prepared. No, I don't think this is an inflow notch. I think this is a separate cell that's just kind of popped up ahead of it. You can see it developing right there. So because it's a separate cell, it may have had some outflow or winds inside the cell going a different direction. That's why it looks like rotation as they come together. So we have to see if they come together and rotate, or if they come together and it just kind of gets overwhelmed, which might be happening already. So that's what I'm watching there. All right, let's look at Western North Carolina. As best I can here. Whew. Marathon coverage today. I'm already gonna get tired. This is a tough one. All right, so our severe thunderstorm warning is moving through Asheville right now. Pretty much almost done with the Asheville area, so Hendersonville will be up next as these pass from northwest to southeast here, generally along this line. So our line of storms, our cold fronts right there. We'll have a lot of rain back behind it in this area, just some light to moderate rain, but we might still see some lightning in the light rainfall there. So I would stay inside for a while because we could get that lightning back behind it, which would be stratiform lightning. Be very loud if it does happen. Sometimes it happens with cold fronts like this, so make sure that you're not outside for that in the light rain. It's a good idea to just stay inside if you can. So you do not want to get struck by lightning when you think you're okay. All right. So strongest parts of the storm have moved through Western North Carolina University, that campus. They're moving through down here on the Georgia border through Franklin. I see that in chat. Moving right over the UNC Asheville campus as well. Are you guys seeing a shelf cloud or anything in this region? Are you seeing a shelf cloud or anything over here? What's it look like out there? If you can safely observe anything that's going on over here, what are you seeing? I'm imagining that there's going to be a pretty sick shelf cloud later on for our friends in the Piedmont. Also in South Carolina, you guys are probably going to see some pretty good cloud formations as the storms get to you later on. Later on. So, yep, nothing else going on here. I wouldn't say there's anything tornadic with these in Western North Carolina at all. The only one that I was concerned with earlier was in Mitchell and Avery counties, but that was not warned, and the rotation has since fizzled out. Everything else is going to be pretty much straight line winds from the data that I can see here. No tornadoes for now in the mountainous areas. Okay, looking okay over there. So we'll keep looking at Virginia. Waiting for things to come through here. I'm not seeing anything too concerning. Looking very far up in the storm over here near Craigsville. So let's see if the Roanoke radar has anything anything more conducive on this storm down here. Which one was I just looking at? Craigsville and Staunton. Okay. Oh, that's in the radar hole up here. Okay. So yeah, this storm is pretty strong, I would say. It's definitely intensified as it approaches Staunton, Virginia. Let's play back the loop here to see where it's come from. Ah, yeah, so it's just kind of blown up right here, right over the ridge line here. So yeah, this one down here near Craigsville is probably the next one that's got my attention. We could definitely see another warning coming through for Staunton, Virginia, Craigsville, and Augusta County here. So don't be surprised if that does come through. Again, we're in that radar hole right smack dab in the middle of it. So if we do see a warning down here, it would be preventative, and I do think it's worthwhile.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So that's not for the storm, but again, wouldn't be surprised if there is one issued. In fact, I would say y'all watch out in Staunton in Virginia. The storm's kind of come together recently, and it does look like it's rotating pretty good here. Even has a weak echo region in the center of it, indicating a strong updraft is punching the storm up here. So I would not be surprised at all with a warning there for Craigsville, Augusta Springs, Staunton, Jollivue, and Churchville here in Western Virginia. There's your storm right there. Yeah, let's see if that gets a warning coming through again. Wouldn't be surprised at all. Would recommend taking shelter in those areas. All right, let's see that new warning again for the same exact spot in Bradford County. They're still warning this extremely loose. I don't even know where the rotation is in this warning, but it is warned. There are likely people spotting this. We have storm chasers probably looking at this, passing reports to the National Weather Service. So not surprised that it's warned, I guess. Maybe. I would never know to warn this, though, based on the radar data. There's not, I mean, I can't really even tell what's going on there. All right, so other one we're looking at here again is for Sonestown, and LaPorte here in Sullivan County. Passing up in your area, good idea to be taking shelter there in northeast Pennsylvania. And for Lewisburg, if we do see another warning coming through down here, it is going to be a preventative one because we don't have a radar site closer to it to tell us what the heck's going on, since our one radar site in the center of Pennsylvania is down. So just in case this does come through for New Berlin, Lewisburg, the reason for another warning would be that storm right there. These are generally the storms that are going to travel through our remaining, or our next tornado watch, essentially. That does include parts of New York and also down through Philadelphia. So that is the reason those watches are in place. The watches are in place. The storms are headed toward you. We'll see if they do anything. But right now, not too bad. Stanton, thank you. The U is silent, but the thunder is not. Yeah, I imagine so. Thank you for that. All right, let's see. Let's look again at this storm that might get. I'm pretty sure this is going to get tornado warned, or at least it definitely is a viable candidate for it since we are in that radar hole. Stanton in Virginia, definitely be ready for this. Y'all watch out.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Y'all watch out in Stanton here in Virginia. No warning for this yet, but I think it's probably the next thing the National Weather Service is going to do after they issue that one right there. So a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning was issued. That's for the same area of Frederick County, Virginia, and Hampshire County in West Virginia. So this storm right here, or it was updated. Okay. No, that is just a new one. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but the reason for that is this pocket of very very strong winds here, probably downing a ton of trees near Gore, in Virginia, right across the border, and very very close to Winchester. Winchester, Virginia is about to get smacked by this storm. The worst of the winds are probably going to go through the north of the town near Brucetown, closer to Brucetown and Inwood in West Virginia. So right here, staying along the border, it is going to be pretty nasty in Winchester. So if you know anybody in that area, in that city, go ahead and let them know if they don't already know. All right, there we go. City of Stanton.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The city of Waynesboro as well, now in that tornado warning. Goodness, it looks really gnarly too. As far away as we are from this storm, yeah, this is a really gnarly looking storm. I'm glad I called that out ahead of time. This one's looking the most concerning I've seen so far today. So please be taking shelter here in this part of Virginia, Stanton, city of Stanton, not Staunton, Stanton, and even as far east as Waynesboro, Fishersville. The storm is generally traveling to the east-northeast, so it is going to come very close to the city of Stanton as it stands. So please be taking shelter. Interior-most room of your house or basement if you've got it is a good idea here out ahead of this thing. 2 different radar sites to show you that it's got a really strong rotation with it. And from this one here, we can see the shape of the supercell and where the tornado would be down in this region near Augusta Springs and Middlebrook. So the shape of the supercell is sort of like this. Tornado would be down here in this spot. If it is forming or whatever is occurring with the storm right now, we can't really tell too much, but this is definitely the most intense rotation we've seen so far today. Here's the loop of the storm, so you guys can see how it's formed. So it's kind of just come together here off of the ridge line from nothing near Healing and Warm Springs here in Bath County. And then it's become a full-fledged supercell, now looking really monstrous. Probably the worst storm I've seen so far today. Really hoping it doesn't produce a tornado. Because this is not taking a good line. Not taking a good line. Oh gosh. They are so glitchy today. There we go. If you're in a tornado watch, the best thing you're doing is being aware of it. Alright, so now that we got that, for anybody in Stanton and Waynesboro, you guys are paying attention, this is good for you. Let's go back to all my different radar sites I got here and look at Western North Carolina again, just to see if anything is going on over here. This is pretty much going to all be a damaging wind threat. I think the possibility for tornadoes through this region and through Greenville, Spartanburg down the line is rather low, especially with the front once it gets to you. Any storms that pop out ahead of this would have the greatest chance, I guess, at doing anything significant, but I think down here we'll only see a bunch of these red polygons, severe thunderstorm warnings, primarily for damaging wind, continue off to the east. So the orientation of the cold front here and the storms moving like this, and if the line was looking more like this, straight north and south, and we'd have those winds funneling in and definitely inducing more rotation. But because the line looks like this, all the winds are kind of just smashing into the front here, and they're not rotating as much as a result. So the orientation of the line of storms here is very important for diagnosing tornado potential on a day like this. So I think we're just seeing a bunch of winds moving through. They've moved through Asheville. Pretty much the worst of the gusts should be done there in the city, and now they're going through the southern part of the Asheville metro, closer to the airport, and then over to Hendersonville. And they're traveling along I-40 as well to the east, eventually towards Catawba County. Hickory and Newton getting in on it soon after Morganton. Thanks for the report from Asheville, Weaverville. Thank you, Daniel. Good to see you. 30 to 35 mile an hour you're estimating? Appreciate that. Did you get any cloud to ground lightning? Pretty much all of Ohio is done with today's storms. Your concern is flash flooding up here. Yeah. Your concern is flash flooding up here in Ohio. Anything that is ongoing. It's right along the West Virginia border. A lot of flash flood warnings issued across northern West Virginia. All right, so this storm did end up moving right through Charleston, West Virginia. You guys got your severe thunderstorm today, just like we discussed earlier. So that was probably a pretty fresh one for you guys. Fresh breeze, stiff breeze. Maybe some small hail might have fallen with that, but pretty good downpour there for the city for just a short while. But nothing didn't look too concerning. No rotation really toward the lower part or toward the surface with this storm. So you did go through a proper supercell there. But mostly a non-tornadic one. Yeah, Pittsburgh is fine. All right, so let's go back to our tornado warning. Let's see our newest radar data, just to get a better look at what's happening as this approaches Jolliview and or Jolliview, Stanton, and Fishersville here in particular. I think this will go primarily to the north of Waynesboro in Virginia. Gosh, they're really tying me up here. West Virginia, Northern Virginia, North Virginia. Gosh, they are really getting me tongue twisted here. But if we continue to see these little showers pop up in front of the storm and kind of get ingested into the storm like this, this is pretty concerning for tornado potential as well, because these small showers, once they get ingested into the core, they can cause a downburst of winds that accentuates the rear flank of the storm and thus completes the essentially the cycle for a tornado to happen. So it's right over top Middlebrook. Any rotation that does exist is right over Middlebrook, Virginia, is just off to the west of I-64. Please be taking shelter in Stanton, Fishersville, and Waynesboro in Virginia if you're just joining. This is the most concerning storm I've seen today. We are in a radar hole. Try to look at this from two different radar sites. Both show rotation, but pretty far up in the storm. And back on this previous scan, I can draw it out for you. You can see the shape of the supercell right here on approach to Stanton, Virginia. So this is what we're watching right now. Latest scan, I mean, I still can't really tell very much from this far away, but this is definitely worth the warning. All right, so with those in line, let's look at our destructive storm entering North Virginia and also close to the Maryland area. Bring this radar site up here. Previously, we've had a couple of destructive warnings up here as the storm goes through Winchester, Inwood, Martinsburg, and also another storm moving through Hagerstown. So this is round 2 for Hagerstown. They went through the prefrontal supercell earlier, dropped some hail in the area there, and now they're going to go through the damaging windstorm. So round two for Hagerstown. Localized flooding possible for Funkstown, St. James, San Mar in this area. So I don't want to see the localized flooding, but I imagine flooding might be about to occur here with two doses of very heavy rain. Yeah, this is definitely the northern extent of our pretty together line of storms. So it looks like we're really going to see this line of storms as it is give us a spin-up tornado threat for the rest of northern Virginia and into Washington, D.C. and Baltimore. Go ahead and peek at our new day one outlook from the Storm Prediction Center so I can see what's going on. So yeah, pretty much all of Ohio is done. Central Pennsylvania is just about done, unless you're in a storm right now. You're right on the cold front. And all of Tennessee is done, as well as pretty much all of Kentucky. So you guys are all out of it. 10% tornado risk is still in place for the DC metro area through Baltimore and into the southern or southeastern part of Pennsylvania. Just outside of Philadelphia is when the tornado threat starts to drop off a little bit. But pretty much our tornado threat is maximized in this corridor right now, out ahead of these storms in particular. Damaging wind threat will continue as well. Moderate risk still in place, a level 4 out of 5, primarily for damaging winds. And that still includes the southern half of West Virginia down here. So even though our tornado threat is focused over this way, we still have a damaging wind threat in place down here for southern West Virginia. And that's moving up for most of central Virginia as well. Highest threat is over the next couple hours in these areas. So the next couple hours will be the most intense part of the storm, more than likely. So latest update on Stanton. Rotation is heading straight for the town. Jollyview and Stanton here. You guys are going to want to be in your tornado safe spots here. I'm still just as concerned as I was. Pretty strong rotation here. Could be producing a tornado at any moment. Because we're in a radar hole, I can't tell that yet. We're not even close to being able to see it in action. Another area of concern, since we're going to start looking at spin-up tornadoes happening here, is this one near Front Royal in Virginia and Washington. Oh man, this county name, Rappahannock County and Eastern Warren County here. I think we might see a new warning here for a possible spin-up. This is more like a bookend vortex, but it is a sort of a hybrid spin-up tornado situation right here. So if this continues to look like this near Front Royal, mostly rural areas out in front of it, but eventually toward Middleburg in northern Virginia here would be where this tornado warning would be if it were issued. So y'all watch out for this storm here. It's now east of Bentonville. Looks like it is going to travel in this direction generally toward the plains and Middleburg. Watching that one closely as we see some rotation wrapping up.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So there's your tornado warning. You're welcome. So now you guys in Warren County are in that tornado warning. And that also goes into, what is this other county? It's huge. I'm not even going to try that one. I can't even get that one right. Not even close. Oh, man. Warren County surrounding area. Where even is the center of this county at? I can't even read it. Wow. Virginia, you guys are confusing. Rappahannock? Okay. The cat's doing okay. He's definitely going around meowing now, for sure. So he's nice and healthy. But there's your new warning. It looks definitely more concerning on this latest scan of latest radar scan. So glad we caught this one early. Issued the y'all watch out ahead of this thing. This one looks pretty gnarly, pretty nasty. Even if it's not producing a tornado, it's probably got some really powerful winds associated with it. Again, hopefully mostly into rural areas here, but man, that one's looking really nasty. This is like the first attempts these storms have once they've moved off of the mountains and into the foothills. These are the first attempts these storms have had to start rotating. And I think we're going to see that same thing be the case as we get down the line through northern Virginia and into the DC area. So, wow. Again, this one down here near Stanton, Jolliview, and Fishersville, it's really looking still really looking bad. I'm not gonna be able to tell anything about it though from this far away, besides the fact that it looks bad. So please be taking shelter. We got some really strong rotation up high in the cloud here, about 2 miles above the ground. It's a good reason for this warning to be in place here. Looks like it's going to pass very close to Jolliview, Fishersville here. Fauquier County? Okay, thank you. I would have definitely butchered that one. Fauquier County. Okay. Wow. All right, so those are the areas of concern that I can see. Definitely in line with both of these tornado warnings in Virginia. So please be thinking about out in front of this in the Waynesboro area. Technically, the city is in a warning there. City of Waynesboro in Virginia should pass to the north of Charlottesville. So Standardsville, Ruckersville, Gordonsville is looking out for this storm out ahead of time. Maybe even as far north as Culpeper and Fredericksburg. You guys will be watching out for this part of the line, which currently has a supercell on its own. So that's why I'm concerned with this. The supercells on their own, instead of being in the line up here into the Maryland panhandle, those are going to be the ones to have much more likelihood for producing tornadoes. So that's why I'm watching them very closely. But of course, the damaging wind threat is going to be primarily the case today. This lead supercell out in front of the line, it looks really nasty, doesn't it, near Taneytown in Maryland? But it's not got much rotation at all here from what I can see. So it's really not rotating that much, even though it looks concerning on radar. You guys might have the eye for that one. Like, oh man, it's got the hook on it. It looks like a nasty supercell, but it doesn't look like it's doing much of anything besides dropping some hail. And probably some pretty powerful winds as well. Yep, these storms are going to be pretty intense for all of our friends in Maryland. Frederick is up next in Maryland, about 5-10 minutes out. You guys definitely are going to see some weird clouds to your west, I bet. So if you can safely observe them, feel free to do so there in Frederick in Maryland.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So they're still going ham with the warnings up here in northeast Pennsylvania. Let's go ahead and take a look at them. Let's see what's going on here, since we've still got a lot of them up here, or they're still issuing them in this tornado watch area. So we have a new warning right here in Sullivan County. That's what just came through there for LaPorte and Mildred and Dushore. So the area of rotation that we'd be concerned with is actually just this right here. This is all artifact over here. So we're really concerned with just what's in this circle. A little bit tough to tell based on the radar data here, but we have a bunch of supercells that are spinning just enough for the National Weather Service offices to issue tornado warnings over here. The other one in place is still here in Bradford County, now in the southeastern part of the county, closer to Wyalusing. And I imagine, because of the warnings we have seen so far, that this one up here near LaRaysville, Stevensville, may also get a tornado warning if it continues to look suspicious at all on the radar. If it continues to look sus. Actually, I'm surprised that this right here does not have a warning, but the ones further south do. I'm not really sure what's going on there. So definitely some hopefully ground truth is going into some of these new tornado warnings here to help understand why they are in place and why you should be taking shelter.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So that's an update on your two warnings in northeast Pennsylvania. At best, they are producing weak tornadoes. At worst, they are producing weak tornadoes. At best, they're doing nothing but spinning. All right, so let's go back through Virginia now. This is going to be the strongest part of the storm for sure for the remainder of today, I bet. So that destructive severe thunderstorm warning just came through. For Culpeper County, Madison County, Page County, and Rappahannock County. This part of the storm right here now has a destructive warning on it for Stanley, Nethers, Sperryville, north of Culpeper. This is a very interesting destructive warning. I see pretty strong winds associated with this, but definitely not destructive criteria. So perhaps we've received some ground truth, some reports of really high end wind gusts. Currently moving east at about 50 miles an hour. So these storms are moving really fast. If you're just joining, they're moving fast today. The hail threat is very low, and the wind threat is highest, essentially. So with this destructive warning, this has the possibility of causing widespread power outages for these areas of these counties, and also downing some tree limbs, maybe even small trees. Got some hail in Stanton. Yeah, let's take another look at that that area down here. So Stanton and Jawview. Stanton's going to be in the hail core of this, whereas the rotation is further off to the south and east. It definitely looks like it's not tied together anymore. It looks like broad rotation compared to back here when it looked much more concerning. This is definitely the rotation we were concerned with for a little while. But now that rotation is kind of fallen apart, kind of broadened out. Again, we're in that radar hole, so I can't tell for sure. But we can look at 2 different radar sites to confirm. And this one's velocity data is broken. So this is really difficult to get right. You can see how hard radar analysis is sometimes, but I think the tornado threat is a little bit less now that this is kind of broadened out quite a bit on approach to Fishersville here in Virginia. So wouldn't be surprised if this warning is continued for Dooms, Cremora, areas north of Waynesboro in Virginia. But hopefully that this latest data tells me that it's not doing too much. All right, so let's go back down, look at western North Carolina, see what's happening for our friends down here. And also into South Carolina now, as we have storms taking place in the Greenville area in South Carolina. Lots of damaging windstorms again. All down here is not going to be tornadic. We're not going to see much, if any, tornado activity down here in northwest South Carolina. Getting into central North Carolina, I think we might have the chance for maybe a couple tornadoes north of Charlotte. At the absolute worst. I don't think that we'll see any tornadoes with this part of the storm, but the damaging wind threat is definitely going to be pretty significant as it makes its way down through parts of Georgia as well. So we're getting closer to Atlanta, seeing some severe thunderstorms with wind, straight line winds, and those are currently going through Birmingham at the moment. So that's the latest in North Carolina. Looks like all the storms kind of fell apart before they got to Hendersonville. Making sure that we're looking higher up so we can see them. There's just a little bit of some brief downpours. But the worst of the activity is definitely concentrated closer to I-40 here in Morganton and Hickory. So this part of the storm, moving pretty much due east here. Worst part of it will probably go north of Charlotte as a result. So Statesville, Salisbury will be in for the heaviest rains and winds for this part of the storm, I think. All right. So not necessarily an MCS. This is a cold front driven storm. This is a frontal system. All right, so let's see if anything's ongoing in West Virginia, back behind the back behind toward the cold front up here. Seeing a couple of supercellular structures, but nothing with really any tight rotation here for tornado potential, so not too bad in West Virginia, just some local downpours that you want to be wary of. Up to 53, 55 mile an hour winds were reported in Charleston. Just a couple more downpours are moving through eastern Kentucky at the moment. So let's take a look at the storm that Ryan is tracking, since he's right there at home, pretty much. Not streaming anymore. Oh, there we go. He's trying to stream at the moment. All right, so he's gonna do a mobile stream. We'll see if I can get that on mine at all. But he has this is Ryan right here in the Pikeville area. So here's our supercell approaching Pikeville. And I don't see anything with it in particular that's tornado like at the surface. We're gonna see what Ryan comes up with though. Let me try to refresh his feed. I think that Ryan is still actually streaming. I can see what he's doing right now, so I don't know. His live stream isn't working for me though. On this stream. Okay. Alright, so we got a new warning coming through here for it's going to be the extension of that storm that's near Stanton in Virginia. So that's a new warning that's going to come through here in just a second.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, Ryan is hiding my live stream, hiding his live stream from me. I can't see it. But he's got something good going on there. He's got something good going on there, but the link to his stream is down. So Ryan is but a black screen on here. And his voice is extremely loud in my ear. That's the funniest part of this, is I'm trying to talk through listening to him. But he's right here on this supercell, giving you a look at it as it goes just to the north of Pikeville. Not any tight rotation, closer to the surface. So again, I don't think it's very tornadic in nature. But if we look from a further radar site, we can see that the storm is spinning up higher. So we call this a mesocyclone that Ryan is looking at here. We do have a mesocyclone in the storm, so whether or not it will produce a tornado remains to be seen. Not sure if it will or not. All right, so let's go look at our new tornado warning, the extension of the storm. That includes now Waynesboro, Cremora, Dooms, just like we were talking about. Again, I don't see the rotation at all anymore in at least 2 miles up in this storm. I don't see it at all anymore. What you're seeing up here, if you're like, oh, but it's still got colors next to each other, this is actually anticyclonic. Usually we're looking for winds to travel in this direction, but from the radar site, what we're seeing is actually in this direction. So we're looking at clockwise rotation, which is not what we usually see for tornadoes. We can see anticyclonic tornadoes, but I don't think this is going to produce an anticyclonic tornado as it stands. I'd be pretty surprised if it did. So can't see why or where the rotation is happening in this storm. It was definitely very concerning before, but much less so now. Our other tornado warning was in Warren County and then into Fauquier County here in Virginia. It's now east of Front Royal. This has mostly spun itself out, so this is more of the type of a spin-up tornado if it did occur here. And I think it probably did pretty briefly here. It probably did pretty briefly here south of Front Royal. Never did see a correlation coefficient drop. Gosh, Ryan is so loud in my ear. I've got to turn him down. I can't even talk. He's so loud. Okay, there we go. That microphone is of not as good quality as I want it to be. He is so loud. So the continuation of this warning, I think this will be allowed to expire as it gets closer to Middleburg and goes north of Marshall and the Plains here in Northern Virginia. I think this will, yeah, there it is. So that warning is allowed to expire. That was our first possible spin up type tornado of the day, as we will probably see quite a few more attempts at spin up tornadoes here, especially with this part of the line that's approaching the Washington D.C. metro and also through the Baltimore metro. So this is the part of the storm I'm concerned with for spin up tornado potential, but also pretty high end severe thunderstorm wind gusts as well. That's why you're in that moderate risk today. Our isolated supercell down here will also continue to pose a threat for tornadoes as we get to better radar data, please, out ahead of this thing, so I can tell you exactly what's going on. There we go. Now we got Ryan's feedback. There it is. There's a look at the base of the storm in Pikeville in Kentucky. That's pretty much the last of the severe weather Kentucky is getting today. Man, look at that. This is basically an anticyclonic meso. That is pretty cool. If this does produce an anticyclonic tornado, if it actually ends up doing that, that would be a very, very unique thing, especially for this part of the country. I don't know if you guys have seen an anticyclonic tornado over here before. That'd be pretty cool. But that's I mean, I guess you could call this pretty strong rotation, even though it is broad. So the meso is spinning the wrong way. The storm is spinning the wrong way. Yeah, a lot of you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning now. It is a considerable one. There are some areas, some towns that actually do sound tornado sirens for considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. So if you do hear sirens at all in these areas, especially in Maryland now, to the west of Baltimore and west of Washington, D.C., if you do hear sirens in any of these areas, do let me know in the chat so that I can gather what's going on.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so now we have a warning down in Alabama. Luckily, I have that at the ready. DeKalb County in Alabama. I know that's in the northeast, isn't it? Yeah, there it is. So we have a warning here. What part of the storm is warned? It looks like a mess. So this part of the storm is warned on the top half. It's a very weird storm structure. We've kind of seen that come together, though, in northeast Alabama here. The reason why we're seeing that warning is actually due to the local topography. Again, we're right up here in northeast Alabama. This is the Sand Mountain Plateau. This tends to make storms that have any convergence with them come together into rotation along I-59 here, and we see a lot of weak tornadoes happen as a result of that. Sometimes strong ones too. So I have no issues with this warning. It's in a very weird part of the storm system, though. What a weird spot to have rotation. I think this is like a makeshift book-in vortex, maybe. That's kind of wrapping around like this. So perhaps we're seeing a wraparound of rotation like this. That's my best guess at the sort of the architecture of this storm. It looks like a new age for storms. All right, I never got any messages from Chris. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. So the DC area did have early departure for all employees of federal agencies in Washington, D.C., early departure issued so that everybody is prepared and can get home from the storms before they get there due to the moderate risk in place for severe weather. So apparently the last time they did that was the Snowmageddon that happened in DC. I'm not sure what year that was, but they do have another early release to federal employees, which is that is a good thing. Preparedness is nice to have. So preparations are being taken place in response to the severe weather outlook for that area today. Schools are closed in parts of Maryland too. Yeah, they're closed at 3 p.m. It looks like we're going to see, we might see the start of another damaging wind area here in particular, concentrated damaging winds right over Frederick, Maryland. So you can see the storm is starting to take that bow shape again. Take a look at that. So back here, watch how the storm kind of just starts to bow out in front right as it gets to Frederick. So look at that. Frederick here is in the shape of a bow echo right in front here. I think we're going to start to see very strong winds out ahead of this thing. So that would be of my concern along I-70 to Baltimore. This might be the next this might be the next area of strongest winds. So let's see if that continues to be the case. The moment I start to see that bowing action taking place, I know that something powerful is forming in this part of the storm, even though we can't really see it because of the orientation of the radar. The radar is scanning into the storm like this. If it were over here, we would actually be able to see if a rear inflow jet is occurring right here in this part of the storm. But because we're looking straight north into it, we can't see the winds that are blowing really quickly this direction. We're a little bit blind to them. So if I had to guess, I bet some really strong winds are starting up right now in Frederick, in Maryland here. And generally, the strongest part of the storm is taking aim at Baltimore in areas just north. So we're starting to see a new damaging wind threat associated with this part of the storm, the line of storms taking place here. This is going to be pretty concerning. If it turns into another instance of what we saw earlier in Knoxville, Tennessee, again, that would be pretty bad for these areas here. So let's keep a close eye on that. I don't have another radar site that's close enough to really confirm that. We can start looking at the Delaware radar, maybe, to try to see that rear inflow jet. Yep, looks like the bow echo is taking aim at Baltimore. And that's evident over the last 20 minutes or so. You can see it looks like just imagine like a belly expanding here. The belly of the beast is expanding here. It's surging forward. So it's a straight line back here. That was 27 minutes ago. And now we have that bow shape. So this is really gonna intensify the winds in this part of the storm for sure. What is Ryan filming? I have no idea. He's filming some of the funny clouds from his supercell over there in Pikeville. So an update on our tornado warned storm. Yes, Stanton, Virginia is in the clear now. You'll have another round of damaging winds later, though, so definitely be paying attention just in case these storms come through again with more winds. The damaging wind outlook is still in place for southern West Virginia and western or northwestern Virginia here, essentially. So another round of storms is possible for Stanton. I believe that the first line here will be the more powerful one, though, as it stands. The latest data tells me that. Starting to get these severe thunderstorm warnings on the doorstep of the DC Metro, though, especially on the Virginia side to the western, northwestern side of the Metro. Now in that severe thunderstorm warning. It's not far away from you guys. It is moving pretty quickly. Most of these storms are moving east at anywhere from 30 to 50 miles an hour, so some of them moving faster. Wherever the leading edge of the bow echo here
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Is going to move the fastest and also get a destructive severe thunderstorm warning issued with it. There you go. So there you go. New destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Again, you're not going to be able to pick up on that just looking at velocity data because we're looking at the wrong orientation from the radar site. It doesn't look like very strong winds here. It just looks like your average breeze. But we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now for that has gone through Frederick and is now approaching the north part of the DC metro and basically the Baltimore metro on the west side. The destructive severe thunderstorm, 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts up to, if not exceeding, with this part of the storm as it approaches and goes through, as approaches Baltimore and goes through Maryland. Please be ready for this. These types of storms are going to produce widespread power outages and damage to trees and so forth. So again, we've never, we've been waiting for this essentially to happen today, and it certainly is taking place and taking aim right at the corridor we were thinking. That's our latest destructive warning. Nasty bow echo moving through Maryland and taking aim at the DC metro and Baltimore metro right now. This definitely feel like it's going to be the highlight of the day. So I really hope everybody is ready for that. Here in northeastern Pennsylvania, a couple of supercells are moving through, even into New York here. Southeast of Ithaca, northwest of Binghamton. I think our last tornado warning over here for now is going to be allowed to expire, but these storms up here still have a little bit of rotation to them, but are not currently tornado warned. All of these have the tornado possible tag, I believe. So weak tornadoes are possible with these supercells up here. They have not managed to do anything anything that we've been able to see on radar yet, at least. So we'll see if that does change. All right, so let's see here as we get another warning. I believe we're going to get a new tornado warning. It's actually for this storm right here, again, that was previously warned. So it looks like it's wrapping back up here near Middleburg and the plains. I guess we're going to get I guess we'll see a new warning for this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So that's going to be for Fauquier County and also Loudoun County. Gosh. Loudoun County and Fauquier County, there's the warning in the pink polygon, so that does go straight towards Leesburg. This is warned ahead of time for a spin-up tornado. You can see where that spin-up tornado might take place here with this little hook. So this is another example of a spin-up that has the possibility of starting up here. So National Weather Service watching really closely for kinks in the line, essentially. Kinks in the line like this. And making sure that they can warn them ahead of time. By the time it gets to Leesburg, it might have already been said and done. It probably will already been said and done, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't be taking shelter regardless for strong winds moving through the area. The destructive severe thunderstorm warning does have it moving east at 55 miles an hour. That means that probably by the time it gets to Baltimore, it'll be about 45 minutes from now. You can see how fast it is expanding. So if you're in Woodstock, Ellicott City, Sykesville, west of Baltimore, this thing is going to get to you pretty quickly here. You got plenty of time to prepare, and the clouds are probably going to look really gnarly when they get to you. They're going to be cloud structures you might not want to miss, but you definitely need to be inside or be able to get inside very quickly once they're on your doorstep, because it's not going to be fun. It's not going to be a storm that you're going to be able to close the door against. You want the door already closed. Otherwise, it's going to keep it open. So very strong storms moving in. Some reports of trees down on power lines outside of Frederick in Maryland. So that's what's headed your way right now. And of course, they may sound tornado sirens for this as well in a destructive warning entering Howard County from the west and going through northern Montgomery County in Maryland. So they may sound the sirens for this. If anybody is hearing that in those areas, that is the reason why. It is for high-end damaging winds, straight line winds. Down here further south is where we have the spin-up tornado threat near Middleburg and Leesburg. I'm not seeing any tight rotation actually in this spin-up area, so I'm actually kind of intrigued by the warning, but I understand why it was issued, as this pocket of winds does have the chance to spin something up on the northern edge. Yeah, I know Ellicott City is where they had the huge flooding, that huge flood disaster. It was absolutely massive. I remember watching it. No sirens in Northern Virginia. Yeah, it's looking like Central Virginia will have sporadic concerns here from any of these storms that are passing through. So, Culpeper, it might go off to the north and south of you, whereas Orange might be hit in Virginia by the supercell off to the west. At the moment, I believe this tornado warning will be allowed to expire. This one looked much worse back before when it was west of Stanton. But this will generally be the part of the storm, or the cell in particular, that will impact anybody in Orange County. Whereas, you can kind of see how there's almost no activity down through Central Virginia right now. Not sure if this is going to fill in or not down here, or if the secondary line of storms back in West Virginia will eventually make their way through Central or Southern Virginia here and get to Richmond and Prince George to cool you guys off. I'm not sure yet. If we do even see widespread storms down there. Right now, the primary concern is definitely the highlighted corridor that we've known about since the beginning today, which was the DC Baltimore area. Yeah, we're doing nowcasting. Occasionally, we do a bit of near-term forecasting, but primarily, I'm making sure that I can catch every bit of rotation here, and also very strong wind gusts that show up, and the reasons why. Ellicott City. Yeah, all the stuff in North Carolina will persist through the state more than likely. So funnel clouds or rotating wall clouds are being observed with those warnings up in northeast Pennsylvania finally coming through, so that I have an inkling of understanding as to what's going on up there. But yeah, those have all been weekly rotating storms, not too concerning. The damaging wind threat has been the headline today, which is what we expected it to be, and that's why it's the moderate risk in place. First for Knoxville, though, very strong wind event in Knoxville, Tennessee. Now we're going to see it take place along I-70 here. I really don't know what Ryan's doing or why his stream is down. He's just looking at the puffy cloud. I don't know why it's not showing up on mine, though. All right, so let's go back down through our active weather areas here so we can cover all of them. Man, Greenville Spartanburg just got slapped by a downburst here. Oh, wow. It's even knocked down the radar for a frame there. We didn't get any data. For the most part, Western North Carolina is done with the storms. They've blown through. If the winds were significant in any way, do let me know. Let's see. And we do have a destructive warning, too, on the northern side of this, just to the north of Charlotte. So the northwest part of, or areas northwest of Charlotte are going to get in on the worst winds, which is what we were talking about earlier. So let me bring this back down. Now that we're done with Western North Carolina, you can see when I bring it back down, all the data back here is kind of just shunted by the mountains. So we were looking further up to get over the mountains. Now we're back down to the surface looking through the flatlands here. And on the flatlands, we can see that really strong winds just moved right through Greenville, or basically right through Greer, where the weather radar is. And I assume this did quite a bit of damage here and is going to approach south of Spartanburg. So Roebuck, Pauline here in South Carolina are going to get in on some really powerful winds in just a bit. So this storm has consolidated into a storm that's having several downbursts with it. So really heavy rains, really, really strong winds flowing out from this storm. Not a tornado threat, but very much a straight line damaging wind event out right here. Probably just the primary impacts will be south of Spartanburg as this goes off to the east. And then our destructive warning up here in North Carolina. If that is prompting any sirens to go off here, the destructive warning is for 80-mile-an-hour winds. Of course, this is in a radar hole. You guys know it well in the Charlotte area, so I can't see too well what's going on here, but this has probably just got several reports of trees down on roadways, trees blocking roadways here in the foothills in the Hickory area. So this is a destructive warning, not a tornado warning. So if there are any sirens going off in Statesville, or if they did go off in Catawba County at all, it would be for the destructive severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning. So I see that flowing through chat. There's so many false tornado reportings or tornado warnings being reported in chat. I hardly believe it. All right, so the severe thunderstorm warning that does include Greenville was actually updated to a destructive warning as well. So lots of destructive warnings coming through. We have a little bit of an unfortunate side effect of the system here is that the new warning alert doesn't happen if it was previously a warning and then upgraded to destructive. So we'll have to fix that. That way I don't miss them, but they should all have that alert. So I'll put that through for the next stream, make sure that it's working correctly. So this area was upgraded to destructive. I imagine actually the Spartanburg, South Carolina warning should also be upgraded to destructive because the heaviest winds, the strongest winds are over here now, entering Roebuck in Spartanburg County. So that is that's definitely a cause for concern. More power line and tree down reports here west of Statesville, so that wind is just now getting to Iredell County and moving through eventually into Rowan County here. Looks like all those impacts will stay north of Charlotte for now. Charlotte's kind of in between the strongest storms that are active at the moment. 2 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings for 80-mile-an-hour winds are moving through north and south. Yeah, lots of lightning associated with these storms as well. Yeah, you're hearing them, but they're not the correct ones. We want them to sound like the tornado warnings, but only one ring of the alarm. That is the difference. All right, so let's go down to Georgia now that we're getting into the stormiest hours for Atlanta. Oh boy, I have so many radars open. I'm not sure what's going on. So the Northeast Alabama tornado warning was allowed to expire as expected. That sort of interesting bookend setup was not going to last for too long, I think, in the rain-cooled air back behind it. So now that Atlanta proper is getting in on the storms, let's take a look at these windstorms over here. A little bit, or they're just kind of separate cells all popping up in the metro. If we play back a little bit of the data, we can see their origin points and see where they came from. As we get a new warning, we'll toggle back up to that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Going north to south here. So yeah, these storms have really just blown up right over the metro. A couple of strong cells here over North Atlanta and over Atlanta proper here. And as they blew up, they already became severe warned. So just a couple of possibly downbursts are occurring here. You can see a little bit of the indication of a downburst here just east of Atlanta with winds going toward the radar here and away from the radar here in red. So right there, just east of Atlanta near Glen Haven is where we're going to see a downburst. Really heavy rain. Belvedere Park and Eastland Heights area. Same is probably true ongoing near Chamblee, Mechanicsville, and North Atlanta. right to the south of Mechanicsville is where that downburst is probably occurring. So these storms are popping up and dropping tons of rain with them. We have a lot of moisture up through the profile of the atmosphere, so that's promoting these downbursts. High water content. Small storms, high water content. All right. So yeah, I'm really interested in this storm entering the Roebuck area. The Roebuck area in South Carolina is about to get smacked. I think we might see some downed trees and power lines from this area. This pocket of heavy winds is going to go right over the town of Roebuck. All right, we got the continuation of the warning up here. This is now considerable severe instead of destructive for the rest of Statesville here and over to Kannapolis, Salisbury, areas north of the Charlotte metro. So lots of damaging winds moving through. Pretty much what I can tell from now is that if this continues to be the case, it might be more difficult to get some of the strongest wind gusts into the triad up here. But I think convective evolution remains uncertain enough to not mark Raleigh-Durham out of this. So I think Raleigh-Durham's still in the line to get some strong winds today. But not sure if the worst of it is going to miss the triad to the south. Keep an eye on it. All right, so that's an update for the damaging wind threat to the southeast into the mid-Atlantic, so the Carolinas and Georgia and parts of Alabama. Now let's go back up to the new warning in Carroll County in Maryland. Let's see what's going on up there. If I find the right radar site. Carroll County in Maryland has a warning up here. Again, really tough to tell. It does include, up here. Wow, really, actually, this is an exceptionally good tornado warning from the National Weather Service. This one is really tough to tell what's going on, but there is the chance for a spin-up tornado right here east of Taneytown to Manchester. So you can kind of see the possibility of a spin-up right here, but actually what's more concerning is this supercell out in front that's persisted forever now. This supercell out in front of the storm was the same one that dropped hail back in Hagerstown back here in Maryland a couple hours ago at this point. Now it's over Hanover in Virginia, or Hanover in Pennsylvania.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
You can tell I don't cover this area as often. I'm getting mixed up in my states here. Over here in Hanover, watch how this supercell kind of slows down on approach of the line behind it. See how it's moving on its own, and then it's kind of starting to get pulled back. It's kind of starting to get pulled back into the line. When these two merge together, there could be big problems here. There could be big problems here immediately for this area right near Jefferson, Glen Rock in Pennsylvania, across the border, north of Manchester in Maryland. So I am very concerned with this area right here. The reason why is because we have this supercell out in front about to be eaten up by the line. This supercell has its own spin. It's got its own spin right in front of it, okay? Right there, all its spin, all the local surface vorticity is what we call that, is in place. The line is approaching from the west here, and parts of it are kind of bulging out in front here. And we already have a spin-up tornado possible in the line itself without the influence of the supercell. When these come together, this area right here might see very enhanced spin potential. I've seen it many times. When a supercell is out in front of the line, it gets ingested by the line. We see a tornado result because of it, and it can be strong too. So it could also do the opposite, where they kind of just destroy each other, and there's no tornado that results from that. But when you get a complex interaction like this right here, you have to prepare for the worst, because you can see just how fast that line is approaching. So we're about to see if this supercell has any increased surface vorticity, if it has any more spin with it. When it interacts with the line behind it, essentially when the line interacts with it by overtaking it, we could see a tornado right in this corridor is where I would say it might happen here. So right where this supercell is being ingested. This is where I'd be watching for a tornado to spin up. It might even get pushed off to the north, depending on how these storms come together. So we could see it. We could see it form and deviate off to the north. We could see it basically just be pushed forward with the line of storms with it. So let's see. Let's see what happens here. But this is a complex scenario unfolding right now. In addition to that, I mean, the spin-up tornado threat is already present to the northwest of Manchester and Maryland. God, there's so many warnings going off. My goodness, it won't stop. Every 5 seconds, I hear beep, beep, beep in my ear. There's just a new considerable, new destructive update, and man, that is just nonstop. I don't even get to speak before another beep, beep, beep comes through. I can't even think. All right, what in the world is that? So, so we're waiting to see what happens in Maryland. So back down to North Carolina here. See if we can see anything north of Charlotte, because this is still a really strong storm, and also this one down here near Spartanburg. Does look like it's fanning out a little bit. Goodness gracious, man. All right, so that includes that warning is for Gastonia here. So there's even a wow, there's so much happening right now. So now we have that considerable severe down here. That's to the west of Charlotte. Even for just these small downpours, we still have a threat of strong damaging winds with them.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Then we have now we have a tornado warning for Mooresville and China Grove here, just outside of Salisbury, north of Kannapolis. Focused area for a spin-up tornado in this line of storms here. So radar indicated rotation. I have no idea how they're picking that out. Good luck picking out radar indicated rotation up here. Let's see if we can see it from the Charlotte radar. Maybe. I think it's going to be pretty close here. There we go. So we can see it from the Charlotte radar.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
From the Charlotte radar, we're just barely within reach to see this spin-up tornado right here. So there you can see it on approach to Mooresville, in between Troutman and Mooresville. We don't have access to the correlation coefficient on the terminal radar, but we can see the spin-up tornado right here from the terminal radar. So that's going to pass just north of Mooresville if it's still ongoing. So that is the reason for our warning. Thankfully, we have the airport radar here just close enough to be able to see this tornado, because the Doppler radar is way too far away. So National Weather Service monitoring whatever radar sites they have access to, and thankfully we have this one for clutch situations here in this Charlotte radar hole. So thank goodness for that, to be able to issue a warning here. The spin-up tornado looks like it may be attempting to weaken based on the kind of garbled velocity I have. It looks pretty bad back here about 8 minutes ago when it was closer to Cheryl's Ford. So hopefully this continues to dissipate, but please be taking shelter out in front of this near Mooresville and China Grove. The reason we're able to issue and relay this warning and what it looks like on radars from the Charlotte airport radar. So it looks like it's going to go pretty close to China Grove on its current path. Should pass south of Salisbury. Wow. Spin up is just north of you. Yeah, Tennessee is done for today. A couple hours ago, I think. We've probably had several tornadoes that have done damage, but we have not been able to confirm any via radar. Look at all these damaging wind reports near Taylorsville, though. Power lines down, power lines and trees down, power lines and trees on roadway, power lines down, tree down on roadway. 8-inch diameter limbs sheared off trees. Yeah, definitely a ton of damaging wind reports coming through. I wonder how many we're at so far today. Let's see. So far today, we have 152 damaging wind reports. And that is that's only going to increase as we still have a lot of our severe thunderstorm watches and even our tornado watches to get through today. So a lot of people are going to see storms today, and thus we're going to see a lot more wind reports for sure. Nope, Salisbury, North Carolina. All right, down here in South Carolina, still got this downburst ongoing. Maybe 2 of them now to the south of Roebuck and also to the east near approaching Packlet. So those are going to be very strong damaging winds entering that area. Gosh, so much to talk about. I've gotten tongue twisted more today than I ever have. Multiple trees down in the Vale area of North Carolina. 1 person struck by lightning, injured in this wind report. You don't see that too often on the injury report. So people are being struck by lightning in this storm. And I've seen a lot of people in chat say that there's a ton of lightning activity. So you need to be in the times that people get struck by lightning most often are right before and right after the storm. Because they think it's done, and then they go outside, after they can't hear the rain as much anymore. That's when you get struck. You got to stay inside well ahead and well afterward to avoid the highest chances of being struck by lightning, since we have a report of a person struck by lightning today in North Carolina. So let's go back up to our northern mode. First off, in northeast Pennsylvania, all tornado warnings have been allowed to expire, but we still have severe thunderstorm warnings in place for a couple of supercells that are doing sporadic, isolated damage here in the area. Not looking overly concerning for the risk area over here. Now about to cross state line into New York, east of Binghamton. So not overly concerned with this. This is definitely the secondary threat today, but if something does spin up here, we'll have a very close look at it. Thankfully, we have good radar data up here from Binghamton. Thank you guys for the super chats. We had 45, 50 mile an hour winds in parts of Atlanta metro. Yeah, we just looked at those downbursts too. Makes sense. Those storms are small, but they pack a punch, because there is plenty of moisture in the atmosphere, and we have a cold front moving through to actually prop those storms up. Very, very unusual for this part of the year, or this time of the year, rather. All right, so let's go to. Did I ever cover the York County tornado warning? Let's see what we can see about that. Oh yes, right. So this was the previous spin up tornado, and now the merging of our supercell into the line. So let's see what attempted to happen there. So initially we had some rotation out. That might not be rotation. Some side lobing out. We're starting to see the supercell merge together with the line. Again, watching that corridor I highlighted, there's already a tornado warning in place despite no super tight rotation in this area near Jefferson in Pennsylvania, east of Hanover in York County. So again, I'm watching this corridor. We're about halfway through it. You can see that supercell being overtaken. Waiting to see if the spin gets concentrated in any of this area. So it looks like it is going to travel generally up towards the city of York in Pennsylvania. This is the corridor I'm concerned with. Very complex scenario unfolding there, of course, just like I mentioned. Now we have this huge severe thunderstorm warning that does include Baltimore. It is of the lower end, though. Let's watch this back and see what's happened with our rear inflow jet surge, just to understand. We got the first surge of it right there, right as it passed through Frederick. And then it's kind of, it was surging to the southeast, and now it's kind of taking an east track. So we're watching this part of the storm, the concerning part, actually turn off to the east. That's what I'm noticing now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, let's look at that. That includes Charlotte, since that's in Mecklenburg County. So let's look at that warning. See what's happening over there. So Mecklenburg and Cabarrus. Okay, so it's going to be the northern part of the Charlotte metro. So let's look at the terminal radar again. This is our friend today for understanding what's happening. The terminal radar has been the most helpful thing. So we're going to get a new warning for Huntersville. You guys have a minute or two to take shelter here as the storm approaches from the west. This is another spin-up tornado warning for Mecklenburg and Cabarrus County. So there you go. They have that warning extending off to the east-southeast. Huntersville down to Harrisburg, Roberta Mill, Concord. Guys are now in the warning. You can see the culprit is right here near Lowesville. So you can kind of see that spin taking place right there. It's entering a little bit of that, it's right in there's a tree in the way, essentially, of the radar here, so it's scanning through a tree. That's what this signature is. So it's being, the beam is being blocked by a tree, but you can see that it's been trying to spin something up for a while here, and on the latest scan, I think we might actually be close to, if not having a tornado down right here. Yeah, very, very close to, if we don't already have a tornado down west of Huntersville. Cabarrus, thank you. So yeah, Mecklenburg into Cabarrus County. So this warning was updated to highlight where the tornado might be here for east of Mooresville. So it might be approaching China Grove. This is the part of the storm that's spinning. Could have a spin-up tornado, which means a brief and usually on the weaker end of things tornado. Might be approaching China Grove, but to the best of my ability to tell, this might not be on the ground, which is good. Please continue taking shelter over there. The terminal radar updates like every minute, so we get a lot of data for seeing exactly where this might be taking place. But yeah, we could have one right here spinning up very briefly west of Huntersville on approach to I-77 on the north side of Charlotte here. So here's our area of concern. Right there is where our possible rotation would be on the right side of your screen. Here's the sort of the hook associated with it. Maybe like a hybrid spin up, maybe a hybrid spin up and supercellular tornado right here. If we could highlight the shape of a supercell, I would do so like that. All right, latest scan still shows pretty rapid rotation right in here. Very, very concentrated area across 20 or 30 feet. You've got a wind shift here between the red and the green. So I definitely believe we could see definitely could believe a tornado ongoing right here. Now southwest of Huntersville. So if we track this exactly, it is actually moving to the southeast, almost directly southeast. So it looks like it's going to go closer to Derrida here, or Derrida, I don't know, whichever pronunciation is correct. It's taken that rightward turn there. So previously, it actually was moving with the storm to the east-southeast, and now it's taking a hard southeast turn in the latest few scans. The latest velocity doesn't look as concerning, but you can see pretty much where the tornado would exist. It kind of just wraps up right here in this, almost like a donut shape right in the center of it. There we go. On approach to Dorito here as it takes a southeast dive. Dorito. Latest on the rotation approaching China Grove looks less intense. Still in a tornado warning though, so please take shelter in the interior-most room of your house. Or a basement if you got it. That would be the best case. Yeah, because we're so close to the radar, we're literally sampling the storm 50 feet off the ground. We would be able to see if there is a tornado ongoing. There probably is a funnel cloud associated with this, I bet. But I would be surprised if there was much more than some weak rotation at the surface here. The green is toward the radar, and red is away from the radar. Purple is no data. So velocity is a very difficult variable to nail down here. Difficult variable to nail down. It's a very sensitive one. So any indication that the velocity data is wrong, algorithms will translate it into no data. D-Rida, yeah, makes sense. D-Rida, Cabarrus. I got to put the southern twang to it again. It's been too long since I've been in North Carolina. D-Rida. All right, so that's the reason for our warnings down here. Again, watching every minute of updated data down here in the north part of the Charlotte metro. Warnings for our tornado warnings are in purple there, or in pink. All right, so that's the latest there. Let's go back through our northern risk area so we can make sure we're updated on that. Again, this is in southeastern, basically, yeah, southeastern Pennsylvania and York County. This is the coming together of a supercell into the line of storms. I played that back. You can see it taking place. So there's our supercell, and bam, gets smashed up by the line of storms. We're watching what that is going to do. Sometimes that situation leads to a tornado forming rather rapidly, and other times it doesn't do anything. So if it doesn't do anything, that's destructive interference. That looks like the case here in Jefferson. So I'm very happy that this does not look like it's going to produce a tornado. However, we could still see spin-ups anywhere along this line. Looks like they have not merged favorably for spinning anything up. So right now, I'm glad it's looking like the lesser end of things there. Still considerable severe thunderstorm warning in place, though, for York County in Pennsylvania. This part of the storm generally is what's moving through and will eventually reach the Philadelphia area. But right now, it looks like the worst of it is going to go to the north of Baltimore. So it's funny. It's very interesting. Initially, we were watching that surge of that rear inflow jet. It was moving these storms to the southeast when it got through Frederick. It looked really like it was going to take direct aim at Baltimore. And instead of taking direct aim at Baltimore, it has kind of swung off to the east now. And now the most damaging, or the greatest wind speeds, are actually very far north of Baltimore, maybe closer to Whitehall and New Freedom. So it looks like up here is where we're seeing the strongest winds, and also on the northern side of this is where we will see spin-up tornado chances first and foremost. So I think we might see the possibility of a couple more tornado warnings in this corridor here, maybe including Lancaster in Pennsylvania. Watching that. And then our separate storm here that is starting to take aim, maybe more properly, at Baltimore is moving through the northwest corner of the Washington, D.C. metro right now, near near Sterling, Sugarland Run, and then across the border into Maryland, near Seneca and North Potomac. I'm not going to watch any clips, I think. I'm focused entirely on the radar right now, but thank you for sending those, yeah. Do feel free to send those. I always respond to all of them. I always respond to all of them, so I appreciate when you guys send all those through. When they go into full screen mobile. Got it, yeah. Okay. Potomac. Potomac. Interesting. I don't think I've ever heard that pronunciation in my life, so that's good that I got it. How do you expect a southerner to pronounce that? Potomac. You're telling me to say Potomac when it's mac at the end of it, like mac and cheese? You got me thinking about mac and cheese, guys. You're telling me it's Potomac. Oh, man. Anyways, Potomac, Rockville, Gaithersburg, or Gathersburg. Which one would you like for that? Toe son. All right, so that's what's going on here through the DC metro area, which is what you guys love to talk about. Yeah, southerner pronunciation got me thinking about mac and cheese, man. Washington, D.C. is poised to get in on the severe thunderstorms. Not seeing much of a tornado threat for D.C. proper here, which is good news. But spin-ups can manifest here and form really quickly. Gaithersburg? I can't remember what the first one I said was. Gaithersburg? There we go. Gaithersburg. The first pronunciation, you guys, I don't know which one the first one was. I was just rattling them out. It's in and out of the brain. Lancaster?
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right, so this one is for Fairfax. I believe we're going to start to see the swing of this part of the storm to the east here. So we have that new destructive severe thunderstorm warning in place. I think it's going to encompass this part of the storm that's starting to bow out right here near Manassas. Tell me that's right, at least, please. Centerville and Fairfax here. So we have that destructive severe thunderstorm warning in place. There it is right there, called that directly on. I didn't even see which counties it was. They're all starting to come through now, though. Even in Kansas, western Kansas is in the slight risk today. So that new destructive severe thunderstorm warning is generally going to travel towards Alexandria.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow, okay, everything just started happening at the same time. It's like the system was backed up, and then they just unclogged it. Bam, all the tornadoes are coming now. So there you go. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning is for 80-mile-an-hour winds. Those are straight-line winds capable of doing damage to your roofs. Taking down power lines. We've seen plenty of reports of that today. And apparently also striking people with lightning. So please don't be outside with these in any capacity. This is the upper end severe thunderstorm warning is being issued.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Essentially up to the DC metro area. Now we also have one in Georgia. So we're going to take a look at that in just a second as we go up there, because I think we're going to see another tornado warning also up here near Crossroads and Red Lion in southeastern Pennsylvania. It's going to pass the south and east of York. If we get a new tornado warning up here, that's the reason why. We have a rotation right here, generally traveling in this direction up towards East Prospect. So east of York, Pennsylvania is where we're watching for that. New tornado warning also into what county was that in New York? Cortland County. From this lone supercell up here has managed to spin up enough rotation near the surface. Actually, it looked much worse earlier on, but it was not warned back here near Slaterville Springs. So at this point, it probably actually produced a brief tornado already. We can actually see if it did. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, this was an unwarned tornado near Slaterville Springs, I think, in New York here. So this is a tornado on the ground doing damage here northeast of Slaterville Springs, previously unwarned. Now it has a radar indicated warning on it, but all of this debris right now, I believe, might be fallout from the previous tornado. I don't think anything is on the ground right now, but there previously was a tornado that just did damage over here. This warning should have been confirmed back a while ago towards Slaterville Springs. It probably touched down right about here. We can confirm the correlation coefficient was lower, and I think what we're seeing now is the fallout from any of the tree branches and leaves swirling around where this tornado used to be. So this was a tornado on the ground, unwarned, to the south of Dryden. We'll see if this gets confirmed or not, or what the National Weather Service is going to do with this one. They might just leave it radar indicated. We'll see if it puts down another tornado, because right in that corridor, we just had an unwarned one go through. So this is in east of Ithaca in New York. So that was southeastern Tompkins County, and now we're into southwestern Cortland County in New York. Unwarned tornado just did damage over there. Just now, radar indicated warning brought my attention to it, and I actually was able to go back through the history of it and confirm that it actually happened with no warning. So watching to see if this produces another tornado with this cell. With any supercells in the north of it, they don't look as concerning, but weak signatures just had a debris signature associated with it. So let's see if this continues to do damage again, or does another round of it, cycles, and we get another tornado. Please be taking shelter in McGraw. I think this will probably stay out of the Cortland area. The only reason I could see a tornado happening in Cortland in New York is one forms here. If we see the new tornado forming right here, if that continues to be the case, and then it becomes and then it takes on deviant motion and goes to the north. So that's why we have these polygons like this. Everybody in the polygon should be taking shelter, including Cortland in New York, even if the storm stays far off to your south. It's a good idea to practice taking shelter regardless. All right, so there you go. That's the warning up there. It was a confirmed tornado. We're going to see if it produces another one. There was debris associated with it that we could pick out on the radar for quite some time. All right, so let's go let's go down to Georgia, because we had that destructive severe thunderstorm come through. That is right over the Peachtree City area. So this is a destructive warning right over where the radar is for 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Hopefully we don't lose power to this radar site. You can see that pop up here in the Noonan area in Georgia. And right as it gets over Raymond, we have that wind burst just right there. So these are 80-mile-an-hour winds or greater right over Raymond, Georgia, that passed through, and they're moving to the east toward the radar site in the blues and greens there. So that's gone right over the radar site, entering Fayette County here. It's going to come out on the other side near Inman and Woolsey, south of Fayetteville. So this is what we refer to as a microburst. More than likely, this storm is carrying a microburst with it, which means extremely powerful winds and very, very heavy rain right in the core of it. You can see it's not really that big at all. It's not a large storm at all. But it has a very, very powerful downburst inside of it that could be classified as a microburst. And then the main part of the line of storms is now getting to Atlanta. Everything else in Alabama has kind of fizzled out like we expected it to. And now Atlanta is going to see the line of storms coming in from the west, even though we had a few storms pop up in Atlanta, also carrying downbursts with them. If we play back the loop, we can see that happen right there. You see those storms pop up. Those definitely had some downbursts, maybe microbursts associated with them. 71-mile-an-hour wind gust reported in northeastern Atlanta metro. They have now formed into a whole line of storms over this way that are going through northeastern Georgia and eastern Georgia now. And now we have the line approaching once again from the west, round 2 for parts of Atlanta that already got hit by a storm. Maybe even round 3 if we get a little bit more action here in the front with these storms right here. So all of these storms have the possibility of carrying downbursts with them, essentially that really heavy, blinding rainfall with really strong wind gusts also. So damaging winds are going to be the theme here in Atlanta as these approach from the west once again. So that was the cause for that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go to the Carolinas now. All right, I have this here. From our tornado warnings in the Charlotte metro area, it's because it's been a second since we covered them. I watched this one go through. It definitely looked tornadic only right here near Huntersville, North Carolina. and then it started to take a southeast dive. Since then, I have not seen anything that tells me that a spin-up tornado might still be occurring as it passed through Derrida and south of Harrisburg and Roberta Mill here, the northeast part of Charlotte Metro. The other spin-up tornado warning that we had that was closer to China Grove has kind of fallen apart here. We may have another one issued north of Salisbury. I could see this being a brief spin-up tornado. Again, we're looking at the Charlotte airport radar. Like, it's very difficult to get good radar data over here because Charlotte is in a radar hole. So I'm doing my best here with the radar data that we have here. And from what I can tell, we may have another spin-up tornado possibly happening near Salisbury and Spencer. So that'll go to the south, basically taking a due east track near Southmont through Davidson County. Would recommend just being in shelter in Davidson County in North Carolina, as these storms will be pretty powerful regardless. They'll have some damaging wind and a lot of lightning. We've already had a couple reports of lightning striking people and them being injured. That's what this symbol over here is. We actually have one person struck by lightning reported, which I've only seen like 2 or 3 times on this program. Salisbury, thank you. Really? Salisbury steaks, then, yeah. All right, and then let's go back up to the northeast. So that's an update on the Charlotte area. Actually, let's get a quick look at the windstorms that have moved through the Spartanburg area again, just to see if they're still ongoing. Because there are so many severe thunderstorm warnings. We have 39 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Oh my gosh, my radar is just going off the walls right now. The strongest winds are in a little bit of a downburst here approaching McConnells, South Carolina, and eventually Rock Hill to the south of Charlotte. I would say you guys are going to get in on the strongest winds from this part of the storm down here. Greenville and Spartanburg, you guys are out of the winds now. You're out of the severe threat today. You're done with it. Same for all of you in western North Carolina and areas to the north of Cartersville in Georgia. It's exactly the pronunciation. Good. Okay. So that's an update on the windstorms down here and also the possible spin-up tornadoes we've seen to the north of Charlotte Metro. Now let's go back up to our New York storm, since we had an unwarned tornado for a little while there. Let's see if this is another debris ball right in here. And it's very likely that it could be, actually. We could have another tornado doing damage right here. It's a bit tough to tell, but this is our supercell in Cortland County in New York. You can see it right there in the center of the state. About 20 minutes ago, the south of Dryden in New York, this is a tornado on the ground right here doing damage. You can confirm that with a correlation coefficient drop there in the greens and blues, and that's co-located with our higher reflectivity values. So this is a tornado debris signature right here in that blue circle on the right side of your screen. And then we can also further confirm that with a ZDR, differential reflectivity. Lowered values in the grays here further confirm that that is tornado debris that occurred there south of Dryden in New York. That was unwarned. Probably had several instances of a tornado on this frame. There was probably a tornado on the ground. You can see the debris ball right here very clearly in the hook of the storm. So there's our debris ball. Unwarned. And then finally, it was warned here after the tornado had dissipated and we've had some debris fallout. But look at the next few scans here. We've had another cycle. And now there's more than likely another tornado ongoing here, about to cross over Interstate 81 here. So this is southeast of Cortland. A tornado might be about to cross over the interstate. Drivers are about to be very surprised. They might even see a funnel cloud, probably, if there is no tornado doing damage right now. This will pass to the south of McGraw, just about. Should go out of the Cortland area. It does not look like we're going to see that deviant motion go up into Cortland. So you guys in Cortland should be okay from this storm. And eventually it will go north of Cincinnati. Not Cincinnati, Cincinnatus. and closer to South Otselic. Oh my gosh. Wow, a whole new region means a whole new bank of pronunciations to get wrong. This is tough. So there you go. That's the latest on this. This is probably another tornado right now, south of Cortland. Second one from this storm in New York. Into northeastern Pennsylvania, these storms have not quite done the same thing that the Cortland storm is doing. I don't think we've had any confirmed tornadoes from these storms near Montrose, New Milford, in Pennsylvania. But they are severe warned with tornado possible tags. So let's go down. Let's go down to southeastern Pennsylvania now. This again, this area, oh man, approaching. Is it Lancaster or Lancaster? They've told me both, man. I don't know. They told me both. They always tell me two different ones, and I'm left here to rot. So I think that there's a real possibility that we get a tornado warning up here into Lancaster County in Pennsylvania. So really concerned with this part of the storm. That's you can kind of see it bulging out like this. It's moving up this way. So I'm really concerned with the city here. Lancaster. 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 Oh my gosh. Lancaster, 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 Lancaster. Lancaster? Lancaster? What? Not the Amish folks. Yeah, okay, so there's two different pronunciations coming through here. I'm gonna go with Lancaster. You guys know what I'm talking about, okay? Stop it. We got it, okay? Lancaster, I'm concerned with your area right now, Millersville. This area of southeastern Pennsylvania in the county is going to see a really strong storm, spin up tornado or not. It's going to get pretty gnarly there, okay? Yeah, I did kick a hornet's nest. I'm stopping it right now because I know I did. You guys keep talking, but there's a 20-second delay. I did do that, didn't I? It's not as bad as the one in Michigan the last month, though. That one will forever go down in history. All right, so getting ready to see the strong storms in Alexandria, in Washington, in the DC metro, here in general. They're coming through. I don't think we're going to see the continuation of the destructive severe warning. The worst of the winds I can tell in the metro are near Potomac, and headed towards the Rockville, Maryland area. So Potomac and Rockville, Maryland, right along I-270 in those regions. Here's this pocket of winds in the tan and light brown. This is about 65, 70 miles an hour, maybe greater, pretty close to the ground here, so that's definitely verifying. So this is going to be where some of the strongest winds happen. Looks like it's poised to go right through Rockville and Glenmont, Aspen Hill, and Rossmore here. So generally tracking right along this line here is where we're going to see some of the hardest hitting winds from this part of the storm. And then down to the south here, I don't see any highlighted areas of very strong winds, but we're at a little bit of a weird angle, oblique angle to the radar, so I'm not 100% on where the strongest winds are down here. But regardless of that, everybody in DC is about to get in on the strong storm. So something I've seen a lot of people are like, man, why is this a moderate risk? This is not that intense. It's not. You need to factor in SPC risks are about intensity, but they're also about numerousness, essentially, how numerous the storms are. A slight risk could be for isolated activity, and an enhanced and moderate risk can be for, nearly certain activity for a lot of the people in the risk area. That's why you see a higher end risk today, even if the wind damage reports aren't as bad as you would expect them to be in a 4 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. the coverage is what was high certainty, and that a lot of people would see severe weather, that we'd get several hundred damaging wind gust reports today, and we certainly will. We certainly are. Cincinnatus. Now that sounds southern to me, but it's in New York. Yeah, the 10% risk was in place for spin-up tornadoes primarily. We've seen a few instances of that, especially concerned with this area near Lancaster in Pennsylvania. All right, so our severe thunderstorm warnings are well out ahead of this thing because we are certain there will be some damaging wind entering the area. They're just outside the Philly metro now, the southwest part of it at least, for media here in Delaware County. And now the northern part of Delaware, as well as the southwestern corner of New Jersey. So we're starting to get these severe thunderstorm warnings well out ahead of the storm. You can see that they're put in place because they're like, okay, yep, storm's making it to you guys. Go ahead and get prepared. Don't be scared, be prepared. All right. So let's see the continuation of our New York tornado that was down doing damage. That is the first time today we've seen a damaging tornado that we can confirm via correlation coefficient. I believe it's dissipating as of this scan, but we can see a little bit of that debris signature definitely in there left over. So that's passed right over Interstate 81 southeast of Cortland in New York, Cortland County. Currently to the south of McGraw. That debris passed right over the interstate there. Right here you can see a deep debris signature. I don't know why this is not a... Okay, so this is now a confirmed tornado warning as of this scan here. So they did finally confirm this tornado warning because, yes, it's been doing damage for a while. I don't think that came through. I hope it's dissipating right now, but we did get the tornado warning in general, so that's good enough. So I hope that hopefully this is dissipating and it doesn't do it again. But we've had two separate at least confirmed tornadoes from this cell right here. Down the line, we're thinking about the eastern half of Cortland County here, which I think is just a Finger Lake, isn't it? I think that's pretty much just where a Finger Lake is, so it's going to pass over a lake. And it's going to go pretty close to South Otselic here. Hopefully by that point, though, it's not. It is no longer posing a threat. Okay, our other storms in Pennsylvania have not been looking too impressive. Northeastern part of Pennsylvania in particular. But pretty much everybody is getting in on the severe weather because most of this line is filling in here as it moves through eastern Pennsylvania. So you can expect some thunderstorm activity in Allentown, in Jim Thorpe, Wilkes-Barre, Scranton. All these places look like they're going to get in on some thunderstorm activity, but it doesn't look too bad as it stands. Just some spare severe thunderstorm warnings are being issued in parts of the line here. The strongest severe storms in Pennsylvania are definitely in the southeastern part of the state, near Lancaster, as we've been discussing. It looks like the Baltimore metro area will get in on the storms, but it's not going to be the concentrated damaging windstorm that we've seen before. The rest of the area just received a severe thunderstorm warning here in the red. Wilkes-Barre, thank you. I always forget that. Wilkes-Barre. I knew that one. I knew that one at least. That one I was aware of, that I would probably mispronounce it, because I've heard it before. But that other one, like, oh man, you're killing me here. You are absolutely killing me here. whew, whole new part of the country to cover in terms of pronunciations. Yep, right now I'm not seeing a concentrated area of very, very damaging winds for, at least for Washington, D.C. We could see a rear inflow jet organize here right into Baltimore, so I'm going to keep my eye on that just in case this pocket of winds continues to intensify. It looks like it's trying to on approach to Waterloo, southern Baltimore Metro, Glen Burnie, Southgate. So watching that closely, especially for the Baltimore International Airport here. BWI. Does look like stronger winds are trying to take shape here as we get closer to it. I was thinking that we wouldn't see anything here when it looked like this, but now we see those tans and those browns start to expand here near Baltimore. So let's see what's going on.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
With that, let's see what's going on with that. That was what I was waiting for. And also, with another one. Two new tornado warnings coming out. One of them is for Cortland County in New York, a continuation or an extension of the current warning that's there. But let's go and look at the...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let's go and look at the North Carolina one to see if we can even see where it's at here. I am not sure. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to look at this. Okay, it is right next to the Charlotte radar, so yeah, let's take a peek at that. So they've extended the tornado warning for this previous area spin up that we were observing. They've gone ahead and continued it into Stanley and Montgomery counties in North Carolina. And I mean, we can't really see much of anything here, so man, right in the center of the radar hole. I don't have any good options here, so let's just try to see it from several radar sites, see where that rotation is. This is likely going to be a spin-up tornado, if it is occurring here. So I think they've just gone ahead and warned this sort of southern part of the line of storms here. This is not a bad tornado warning at all. It's a preventative tornado warning, I would say, for Albemarle and Troy over to Candor. So we definitely have what looks like a preventative tornado warning in place here in these areas. And a preventative warning simply mean this is my my word for telling you that we are far away from radar sites. We can scan a mile and a half up into the storm. We can't scan the surface of the storm. So if people are reporting that there's a wall cloud or a funnel cloud or a rotation in the storm from the surface, and they report that to the National Weather Service, they can issue a preventative warning because they can't see the radar data closer to the surface, closer to where the tornado would be occurring in the storm. Because the tornado doesn't necessarily extend 2 miles up into the storm. It's not that tall. The rotating part of the storm does extend that high up, but not the tornado itself. Sealick, thank you. So there you go. There's the extension of that one. Now let's go and look where their new tornado warning for the Cortland County storm is. They've gone ahead and put it out in front. We can't see too much because the velocity is all garbled. That's what the purple means. No data. Thank you guys for the super chats as well. Allowing the tornado watch to expire in Sullivan County. Where is Sullivan County in New York? Oh, down here near Monticello. It depends on the state you're in, on how you want to pronounce that. No, I don't see that being allowed to expire at all. The storms are not to your location yet. We have a couple supercells off to your west. So we'll see. I wish I could see this a little bit better. I think this is still the debris fallout here in the yellow. So the hook of the storm is down here. It's still got a little bit of debris swirling around right in here. This is all of what that tornado picked up here. Not sure if it's currently still on the ground doing damage, but it does have debris associated with it that is showing up on the radar. So this is a or was a confirmed tornado, and we should be taking shelter out in front of it, even though this is a lake, I'm pretty sure. Once we get to South Sealick and the De Ruyter area, please be taking shelter out ahead of time. Y'all watch out ahead of this thing. As we get into Shenango County, oh my gosh, everything is a pronunciation nightmare over here. Shenango, 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 Shenango. One of those four has got to be right. Don't tell me it's all wrong. Come on, New Yorkians, help me out. No lake east of Cortland, just forest. That's probably why this debris signature has shown up pretty well then, as it's moved through some forested areas. I mean, there are a lot of lakes, so I thought maybe there would be one also to the east somewhere. So out ahead of this thing, we'll see if this makes it all the way over to maybe Waterville, Hamilton, Earlville. It's got a long ways to go before it gets anywhere a county over here. Shenango. Shenango? Got it. A+ for effort. I gotta include all of them, yeah. Alright, let's see. In northeastern Pennsylvania, I'm starting to be concerned with these storms near New Milford. You know, if you've been watching this for a while, that I was not concerned with them for the longest time. This is probably the first scan near New Milford in Pennsylvania that I do have some concern for tornadoes. In, oh, I know this one. Susquehanna. I know that's wrong, dude. I've heard that one so many times before.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Anyways, there's the tornado warning for it. This is me starting to be concerned with this area. I think that one's actually for the southern one down here near Nicholson. I would imagine the northern one will also get a tornado warning for it as well. So these two storms are starting to become more concerning to me. The latest radar scan tells me that they're worth a tornado warning. So they started with the southern one. I think the northern one will also receive a new tornado warning here. That would include Thompson, Staruka, Susquehanna. Susquehanna. There you go. That's the one. I knew it was funky, man. I knew it was funky. Susquehanna. Susquehanna. Why did I say qua? Nobody said qua in the chat. Susquehanna. I knew it was the funky one. Anyways, Susquehanna Depot. And right over New Milford is where this rotation's occurring here. So be ready for another tornado warning over there to come through. I got it, guys. I got it. I knew it was weird. You're helping me out. All right, so we're moving on down. Let's go over to southeastern Pennsylvania again and the Maryland area. Again, let's pull up a, well, hopefully a better radar site for this, but I don't really see a better one for now. Oh, it's always the Philly area that's in a radar hole too. Another one tree on a car and caused an injury in New Freedom in Pennsylvania, right across the border from Maryland. So that this strong storm entering the Lancaster area, Strasburg, and Quarryville has downed trees and also injured people in cars due to trees falling on them. So it is about to get into this area near Lancaster. So please be ready for that. We've been talking about you for a while. And also, we've been talking about your chance for possibly receiving a tornado warning up there, too, with rotation in the storm evident in Lancaster County. All right, into the D.C. metro. Storms are going through. Most of the damaging wind is going through you now, so if it's however intense it is as it goes through this area, that'll be your storm for the day. I did not see anything develop right for the District of Columbia. I didn't see anything develop in terms of a highlighted corridor for damaging wind or spin-up tornadoes. So right now, it's just looking like you're going to get the brunt of the damaging winds, but nothing in particular that was of immense concern. No highlighted corridor of extremely damaging winds like we've seen a few times today. So that's the latest for the DC Metro, from what I can see over there. So let's look down here at this storm near Louisa.
A new tornado warning has been issued
in Virginia, where a tornado warning was just issued for Louisa County, Virginia. All right, so Louisa County, Louisa, Virginia. We have this storm down here that is probably mostly side lobed, but is definitely rotating. So that's a radar indicated warning for this supercell. This has been our problem supercell for a long time. This one and the one just to the north of it were near Waynesboro and Stanton much earlier, and now you can see they've kind of come together. Our southern supercell that's formed now in Louisa County, or not formed, it formed in Albemarle County, but now is in Louisa County, has taken on the tail end Charlie task of ingesting all the warm, moist air being pulled into it and cutting off the inflow to the supercell to the north in Orange County in Virginia. So now the southern one is the mature, healthy, spinning, rotating thunderstorm, essentially. And thus we have our new warning for it in the northern part of Louisa County in Virginia. So down the line, that would go into Spotsylvania County, probably the southern half of it, to the south of Fredericksburg. But you want to be thinking in Spotsylvania what you'll do to be prepared for a tornado warning coming through. Just in case. Right now, I don't think this is producing a tornado at all, due to where the area of concern is on the velocity, on the wind side of the radar here. It is not where we would expect the tornado to be at all in this hook, showing up in yellow. So this is mostly a side lobe contamination moment. Even still, it's been warned. It's probably rotating if you were to look at it in person. So thus, the storm is dangerous, regardless of what the radar data is kind of portraying here in terms of some artifacts, radar artifacts. Strongest part of the storm moving through Baltimore now. Half of the city is no longer even in a severe thunderstorm warning, so it looks like the worst of the winds are just right along I-95.
Has been issued.
Right along I-95, going through Laurel right now, and through Baltimore. So just some really strong winds associated with all these storms. But again, anywhere from DC to Baltimore, I don't see a concentrated area of like really powerful winds or a rear end flow jet or spin up tornadoes or anything like that. So you guys are just going to go through a bad wind storm here with some heavy rain. So that's for everybody in DC along I-95 in between Baltimore and the District of Columbia. That's what I'm seeing for y'all. Luckily, avoiding the worst of it, because you were basically guaranteed to get a powerful storm today in these areas. It was of high certainty, which is why we have that enhanced and the moderate risks in place from the Storm Prediction Center. High certainty of a damaging windstorm. Thankfully, it's not the the focused, intense impacts like some of your friends have experienced earlier today in Knoxville, Tennessee, and in parts of the Maryland Panhandle as well. All right, so there was the other warning. We were waiting for that one to come through in northeastern Pennsylvania. They've gone ahead and sent the warning on this one now to the east of New Milford. This is the tightest the rotation has been here. If not already ongoing here, this could be the beginning of a tornado here. We have the greens and reds touching. The radar is up to the north, so the reds here are winds going this direction, and greens are winds going this direction. Right in the center here, they're rotating very tightly. So this is kind of like what the Cortland County, New York cell looked like, and it produced one heck of a debris signatures because it's hit some trees up there. So we could see another tornado about to occur right here with this one. This was the one I was more concerned with, as opposed to the southern one near Nicholson. So I think this one has the chance to actually produce a tornado. Okay, and then back up to our Cortland County cell. Look at this. We might have tornado number 3 from the Cortland County cell, and I definitely believe that is about to occur, but it is not occurring yet. So we see here east of Cortland now, we can see our supercell. You can draw it. There's the hook of it, and there's the rest of the storm. It's really not that large, pretty small supercell. But we definitely have some quite tight rotation right in here. So I believe this is very likely to produce another tornado. The two tornadoes that I've been able to confirm via radar so far today have both been in New York.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, and look at that. The secondary line back in West Virginia is also has a tornado warning associated with it now. Let's go back and look at that. Yep, that was for South Central and Southeastern West Virginia, just like what we were thinking. So now near Hinton in Summers County and extending into Monroe County in West Virginia, there's the southern edge of our storms down here. Southern edge of a sort of a complex right in this region has led to a new tornado warning. Looks more like a spin-up tornado type to me here. That would be close to Hinton, West Virginia. There it is. Look at that newest scan. Dang. Yeah, this is one of the most convincing signatures I've seen in West Virginia today. So please be taking shelter. Few seconds to do so in Hinton. I know that's not much heads up, but we got that warning now. You'll get on your phones. That's about the best we can do, really. I wasn't watching this one too closely back in West Virginia because most of the instability has moved on. Whereas we were focused on the windstorms further east. But the cold front is actually pretty far to the west over here. It's been accelerated on the northern side of things, but the cold front is pretty far away to the west here, so we can still get these storms over here, and that's why this one's popping off now. Well, no, this is pretty much a spin-up. Orientation is correct for a spin-up tornado. So hopefully this does no damage. Wouldn't be able to see it yet. This is a pretty concerning look for Hinton, West Virginia, probably just south of the town. An outbreak consists of 6 to 10 or more tornadoes. So if we get 6 or more confirmed ones, then you can call it an outbreak, essentially. All right, so there you go. New warning in West Virginia, the most concerning one I've seen today, for sure. The next scan will probably tell me quite a bit of information on what's going on here, so we have to wait for that to come through. Looks like this radar is scanning every 2.5 minutes. Oh, I'm actually behind on this one, too. This one is taking a while to update. So this warning is actually old. So this storm is already past, or the rotating part of the storm is actually past Hinton already. The radar data is being delayed, which I hate it when that happens. That is really not good for what we do. The purpose of our operations here on YouTube. Very not good at all. So hopefully that data stops being delayed. Oh, all data is being delayed. Oh, great. All right, so all my radar data is now 6 minutes behind. Hate it when this happens. Come on, work with me here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So there's the other half of your warning for Spotsylvania County. It does include Brokenburg, but not Spotsylvania proper. Yeah, I'm going to be about 5 minutes behind. At least it's still working. The other half of the warning's coming through, moving into Spotsylvania County. Just going to have to interpolate how fast these things are moving in 5 minutes. So know what to do when the warning comes for you. All right, let's go back up to New York too, because this has been, man, I do not like being behind. Refreshing the app, unfortunately, does not work in situations like this. We have to wait for the server to catch up. Because it sometimes lags behind when either a lot of people are using it or something gets overloaded. One more look here in the Cortland County storm to see if that latest iteration did produce a tornado. I don't think so, but more than likely there's still some remnant debris swirling around with this supercell. So we definitely have seen 2 tornadoes so far in Cortland County and also southeastern Tompkins County in New York. But this storm is, it still looks nasty. Let me pull up the meso-analysis to see what's out ahead of this thing. See if it's going to continue to be a problem here. Looking at the conditions out ahead of this storm, it's not even in that great a bulk shear, and that's why we see a small supercell as opposed to a large vicious one. So the shear isn't that great, but it is pretty much mostly concentrated at the surface. Yeah, and the photographs reflect that. Out ahead of this, the photographs are still good. Let's see if the thermos are good. Not as good, but they're still sufficient, I would say. So yeah, it makes sense why we saw these tornadoes in Cortland County. Really moist profile. Okay, so looking at this, I would say it's not out of the question for this storm near Cortland, New York, to continue on for a little while longer until until any other showers interact with it and maybe kill it off a little bit. So there we go. Another look at the Susquehanna Depot. Now we're still 5 minutes behind on these storms, so I don't have the latest look at this, but I would be surprised if this wasn't a tornado ongoing right now south of Susquehanna Depot in northeast Pennsylvania. So this is east of New Milford, east of I-81. Looks like it's going to pass between the depot and Thompson here along Highway 92, State Road 92, or State Highway. So again, I would be surprised if this was not an ongoing tornado. You can see tight rotation right there, the red and green pixels next to each other. This is almost certainly a funnel cloud at the very minimum. Storm to the south of it is being interacted with a bunch of moderate rain all around it. It's being rained out. The instability is less for it as a result, and thus it's having a tougher time keeping itself together and organized. So I would say that this is less of a tornadic threat approaching Uniondale and Forest City and I-81 to the south here. And for the rest of eastern Pennsylvania, strong storms going through east central. Look like they're going to go north of Jim Thorpe and Lehighton. So closer to Freeland, Whitehaven, Penn Lake Park, and Bear Creek Village. The Hazleton area is going to get in on some stronger windstorms. Wherever we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning filling in Pennsylvania here, so Pottsville, Lebanon, these look to be less intense. Still strong, but not quite severe levels. So this is generally the part of the storm that's going towards Allentown. And same for Scranton and Wilkes-Barre. So into southeast Pennsylvania. Please give me radar data. Southeast Pennsylvania. I also just need a better radar site. It's kind of wild that Philadelphia and Charlotte are two metro areas without amazing radar coverage. Like, once you get past Philadelphia, you're good, but to the west of it, my goodness, another big radar hole over here. We play back this loop here near Lancaster and to the south and east of it. We can see the storms are basically starting to fan out quite a bit more here, which means our area of concern as these storms fan out is pretty much on this sort of periphery here. Most of the Philly metro, as a result, is going to get in on this windstorm. You can see all of those severe thunderstorms issued out in front of it as it passes through. They're issued very early on. The storm is making its way over to you. It's spinning while it does it, too. You can see that supercell kind of just gets sucked up over here. And then this part of the storm starts to spin around right in there. That's pretty cool. So we're probably about 30 minutes out from the beginnings of the Philly metro seeing this damaging windstorm. The hope is that as it continues to fan out, that it will pose much less of a damaging or a concentrated damaging wind threat. We'll just see more widespread, less severe wind gusts. Baltimore is making out of the worst of it here. Only a 52-mile-an-hour wind gust reported at the eastern part of the city. So it does look like the worst of it did avoid the DC metro, which also had a 52
A new
mile an hour
tornado watch has been issued.
wind gust report. So thankfully, DC metro, Baltimore metro, you got a strong storm. It doesn't look like it was much worse than that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Some of the most intense winds are over here in the storm near Laurel, probably, along Interstate 95. They're all now east of Interstate 95 since I'm behind 5 minutes. So Crofton, Southgate, yeah, you guys are getting in. This is probably where the strongest wind gusts are. So both the metro areas avoided it proper, but now I guess we're in the metro area in between here. And it looks like Annapolis will probably get some of the worst of the winds. So if you're in Annapolis, in Maryland here, and Skidmore, surrounding areas here in the Annapolis area, it looks like the strongest part of the storm is moving toward you, and we're actually seeing a damaging wind threat start up again here. Maybe we'll start to see this part of the storm bow out as well. So get ready for that in Annapolis, especially to the north. Oh, there we go. The radar just caught up all in one. Let's go. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. So let's go look at, I think Chester County in Pennsylvania just received that warning. There it is right there. We've been talking about this for a while. This part of the land having spin-up tornadoes associated with it. Let's look at it let's pull a radar site over there. First, right before we talk about that, I'm going to look at West Virginia again, because we caught up on radar data. Now we can go back and see what happened near Hinton. If a spin-up tornado occurred here, it went right through Hinton in Summers County in West Virginia. I hope that didn't happen, but it doesn't look like it produced any significant damage on the radar. Yeah, I hope that didn't happen, but if there was a spin-up tornado, it would have gone basically right through the town there. Now it looks much more broad. Looks like the warning may not be continued into Monroe County in West Virginia, so that's the update over there. A lot of damaging wind reports in Beckley, West Virginia as well, back behind the storm, so no no doubt about its ability to produce, so hopefully it did not. All right, so let's go to, let's take a radar over to, oh my goodness. Let's take a radar over to Delaware here, and also New Jersey. First, we're going to look at it from the Delaware radar, see this new tornado warning west of Philadelphia here. You can see it pretty nicely from this, even though we're really far away. The area of rotation shows up. This is a spin-up tornado south of Coatesville and west of Northbrook. Includes Downington. The warning includes Downington, Lionville, Bacton, Chester Springs, DeVault, Moorstein, Malvern, and up towards Phoenixville. In the western part of the Philly metro here.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
So there you go. There's your tornado warning west of Pennsylvania, or west of Philadelphia in Pennsylvania. This is for Chester County again. That is a spin-up tornado not confirmed. We're going to go look at the confirmed warning, which was that northern storm I was concerned with in northeastern Pennsylvania. So sure enough, that has become a confirmed tornado warning. No surprises there. And 1 second before I do, for those in Annapolis and Skidmore again, from the Dover radar in Delaware, we can see the rear inflow jet here in the dark blues in over Millersville and Severna Park. So this rear inflow jet is producing the strongest gusts at the surface here near the Annapolis area. I think as it crosses over the bay, we're probably going to see a bow echo take shape here through the eastern part of Maryland. Talbot County, Kent County, Queen Anne's County, and Caroline County probably need to get ready for some pretty strong wind gusts here. I think this is going to be where we see our new corridor for very powerful winds. Eventually that will translate into Delaware as well. Okay, so let's go and look at our confirmed warning. Up here in the Susquehanna Depot, just like we've been talking about. So let's play it back a little bit here. So right there was where I thought that a tornado would be ongoing. That was about 13 minutes ago. We play it forward. We see, let's see. How did they confirm this warning? I think they confirmed the warning right. Nope, that's not it. Okay, I'm not seeing the debris signature that's telltale of confirming this warning. So this might be let's see. Nope, this was a radar confirmed warning, so no spotter report for this one. I did not see the debris signature there. It was outside of the higher reflectivity values, so I can't confirm it myself, but I wouldn't be surprised if it did do a little bit of damage over here. So that's why we have a confirmed warning over there. That is for northeastern Susquehanna County and northern Wayne County, or northwestern Wayne County in Pennsylvania here. Another look at our Cortland or New York storm. We still got that hook coming off the end of it here, but this is quite honestly, I'm not sure what this little appendage is over here from this storm in New York. This supercell in particular has produced a couple of tornadoes already. We've confirmed them. They were never confirmed via warning, but the tornado warning was issued after the first one occurred. So I don't know if this is another ongoing tornado. It's too tough to tell. But either way, in this severe thunderstorm warning, out to Hamilton and Morrisville in New York, you should be thinking about taking shelter. It's a good idea to do so, to practice, because you don't get to practice it very often in this part of the country here. We don't get these sorts of severe weather setups that often, which is why I'm here covering it. Rain starting in Annapolis. Okay. Okay, so that was all of the northeastern storms. Let's go to the Carolinas and Georgia for a bit and see what's going on down there. So here we are in the Georgia area. The storms have moved through Atlanta. You guys were able to hopefully enjoy them as much as you could. Definitely some very strong downpours moved through the metro area there. Hopefully everybody was indoors. No, nobody injured by lightning there in Atlanta. Most of these down here, all of these down here are damaging windstorms if they are severe warned. So let's see. Let's take a radar over from Atlanta now that we're basically done with the storms in this region. We just have windstorms moving through the rest of central Georgia. Let's take it over to South Carolina here. Yeah, lots of info being delivered from this stream. In South Carolina, southwest of Columbia, we can see a downburst occurring here. So this is southwest of South Congaree, South Carolina, South Congaree, and southwest of that. We have a downburst occurring here. So the reason this is a downburst, which is very strong winds and also very heavy rain, no tornado, is that the winds in the green and blue here are moving toward the radar site, which is off in this direction. And the winds in the red are moving away from the radar site. So right in between that is where all those winds and all that very heavy rain is hitting the ground and spreading out rapidly, producing some damaging wind right in here. It does look like this is generally going to the east-northeast. So southern part of the Columbia, South Carolina metro might experience some strong winds as a result of this storm here. If not, definitely in between Gaston and KC here. Okay. Ooh. Wow, a lot going on here. I can barely keep my eyes open. This is so much coverage. We even have severe thunderstorm warnings encompassing basically all of this line of what looks like several showers, and it's because if you look closely, we can see an outflow boundary or a gust front in this light blue line right here. So right there is our gust front showing up on the radar. A little bit tough to see it, but all of the outflow being reinforced from every storm that's occurring back in the line of storms back here has intensified it and caused it to accelerate, and thus we see a severe thunderstorm warning wherever there is that gust front, as it'll be pretty windy. So that the rest of that gust front has moved through all of Charlotte now. You guys should be good in Charlotte. There's trees down on roofs and cars and on houses, based on these reports through Mecklenburg County. So lots of trees downed from a strong storm that moved through. That was the windstorm expected. Hopefully not too many people lost power, but I bet there's quite a bit of power outages here in Mecklenburg as well. So let's take this over to the Raleigh radar. That's where we'll be watching next, as your guys' stormiest hour, as described earlier, is coming up. The storms are off to the west of the Raleigh-Durham metro. It does look like you will experience them, especially to the south of the metro, and that will be within the next hour. So we talked about that earlier. Finally, it is your turn for your stormiest hour here. I cannot believe I've been here for 5.5 hours already. Wow, my goodness. 5.5 hours with you guys. Thank you for the support. You guys have done massively so far. Very much appreciated. Everybody who is watching, hanging out, making sure you can deal with storm anxiety. Make sure you have snacks and a drink if you've been glued to this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Or you've been using this to help out at any part of the day. I'm happy to help. I'm doing my best. I think this tornado warning in Montgomery County in North Carolina will be allowed to expire. The storm's almost moved out of the polygon here near Bisco and I-73. I didn't even know I-73 was a thing. I didn't even know that was an interstate. Wow, I've never seen that before. So it's moving right over I-73 right now. Pretty cool. So pretty much everybody from Fayetteville through Raleigh-Durham is going to get in on this line of storms back here. We're going to track and see, as we get closer to the Raleigh radar, if any of that will contain spin-up tornadoes, because it does have the correct orientation of the line of storms here. This north-south orientation here is what will allow for spin-ups to occur as winds are ingested into the storm and start to rotate at any point. That's why we've seen several warnings earlier to the north of Charlotte, and also in the Mooresville area and Salisbury area, as they go through the Piedmont here. Wow. So, yep, keeping an eye on this. Several areas may have the potential to spin up some tornadoes here through eastern North Carolina. That's not the primary concern for today, though. Your primary concern has always been damaging winds, but it carries the possibility of it occurring. All right, so let's go back up through. That's an update on the Carolinas, some of our strong storms down there. I'm going to take this radar really quickly down to Columbia, and then we're going to move back up. There's a... All right, so let's go north to south here. I saw a warning in New York. Where was that? Whoa, all the way up here. Okay. Jefferson County in New York is to the east of Watertown and Carthage. All the way up here in this little storm. When we got a radar site right next to it, let's go ahead and look. So far north. So again, the severe weather is extended all the way to the north here. Even it is even possible that parts of southeastern Ontario will see severe weather today, as far north as Ottawa. But right now we have this tornado warning here north of Carthage, with barely... All right, so just a couple of scans ago, it did actually look concerning here. Right as it passed over the town of Carthage, unfortunately, was unwarned at that point, because look how fast it formed. So this was 19 minutes ago. Storm was near Copenhagen here in New York. Gets closer to Carthage, and bam, it wraps up really fast. So this is the scan where I would be concerned with rotation and the possibility of a brief tornado. And now it looks like junk, and I don't think that this storm will produce a tornado at the moment, even though it is now warned. I think that it had its one brief moment of strength there, and now it is falling apart just a little bit. We'll watch it even still, but it's in a bunch of rain cooled air as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Bunch of rain cooled air over here, so at the moment I don't think that's going to continue. All right, north to south. Severe thunderstorms here east of Syracuse. Not too concerning, but the storms to the west of Syracuse will bring some damaging wind to the metro area there along I-90. Get ready for that if you're in Syracuse and New York. Don't worry, guys. I'm not going to say Syracuse. I'm at least not that bad. But give me a day and I will be. Deposit in New York. Y'all watch out. This storm's about to cross the state line from Pennsylvania into New York. It has been a confirmed tornado warning. This is the most concerning. It's looked east of Susquehanna Depot. Susquehanna Depot. Let's see if it's doing any damage. Not yet, but this is very strong rotation compared to a lot of other things we've seen today. So please watch out in Deposit, New York. There's your warning for it. Was that what just came through there? Yeah, that was what just came through there. So there's your warning for it in the pink polygon. The one to the south was allowed to expire. The one closer to Nicholson, Uniondale, just like we thought it would be. There's actually two separate supercells embedded in the rain here near Forest City. They definitely don't have access to clean inflow. All this rain-cooled air is cooling off all the wind that is going into them from the south. So at the moment, they don't have the best environment to become tornadic. So definitely most concerned up here near Deposit. That is a strong signature for this area of the country for sure. Okay. And now let's go south into southeastern Pennsylvania, where we did have a tornado warning previously for Chester County. Okay. Do my best to see over here. Strongest winds went to the north of Annapolis here in Maryland. They're crossing the bay right now, right over Pinehurst. We were talking about this entering eastern Maryland, and that is that's now the next look at this part of the storm. Strong winds going through eastern Maryland here, Centerville, up through Churchill, along Highway 301 here, and down Highway 50 just a bit. I think the strongest winds are going to be focused in this area. You can see the blue, the dark blue showing up right here on the right side of your screen. This is the rear inflow jet that is starting to push the storms forward in this fashion. So that's going to enter Delaware as well. Once it's done with eastern Maryland, Delaware will be on the lookout for that. Pretty much everyone in Delaware is going to be in a thunderstorm today. So if you're in Delaware, not often do you get thunderstorms, especially in the last year or so, right? You'll get another one here today, so it's looking like it's going to be windy. Wilmington in Delaware is already going through it. Your friends up north will tell you what's going to happen down south there. And pretty much the worst of the line is going to go right through Philly right now. Our tornado warning was in Chester County in Pennsylvania, west of Philly. That one looks like it'll be allowed to expire. I don't see any rotation in here any longer in this polygon. So that is now been delegated to a damaging wind threat. I'm going to take the radar over to the New Jersey radar because that is going to tell me where the strongest winds are going to be in the Philly metro. Yeah, this rotation up here is broad in this tornado warning. What I'm seeing right now is Wilmington, Delaware getting in on it. This is some of the strongest of the winds here. We have a structure collapsed. That's very vague. I don't know what that means, but that's in Newcastle, Delaware, right along the state line here. So they're saying a structure of collapse here. That's in accordance with the rear inflow jet. Once again, I took the radar over to the New Jersey one because the orientation of the storms to the radar will actually tell me right where the strongest winds are. and they are right, in fact, in Wilmington, Delaware right now. So you guys are probably going through some widespread power outages. If a structure
A
collapsed,
new tornado warning has been issued.
a structure collapse, that tells me that, yeah, this part of the storm is going to be very strong, moving into the southern Philly metro on the New Jersey side especially. Looks to be some of the worst of it. So Marcus Hook, Ripalpo, Swedesboro or Swadesboro, Auburn, Woodbury, Haddonfield, and New Jersey, and the Camden side of basically all of the southern Philly metro. This is where some of the strongest winds are. So let them know. Let them know that's where we're going to experience quite a few issues. Also watching just to see if another spin up will occur on the northern edge of this damaging wind threat. We could also see one right here near Shaney and Westtown and Gradyville, where this is getting pushed forward very quickly. Essentially, the storm is being pushed forward very quickly by that rear inflow jet like this. On the northern edge of that, we can see the wind kind of circle around like this. The southern edge of it can circle around like this, where the force is the greatest. So that's why we see those tornado warnings on the northern side of our strongest winds quite often. And spin-ups might occur up here. We might see tornado warnings for Delaware County in Pennsylvania. Actually, I wouldn't be against warning this near Westtown if I were looking at this from a National Weather Service office. I would say y'all watch out here in Newtown Square, Wayne, Stratford, Radnor Township, and Conshohocken, Norristown. It's a tough one. This part of the storm looks like it's going to be where the spin-up tornadoes may occur. You definitely want to be inside in that region of the northwest Philly metro. Oh my gosh. Nothing like northeast town names to make sentences impossible to speak. So if you don't have a basement in these areas, interior most room of your house will suffice. All right, so that's an update up there for the Philly metro. Be ready for that. Concerned with any spin-up tornadoes that might happen. Hopefully they don't. Hopefully they don't. So let's let's go through Virginia first. There's so much to do right now. Trying not to get overwhelmed. There's so much to do right now. So through Maryland. Again, not looking too bad besides the areas of the storms that I pointed out for north of Annapolis and through eastern Maryland into Delaware. The southern part of this line of storm doesn't look too bad for upper Marlboro. That's going through it now. And along the bay here, Chesapeake Beach, Prince Frederick, St. Leonard. It's not looking too bad. The previous tornado warning storm in Spotsylvania County and Louisa County, those have been allowed to expire. It is a proper-looking supercell here in Virginia, and that's to the south of Fredericksburg, well north of Ruther Glen and the Richmond metro. Generally, this storm is moving pretty much due east, so we're watching it closely to see if it becomes, if it warrants another tornado warning, but at the moment, it is not tornado warned. It's struggling to put together low-level shear, I suppose. All right, and now let's go to North Carolina, since we did have another tornado warning issued here. There's our spin-up tornadoes that I was talking about. So that includes Pittsboro, north of Sanford as well. Some populated areas approaching the Raleigh-Durham metro off to the south and west. So we have this spin-up tornado in place right here near Coleridge. I don't know if it's doing any damage at the moment, but it was just warned on that last scan there. You can see it come through. Generally, the storm where the tornado would be following this spin, or this sort of setup right here. So it would be spinning up right here, which means if it is taking a pretty much due east track, it'll go in between Siler City and Bondley into Chatham County here, Chatham County, whichever one it is in North Carolina, towards the Pittsboro area. So please be taking shelter here. So that did actually occur. We'll see if another one does occur. These only last a few minutes, so we'll see if another one will form up as we get closer to the Raleigh-Durham metro, and I'll be the first to tell you about that. The reason this is happening, I pointed it out earlier in the stream, by the way, that the orientation of this part of our line of storms is north-south like this. So I drew the arrow like this. North-south orientation here better allows for spin-up tornadoes to occur when winds get bent into the storm if they're coming from the due south, which I believe they are today. So when we get due southerly winds here, they're pretty strong. They're picking up here through RDU and the Fayetteville area. It's probably pretty gusty out there. All those southerly winds kind of just get bent into the storm, and that allows them to continue on and rotate pretty easily. If you think of it from a physical perspective, winds coming in this way can start to bend, and they'll naturally follow the rotation. Whereas if they were coming in like this, they kind of just smash into the storm. It'd be much harder to get an area of spin out of that. So that's why whenever I see a line of storms like this, we look at surface wind direction, and then we look at the orientation of the storms. If it allows for things to bend properly like that, then they will do so. Mother Nature takes the easiest path. So that's the concern for Raleigh-Durham Metro. Chatham. Okay, and then we can go through the Carolinas here very efficiently. This downburst did move through the Gaston to South Congaree area. We were looking at it earlier. Now it's on the other side of the radar. You can see a pocket of really strong winds here. Now it's approaching Gadsden, north of Oak Grove in South Carolina. So Gadsden's going to be ready for probably some of the strongest winds in this batch of storms here. You guys aren't in a severe thunderstorm warning yet, but I just about bet my bottom dollar you will be. Or you should be, rather. You can see all these severe thunderstorm warnings going up through South Carolina, though, even though the storms don't look that impressive, right? They just look like a line of blobs here, but it's because they have this gust front out in front of them. So they're going to have some really strong winds associated with them as they blow through, regardless of whether you get a bunch of rain or not. Okay. Same will generally be true for now getting into eastern Georgia, Augusta, Georgia. You guys will get in on a windstorm probably from this complex back in here that's now well out of the Atlanta Metro's hair. So this is going to travel right along I-20 and eventually make it to Augusta. Okay, let's go back up to the north where we have Delaware County and Philadelphia County in a tornado warning. Wait, did that just happen? Okay, I think that's just happened. Did that come through the stream? For some reason, I didn't hear that, but it was issued.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Right now. There it is. Okay, all these places I was talking about, Conshohocken, however you pronounce it, and Norristown, Wayne, this is the area I was concerned with spin-up tornadoes. I gave you the exact scientific reason why. We have a rear inflow jet pushing the storm forward fastest right here. That means on the
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Means on the northern side of it, we're going to see that spin wrap up right there. And sure enough, bam, right in place. Conshohocken in that tornado warning. Northwest Philly Metro, including some of Philadelphia County. Just a clip of it here for the city proper. Northwest part of the city. If you're within city limits. And up to Bryn Athyn, Hatboro, Prospectville, Springhouse. They've issued this pretty far out ahead of line. It is going to travel in this northeast fashion here. There you can see the last few frames of it as it moves through. Pink polygon, the tornado warning. Swing! Nailed that one. Please be taking shelter in Northwest Philly Metro. If you're in eastern Montgomery County, Conshohocken. Strong winds are moving through your region anyway, even if you're not in the tornado warning. The strongest winds will probably be in the southern Philly Metro in general, if you're not in the path of a spin-up tornado in particular. So I'm still concerned with Swedesboro, Gloucester County, Camden County in New Jersey. Glassboro. All right, Annapolis going through the worst of the storm there in Arundel County. It's pretty much the severe stuff is now off to your east once you're done with all of the damaging winds there. We also had another tornado warning issued for our storm that was near Spotsylvania, so now that's in Caroline County. Take down the radar to look at that one. For Bowling Green, Ladysmith, and Milford. So I think they might be relying on spotter reports for this one. This tornado or this signature. Oh, there we go. So we had to look up in height to see a little bit more of that rotation. There we go. So if we take the radar up in height, we can get past some of the artifacts here, the data that's not showing up. We can see that the storm is still rotating, even aloft a little bit. And thus, even though it's side-lobed, we can infer that this is worth a tornado warning into Caroline County here. So Bowling Green, please be taking shelter in Virginia. Bowling Green, Virginia. Thank you, Frank. I'll go ahead and refresh that so we have Paradise, Pennsylvania on the virtual railfan camera up there. That's no longer Ryan Hall, y'all. Let me replace that that name tag there. So we have Paradise, Pennsylvania virtual railfan. I'll type that one up. Conshohocken, thank you. Instead of virtual railfan, we should probably say virtual rain fan because we're watching some rain there. Paradise, Pennsylvania is what we have there now in the first slot. So you guys can take a look at that.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So there's one of our new warnings for the destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. There are an extremely dangerous situation or a particularly dangerous situation for 80-mile-an-hour winds. That one's in Kansas. Since we've covered all the storms here, actually, let me go one more time through northeast Pennsylvania into New York. Wow, this storm completely fell apart. Dang. See how fast this thing fell apart? Wow, it kind of like farted itself out, man. There it goes. Produce a tornado, maybe very briefly there, and now it's dead. Now it's dead. I bet it probably produced a tornado. Whenever storms do this, they almost always have like a brief tornado associated with them. Yep, there it is right there. So there's our debris signature for a frame or two. And then yep, there it is. Tornado debris signature southwest of Deposit, New York, and then now the tornado no longer exists, and we have debris fallout. Went kaput. I've seen storms implode on themselves like that before. So there goes that one. Our next one of concern is down here near Forest City. We've been watching this one a while, but for the longest time, it's had all this rain to the south of it. You see that? All this rain to the south of it. Now, though, it has much less of that rain. The rotation, or the area where the tornado would be in the storm, is starting to be exposed to warmer air here out to the south of the storm. So all the rain is sort of evacuating to the north. That's going to allow this thing a chance at intensification. So look out, in Pennsylvania. Look out, Pennsylvania. And then Callicoon across the border in New York, across the state line, rather. That's an update on those. Look at this funky storm up here. It's got a ring around the rosy here. I'm not sure what's going on up here. This was our tornado producer in Cortland County. It's not looking all that organized. It looks like a donut. This is the donut storm. Donuts. All right, Frank's also gone ahead and put one in YouTube too as well. Another Pennsylvania railfan cam that we can look at. Let's refresh that one. Our donut storm up here, I don't think is doing too much, but it's a good idea to think about taking shelter here in Madison County in New York, Morrisville and Madison proper there, as a rotating thunderstorm approaches your area. I think our one up here near Carthage in New York will be allowed to expire as well. And then we still have these damaging winds approaching Syracuse from the west in New York. Okay, that's the latest update. I'm going to monitor this Forest City storm in Pennsylvania closely. I think that Wayne County in Pennsylvania will probably see another tornado warning from this if it continues to look like this. from the National Weather Service. So we'll see that. The rest of Pennsylvania doesn't look too bad. Start of maybe a little bit of rotation near Jim Thorpe and Carbon County, but no warning on that yet, so we'll keep a close eye just in case. Otherwise, Pennsylvania is looking okay besides the Philly metro that we've been talking about, and the reasons why. Okay, let's briefly look into Kansas, see what's going on over there. Yes, so one more look at this storm exiting West Virginia, also into Virginia near Fincastle. Also looks pretty impressive there. So let's head over to Kansas really quickly while I have a brief moment and see what our destructive severe thunderstorm warning is doing over here. First of all, we got to find it. It's up near Goodland, okay. So Goodland, man, you've had no shortage of these intense thunderstorms lately, haven't you? Here we go. Colby, Kansas, and another destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is your proper plain supercell up here. This destructive warning is for softball size hail, which is 4-inch hail. Okay. Wow. Softball size hail is falling with this storm here into Thomas County, Kansas. Yeah, don't get hit in the head with that. I don't know if a helmet will save you very much from that. That's going to do some damage to your head, your noggin. You don't want to be out in that. Did you hear the kitty? Oh, that's good. Yeah, he was meowing there. I'm glad that came through. Midas warning. I was wondering about that. Softball size hail falling toward Colby, Kansas. Looks like it's going to take a head-on hit here. The town of Colby, I know, is most populated here in the center of Thomas County. So please be ready for that. You've seen this kind of stuff before, but large hail like that is not that common, at least. Okay, that's a look over here in Kansas. I don't know where the kitty went. He's probably downstairs now. I can't go grab him. Let's head over to Raleigh-Durham. Eastern North Carolina. We're pretty much still in central North Carolina, but the storms are making their way over to eastern North Carolina soon enough. So the border between the two. We still have this tornado warning for Pittsboro, north of Sanford. Looks like the rotation will go to the south of Pittsboro and an exact track through Chatham County along Highway 15, close to Haywood here, and Goldston. So this area of rotation is actually persisting for quite a bit of time. Looks like it doesn't want to let up. So we'll continue to watch, especially Haywood. Y'all watch out ahead of this thing. Even though you're outside of the polygon, I would be taking shelter now along Highway 1 and 15 in North Carolina. All right. Bunch of crap going through South Carolina right now. Yeah, you guys know that. Holy moly. There's just so many warnings down here. We have 42 severe thunderstorm warnings, and at least 16 of them are down here, yeah? Goodness. All of these are damaging windstorms down here. These are your hot temperature eaters. Hopefully it's making it nice and cool after this, or not. It's not going to be too cool, but rather it's just going to be seasonable is what I would say. Hopefully we just get into a little bit cooler of a day for all of our Carolinians. I hope you guys enjoy the the not 97-degree weather after this storm passes through. Yeah? Yeah, I think we would all agree with that. That's the main benefit of these storms right now. Thank you, McDonald. Thank you, Lois. Lois McDonald. Appreciate that. Thank you, Heather. I do appreciate you guys, even if I miss the super chats. Not my focus. I don't want to focus on that side of things. Oh man. All right. Still watching all these storms. We had a very impressive marathon of warnings there. All of our current tornado warnings are continuations of ones that already exist. So if we look through the Philly Metro here from a couple of different radar sites, we can see our spin-up tornado warning as it passes through Conshohocken. Doesn't look too bad. Looks like there is no concentrated area of rotation that I can tell from this radar site. So I think we're doing okay in the tornado warning. Don't come out of shelter yet, of course. It's going to be pretty gnarly there regardless of how you swing things. But I think we're doing okay here in the Norristown area, the Northwest Philly Metro, for an update over there. Storms have passed through are passing through the Reading, Pennsylvania area, or is it Reading? Oh, of course, one of the two is just going to be impossible. Impossible to know about. Flash flood warning for Northwest Baltimore Metro here, near Woodlawn, Rockdale. Just basic flash flood risk here. Probably some flooded roads in the vicinity as we get a little bit more moderate to heavy rain. Don't drive through flooded waters. Flooded roads. Oh, I did it again. And the rest of this part of the storm here that is going through Philadelphia has fanned out quite a bit. So you can watch that fanning process. Let's get as much radar data as possible so you can watch that process through. Reading, thank you. See, I mean, I'm aware, right? I'm aware of it. I'm catching on to it. I'm like, this was probably not right. I should probably think about this. And that's, there you go. It's proven useful again. Shoutouts to my brain. All right, let's watch this through. So for the past 45 minutes, you can see that swirl occurring, and the storms are basically broadening out. So we had it being much narrower back in here. And now, as of the most recent scans, it's much wider like this. So that fanning out of the storm has caused it to weaken overall. We still have pretty strong wind gusts associated with all of it. You're going to experience those throughout the Philly Metro right now over the next 15 minutes or so. But the overall, because of that fanning out, we have a larger area, a more widespread area of less severe winds. I'll pass reading your comment. Down to 2 tornado warnings as well. The one in oh goodness gracious, blah. Pennsylvania and also New York. Those ones were allowed to expire. So this one in the Philly Metro is allowed to expire. No tornado warnings currently, but a strong severe thunderstorm still moving through. High 80s to about 68 in a matter of 50 to 20 minutes. Definitely a little bit better. But instead of
a new tornado warning has been issued.
All of our tornado warnings, we're instead going to gain one. And it was on our Cortland storm that's now in Madison County. There's a reason I told you guys it's a good idea to take shelter or to practice doing so, because now you have a tornado warning. Once again, up here for this area of rotation near Morrisville in New York. So that's down the line, that's Clinton, areas west of Utica. And approaching I-90 over there. East of Wampsville. So Rome and Utica should be watching this storm in Oneida County. Oh, jeez. Is that 4 syllables or 3 or 2? Yep. All right. More pronunciations, guys. You're helping me out a lot here. New tornado warning heading up into your direction. Not getting to you quite yet, but this rotation's persisted. This storm is responsible for a couple of tornadoes previously. Oneida, thank you. Oneida? Uh-oh. Disagreement. Oneida. Ugh. I'll go with Oneida. Looks like the consensus is Oneida. Got it. That is probably the last one I would have guessed. If it was Oneida, I'd go O-N-I-E. That one, I would instantly say Oneida for that, but it's the vowels are switched there. Oh man, conventional pronunciation, English language moment. Seriously. Probably because it's not the English language that these names are derived from. So that would be the reason. We're the ones butchering it. With our conventionalities. There you go. Oneida County. We are the ones butchering it with the English language. Absolutely. Peabody. I like that. All right, so there we go. That is going to enter Oneida County from the south, Clinton area, but Rome, Oriskany, and Utica should be on the lookout, as well as Clinton. Go ahead and prep your tornado safe spots if you've got them. Interior, most room of your house over here in New York, or basement if you do have it. And then it's really easy checklist for everybody dealing with tornado warnings today. It's just have a pillow or something to cover your head or neck with in the worst of it. Have your shoes to be able to walk over anything, and make sure everybody's accounted for. Easy. Nothing to be scared about, nothing to panic about. Just a really easy mental checklist. The 3 essential things. And if you want to make a 4th essential thing, it's bringing me with you so you can hear everything. Don't want to forget that. Yeah, sometimes, from time to time, New York gets quite a bit of activity moving through here, as well as Pennsylvania. And I still think that we're right on the edge of another tornado warning here for Wayne County in northeastern corner of Pennsylvania, or Lookout, and Callicoon on the New York side. So Sullivan County and southern Delaware County in New York should have their eyes on this storm in particular. Looks like it'll go north of Monticello or Monticello, whichever it is in New York, more towards the Liberty and Roscoe areas. All right, so let's hop on to the south. Hopping on south, from north to south, Delaware is starting to get in on the activity, or you've gotten through the activity over here. There's a report of a structure collapsing northwest of Wilmington in Delaware. Large tree down in Newark in Delaware. So Wilmington is probably going to have gotten the worst of the severe weather in Delaware today, as well as this round that's heading through Philly. So right now you're getting through it in Philly. It's not too bad though. Definitely much less intense than it would have been about 30 minutes ago for your friends in Wilmington to the southwest. That's what I'm noticing here. Okay. So that's all the updates in this area that I can give you, I think, for damaging winds. Down the line through New Jersey, again, the storm's still fanning out. I'm waiting to see if another area in New Jersey will intensify. But right now, it looks like the severe threat for New Jersey will be pretty widespread. Pretty much the whole state of New Jersey will get in on some damaging winds, some thunderstorms in general. That you don't want to be outside for, so be prepared for that. Pretty much everywhere in New Jersey will see storms this evening, and then by the time it gets to New York and the I-87 corridor is when it will really start to taper off pretty quickly, actually. Very quickly, tapering off once it gets to the New York City area. That is because we are going to lose daylight over here. We're going to lose unstable air. We're going to lose our warm enough temperatures to provoke these storms. We'll still see a couple of severe warnings probably moving through these areas, but they will be on the less intense side as the storms take a nosedive for the night. Sometimes storms last through the night when we're watching the plains or the Mississippi River Valley, but over here, we're going to need that unstable air during the day We're going to need the heat from the sun to keep these things chugging. Okay. West Virginia is good for the day, yes. So what I just talked about in New Jersey, the same is true for Delaware and all of eastern Maryland here. Same is true down here. It's going to be a strong storm like what moved through Annapolis. Any localized flooding from intense rainfall rates will have to, you'll have to be paying attention to that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another Jefferson. Well, that's up to the north again. So now we have another tornado warning way up north, northern New York once again. Let's bring some radar up there. Which one do I want to take? I don't think I have a good one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, now it's just all happening at once. Okay, I was actually looking at Wayne County. Oh man, give me a second. All right, everything keeps happening at once. Why can't it just happen in like steady pace? Happens all at once, and that means I get overwhelmed here. So let's cover everything that's happening. Taking a radar up here to northern New York. Looks like round 2 might be on the way for Copenhagen and Carthage. We have another tornado warning here to your south that will pass through some of these remote areas for a while. This is a rotating storm here that is moving generally to the north, again, toward the Carthage, New York area. So be ready out ahead of time east of Watertown. This rotating storm, here's our rotation right there in the blue circle, is heading up this direction. So that's our new warning up there. And then the other thing I was looking at, man, it's like a backed up system, I swear, every time. The other thing I was looking at here was Wayne County in Pennsylvania. I was actually about to... oh, no, that's our northeast Pennsylvania storm. All right, so this did get warned. This was not the other thing I was looking at. We looked at this earlier. This did get warned for lookout. So again, friends in northwestern Sullivan County in New York and southern Delaware County in New York out ahead of time should be looking out for this this storm approaching you, as your friends in lookout are looking out too. What I was actually taking a peek at was in the Philly Metro. Come back over here. There was this area right near Ambler that was slightly stronger on a couple of previous scans here. Yeah, I was concerned with the possibility of a brief spin-up tornado right near Ambler in Pennsylvania, east of Springhouse and west of Hatboro here along I-276. It doesn't look like that's continued to come together, though. So I was just concerned with maybe a possible spin-up tornado that wouldn't show up well on the radar. It might happen right there, but it looks not too bad now. Still, strong thunderstorm through and through. Not one you want to be outside for in any capacity. Reading really got the worst of the intensification over here. I think we're really seeing this part of the storm take off a little bit as it gets closer to Allentown. So now all parts of this line through eastern Pennsylvania pretty much are severe warned, and thus you will get in on the action in Allentown, even though previously it didn't look too concerning in the middle. In East Central. Now it looks a little more concerning. You see some of these light blues and brighter reds showing up, indicating a stronger wind response on either side of the storm. Okay. So, let's check up on our other New York cells really quickly here. Up near Munnsville, do we have a closer radar site here? No, we're right in between. We're right in between them. Okay. So still a tornado warning up here near Munnsville. In New York. Again, this is going to go close to the area between Rome and Utica in New York. So it's going to pass over I-90 at some point Maybe paying attention to when the storm gets up there. The rotation's broadened out on the last few scans, though, so it's not looking too concerning in its current status, its current state. But again, this storm is responsible for producing tornadoes in the past, all the way down here in southeastern Tompkins County near Ithaca. So like, it has been going for quite some time, and thus, as a long-track supercell, we should be paying attention to it in those areas of New York along I-90. Okay. Now let's look in the Carolinas again for our friends over there. Storm's getting closer to the Raleigh-Durham Metro. They already kind of are in it if you're in Chapel Hill, Hillsborough, along I-40 here. Storms are getting very close to you. And down here is where we were concerned with Haywood, North Carolina, along Highway 1. To the south and west of the RDU Metro. So that's what we're looking at down there. Not currently tornado warned, but still that kink in the line there. You can see it has a really weird look on reflectivity over here. Kind of just has that really interesting hook shape to it. Not currently producing a tornado, I doubt. No tornado with this at the moment, but it definitely looks very strange. I bet the clouds with this look kind of incredible. Right here in this town of Haywood, North Carolina. The clouds probably look wild in that area. We could see another area of concern starting up here near Broadway.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Near Broadway in North Carolina, east of Sanford, entering Harnett County. So we could have an instance of a brief spin-up tornado down here. This would go close to the Angier. Oh man, Angier. Fuquay Varina and Lillington. My goodness, that is these are some names to pronounce for sure. Angier. I'm gonna give it a couple stabs at that one. So this area of spin might go towards those towns in Harnett County. So that would be in between Fayetteville and RDU. Yep. So line still approaching. Looks pretty concerning from the west for Raleigh for damaging winds. It won't be too bad, but I think it's going to be a pretty gusty storm as it gets to Wake County and goes through Durham County. So be ready for that severe thunderstorm warning when it gets there for you, which it might be that one. That one might be the one that just came through. But y'all get that in Raleigh. There it is. Yep. So y'all get that on your phones. Fuquay, thank you. Andrew. All right, should have pronounced it like the South. Where's the line I draw between Southern pronunciations for the towns and not Southern? Somewhere in Virginia. Somewhere up there. All right, so that's North Carolina. Let's look at South Carolina because we got a mess going on down here with 8,000 severe thunderstorm warnings. Nothing looks overly concerning for South Carolina. Just some windstorms moving through these areas that are going to cool off the temperatures. It's all about the differential. If it was really hot, really humid here in any part of South Carolina, the storms are going to match that intensity to bring in the cooler air, essentially. So that's what's going on down here. We got a bunch of downpours and strong winds doing some damage to occasional wind damage here. That will generally head along I-26. Eventually, Charleston, South Carolina will get in on the same action, so you guys can cool off a little bit as well in the storms. All right. So that's the Carolinas update. Let's look at the Virginia storm here. It looks like the rest of the storms that were in West Virginia have all died off too upon entering Virginia for Lexington, Covington. These ones look much less concerning than they used to. Just one strong cell remaining here in Clifton Forge County. And the city of Covington. Boatort? How have I never seen that county name before? Boatort? Boatort. I like it. So just one strong cell here in Western Virginia here. As such, I'm going to close this radar site. The first one I can close today. Down from 8 radar sites open to 7. And let's look at that Virginia storm. So this previously had a tornado warning on it in Caroline County in Virginia here, southeast of Fredericksburg and north of Richmond, a good clip. Now we're looking at Caroline County and also getting into Westmoreland County, Champlain area index, and towards the bay here. This is still a pretty concerning supercell, but it actually looks like it has a lot more of a hail threat than most other storms we're seeing today. So probably a lot of hail falling with this east of Bowling Green in Virginia and headed towards the Montrose area as it moves due east. So it should stay to the north of Tappahannock. Another supercell back to its northwest that should go to the north of Fredericksburg as well. This one's out ahead of the cold front a ways here. So this one's over Lignum, Gold Vein, headed towards Stafford. Man, still so many warnings going on. My goodness. I have 47 severe thunderstorm warnings right now across the nation. That does include some over in northwest Kansas, of course. Okay, so now let's look into Delaware now. Eastern Maryland and Delaware is where we're going to start focusing our efforts, as well as the Carolinas. I don't think I have that radar open. Do I have to pull up another one again? Oh, I don't have it open. So we're going to have to go back up to 8, aren't we? So this is the storm that's approaching Carthage, New York. You guys might be confused if you get another tornado warning down the line. You're like, didn't I already have one? No, you're going to have another one here. Another storm is moving through most of the remote areas here. I think this is semi-mountainous in this. No, I think that's further east. This might just be a remote forested area near Williamstown. But eventually it's going to pass up through Copenhagen and Carthage and Casterland again. This is our rotating storm down here. You can see, this is not correct. Let's see. The area of rotation is not co-located with the hook of the storm yet. So this is not where the storm is actually rotating. We're behind a scan on velocity. There's the new one. But now we definitely have rotation where we are concerned with it in the hook of the supercell. So right now we're looking down here. This storm is approaching Carthage, New York from the south. It is still a ways away, so you have plenty of time to prepare for it. But we may see this produce a brief tornado. Okay. There's that one. Oh, yeah. I can change the YouTube 2 overlay. None of our tornado warnings we have going on now are confirmed warnings, but we do have 4 different ones, including 2 for this storm up here. That's why if you got another one in Oneida County in New York, it was for this the northwest corner of the county to include all parts of where the storm is moving through. I think this one is getting ready to produce a tornado at the moment, east of Williamstown. And then our one to the south, southern Oneida County, that is concerning Rome and Utica down the line, is looking a little bit more disorganized, a little less organized, I should say. But we'll, so you'll have to continue to keep an eye on it. But I don't see this tornado warning continuing as it stands, I think. We'll take a look at it from another radar site to confirm. Yeah, most of the rotation here is disorganized. For anybody concerned with this, along I-90 west of Utica, Oriskany, and Rome in New York. For Lookout, Pennsylvania, you still got that supercell approaching you from the west. It's still got rotation, some of it tight, but overall maybe a little bit less organized than it was before. I think this warning will be allowed to, or not allowed to expire, but I think this warning will continue though, since it's still got some pretty broad but powerful rotation associated with it. So again, that's going to pass into northwestern Sullivan County in New York, towards the Roscoe area in Jeffersonville. All right, through Pennsylvania next. Let's see what we got going on here. Strong storm approaching Allentown now from the southwest and all surrounding areas of Allentown. Very difficult to see from this radar site what exactly might be ongoing here. But I guess we should not count the possibility of spin-up tornadoes out for Allentown. We shouldn't count out the possibility for some brief spin-up tornadoes in this area along Interstate 476, the Allentown area up to the New Jersey border for Easton, Belvedere. It's not out of the question that we could see something occur here. Right now, this is just garbled velocity data, though, in Lehigh County, so I'm not concerned with it right now, but don't be surprised if you do get a tornado warning here. Northampton, Catasauqua, Bath, Nazareth, and Chapman up here, especially to the north of Allentown. There may be an area of rotation that is developing there or establishing itself. All right, storms have made their way well out of most of Philadelphia now. Trenton, in the Trenton metro area, is the next in line for some damaging winds. I don't see, again, we've had this storm fanning out for quite some time now, which means pretty much all of the local impacts are going to be lesser felt. So the severe winds are not going to be as powerful. So friends to the west of Trenton and Jensentown had about 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported. That's generally what is moving into the city now in New Jersey. And pretty much the same exact thing is true for everywhere along eastern Maryland to Delaware. So this line of storms is almost it's pretty homogeneous now in that all of the damaging wind that it has, all of the potential impacts that it has are almost the same. We're just going to see some very heavy rain period of that through Delaware and from north to south. So right now Dover's about to get in on it, and then South Delaware will get it eventually. The same will be true for most all of New Jersey. I think most closely we're going to have to see if any tornado warnings result from spin-ups here around the Allentown vicinity in Pennsylvania, and then getting into northwestern New Jersey. All right, so now let's head down. While we wait for any confirmation on that from National Weather Service and their thoughts, let's head down to Raleigh-Durham, where Chapel Hill has made it through the strongest winds, and now Apex, Cary, Morrisville, and the western half of Raleigh here is about to see this coming in. I bet you guys see a pretty good shelf cloud in Raleigh and Cary. Fayetteville in North Carolina also under a severe thunderstorm warning. Doesn't look super bad for you guys, but it will probably be pretty strong winds. That'll be probably the worst of it. So everywhere in eastern North Carolina is starting to see a pretty good shelf cloud, I bet. I bet you'll probably see a nice cloud formation rolling in with this thing. But be wary of some of the lightning that can occur with this. Starting there for you in Levittown. Thanks for reporting in. It's done for College Park. Yeah, the DC metro area should be done. Same with the Baltimore area. You should be done with the strongest storms today. Yes. Carthage, you have another storm approaching you far from the south. We'll see if it holds itself together. No, this is not a derecho. It's a good question. Already there in Apex? Yep, right on your doorstep. Right on your doorstep, you can see it right there. So the same is going to be true in Raleigh within the next 3 or 4 minutes or so in downtown. Maybe 5 or 6 minutes. Once it gets to the northeast, it won't be as bad, I think. I covered this exactly in my forecast video that I made on this channel, which 200,000 of y'all watched. That's pretty cool. But the northeast tomorrow, so for friends in Massachusetts and so forth, is the storm has very much petered out because by the time it hits you, it's gonna be the early morning hours, which means it's not gonna have any of that unstable air. And once it's midday, the storm's already gonna be out of your hair. So Boston, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, pretty much y'all will not be too concerned with the storms moving through. There's still a low end chance for severe weather, maybe a windstorm or two, strong gust or two, but it is much less so. Much less so concerning than today was, because today we happened to coincide with the greatest or the most supportive conditions for storms to happen due to moist air at the surface and really hot temperatures, and the cold front passing through. Atasakwa, got it. Let's go. Thank you for the support. Yeah, that's the update for the Raleigh area. Looks like Durham is on the north edge of this, so most of the impacts will be not as bad up there. Not seeing any spin-up tornado chance up there in Durham as it stands. So less intense winds on the northern edge and maybe a little bit less intense rainfall than your friends to the south are experiencing. Everywhere in South Carolina is just getting in on windstorms. I could flick through the radar, but you just see blobs of rain, essentially heavy rain and wind for so much of South Carolina, and it will move through onto the coast through any severe thunderstorm watches that exist for y'all there. So it is going. It is going. Done in Charlotte? Yep. Same with Wake Forest. You're probably on the northern edge of this, so a little bit less intense than maybe saying Clayton, Garner, and Raleigh proper. Lehigh County? Oh, no way. Really? Oh, man. Pennsylvania moment. Yeah, some of you will probably lose power in the Raleigh-Durham metro area, and maybe even down here in Fayetteville as well as the storms get to your doorstep. They'll get to you in Wilmington, too. You just gotta wait some time. By the time they get there, they should be a little bit less intense, but still pretty windy. Delaware? You guys are looking pretty windy, north to south. Right now it's in Dover. Soon it will reach southern Delaware. Thanks for the reports. Yeah, let's go up to northern New York, north to south here, and see what's going on. Our storm here that is on approach to the Carthage, Casterland area once again in New York, Lowville, eventually into Lewis County. It's got a lot of time to go before it gets there, but it is still tornadic. It's warned for quite some time, and that pink polygon you can see will pass well to the east of Watertown. Syracuse still getting ready for the windy storms coming through. I felt like I said that 3 times now. I thought it was like an hour ago when I said that, but yeah, they're still in a severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like it is just for damaging wind. You might see a good shelf cloud associated with it. Yeah, DC is done. Happy to help, John. Yeah, appreciate it. Oh, I thought I just talked about Delaware. Wind, rain, and thunder. That'll be true for Raleigh and all surrounding areas there. Hopefully it cools you off a bunch where you're not sweating all the time. I don't know where Midas is. Yep, severe thunderstorm watch over there. All right, so north to south here, the tornado warning, like I was talking about, was allowed to expire as it gets into Oneida County here, the southern part of the county. So Rome and Utica, the storm approaching you that we've been chatting about, really disorganized now. Still going to be some pretty gusty winds and heavy rain with it. Probably right in between the two cities here. So Oriskany, and Whitesboro looking to get in on the heaviest rain. That is over Clark Mills right now. So I think Rome and Utica should be okay with the storm at the moment. Keeping an eye on it though, but definitely the least concerning look to it so far today, since that one has produced multiple tornadoes. All right, storm near Lookout in Pennsylvania, northeastern corner of Pennsylvania, approaching Sullivan County in New York, as well as Delaware County in New York. This has become very disorganized as well. It's about to be caught up by all the line of storms back behind it, and to the south of it as well. So I think we're looking pretty done with this one for the time being. We'll see if it ramps up again, but right now my concerns are dropping for this storm being able to produce a tornado at least. And then down through eastern Pennsylvania, let's bring a radar over here. We looked at a couple of areas of concern. Did have this one near Jim Thorpe earlier. That's never been tornado warned. It doesn't look like it's too focused of an area of rotation anyways. And then the area that just went through, or the storm that just went through Allentown area. Not sure if this is a legitimate signature here northwest of Allentown. We can play back the loop and see if it was at all. So if this is a legitimate velocity signature, that would be not a great look, but I'm not 100% sure on its not 100% sure if it is or not. So we'll see if that continues, but no warning associated with it yet. It would be northwest of Allentown, near Northampton, Catasauqua. There you go. The next frame, it's not there anymore. So feeling a little bit better on that. But definitely some really strong winds are being felt through Allentown and Easton. Anyone in New York City, the storms will reach you. They'll be on the decline once they get to your area in the New York City metro. Do want to reach as many people there as possible since you guys are in the path of severe weather today, but there's a reason the Storm Prediction Center outlooks drop off pretty rapidly once you get to your area, once you get through New Jersey, because when it's there, it'll start to be dark out. You're going to lose the surface heating from the sun. You're going to lose the unstable air. That is the main driver for these storms moving through today. But sometimes the storms move faster than expected, so we still could see some sporadic severe thunderstorm warnings into the New York City area. But I guess once you get further east into Long Island, and then up Interstate 87, that's probably where it will definitely begin to wane. I think it'll reach through New Jersey before it starts to get much weaker. So once you get to Tom's River, yeah, it should still be a strong windstorm. You're in that severe thunderstorm warning already. That's the part of the storm that's moving fastest since it's properly bowed out here. We have our bow shape just like this. So it's properly bowed out. It's moving the fastest forward in these areas, so it's going to get to you a little bit sooner than forecasted, probably. And thus, it'll get to you before the sun goes down, and it'll still have a little bit of heat to work with. Yeah, happy to help for anybody who I've been able to relay information to today, or you've learned something so far. Happy to help. Still gonna stay on this a little bit longer. Definitely gonna wait for all tornado warnings to expire. To warrant this stream's utility here. So we're going to keep staying on this. All right, let's take another look over in Colorado and Kansas while we are thinking about them. So we did have that 4-inch. We had that 4-inch hail severe thunderstorm warning move generally through the Colby and Jim areas in northwest Kansas. Looks like a 2-inch hailstone was reported there, and a 4-inch hailstone that busted out windshield of car to the northwest of Colby. So that's where that softball size hail report came through. And if we play back some of this loop, we can see what kind of interesting things have happened here in northeast Colorado. It looks like, whoa. It's like suddenly we just had some tornado just pop down in the middle of nowhere here. What is going on with that? Previous scan, you can see a supercell here. Where is this? Idalia, Colorado, near St. Francis, Kansas, so south of Ray, where a very well-known tornado has occurred. And then next frame, bam! This is probably a tornado that just crossed right over Highway 36 all of a sudden. And the frame after that, it's probably still there, and then bam, it's gone. Completely gone. Wow. Look at that. Dang, look at that tornado just start up out of absolutely nowhere. See if it can, we'll see if it did any damage, but I don't know if I can even see in here. A very tough one to call out. Very, very tough tornado to call out. It lasted only a few minutes before it got blown to pieces by all the dynamics occurring in the storm system right here. Definitely got blown to pieces there. And the same might be, probably not, but very interestingly happening down here, southeast of Colby. Look at this. Look at this storm. That is wild looking. Kind of come together and formed a ring there. So that isn't necessarily a bounded weak echo region. That's actually just two different cells coming together here in northwest Kansas, and definitely a bit of rotation associated with that here. So that is pretty wild over here in Kansas. That's where some of our considerable destructive severe thunderstorm warnings are coming from that you hear popping up. As we get into the evening hours, the planes pop off once again, including up here in western Nebraska. Man, it feels like almost every day. Almost every day, we just have several severe thunderstorms, several supercells just moving through these areas. I think that this one back here near Brewster and Levant will not become tornadic, though. You can see the gust front out in front of this supercell, so no air is reaching up into this one back here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And that's, so I don't think we're going to see a tornado warning over here for Brewster. But this one out in front near Oakley, maybe we could see something spin up in here if an inflow channel develops. Otherwise, that's my take on these Kansas storms right now, northwest Kansas. So let's go back and look at the Northeast. Let's see here. So we had Lewis County already in a tornado warning here, the southwest part of the county. Looks like that's going to continue. We'll take a look at it from this radar site. Looks like this will continue in Lewis County. This is probably a tornado doing damage now. Oh yeah, there it is. Look at that. So that's a radar indicated warning, but we sure as heck, we sure as doohickey have a tornado going on right now. And the last scan alone, right there. So that was 2 minutes ago that the scan was sent along here, and we have one heck of a debris signature. This should be an upgraded warning, but we just got a radar indicated warning for it. So this is likely to be confirmed. One heck of a nadir going on right here. Let's see if there is anything here. Let's dive into Google Maps and find out if it's just trees being hit here or what's going on, because that is a tornado and a half going on. So let's see. We are looking near Redfield. I don't even know if I can find this. This is the Linebrook State Forest. Oh, there's some campsites out here. Yeah, this is Ruralville. This is going right through forests. It's perfect. There's almost nothing out here. There's a bunch of creeks, wildlife management areas. There are no population out here where this tornado is right here. Nothing out here. Nice. Nothing out here at all. Oh yeah, what the heck is this going on? Oh, is there 2 right now? When did this happen? Oh, that was in the last few scans too. Very sneaky. Look at that blowing up right there. That is another debris signature right there. Just noticed that out of the corner of my eye. So this is not even warned. Look at all the damage this. Oops. Look at all the damage this tornado down here has done. I cannot click on the right thing right now. This doesn't even look like a tornado, right, guys? You can't even tell where the winds are in this. You can't even see any rotation, but that is a certifiable debris ball right here. This is all debris showing up on the radar. This is unwarned right now, so that is a proper tornado, proper unwarned tornado that you guys are watching happen right now. It's just ripping up trees again. This is also in a completely rural forested area to the north of to the northeast of Camden. There's the Fallbrook State Forest. There's Impeyville, but I think it's further away than I think it's further to the north and east than Impeyville. So this has gone near the Furnace Creek State Forest. There's a couple of cemeteries out here where this tornado might be over Sheehan Road. So unwarned tornado right now near Sheehan Road to the northeast of Camden, New York, west of Point Rock. Unwarned tornado in progress. And another tornado in progress also to the north of it here in Nowhereville. We're watching 2 tornadoes rip up some trees right now and not impact hopefully a single soul for now. However, that is going to change, especially with this southern one as it goes up towards Constableville, and Lyons Falls. So we need to warn those people. Mohawk Hill, Constableville, Lyons Falls, Port Layden, and Talcottville here. We need these people to know that there is a tornado doing damage heading towards them, but they don't have a warning right now, so that's unfortunate. Hopefully we can get a warning for this. So y'all watch out. If you know anyone up here, y'all watch out. In Lewis County up here, a lot of rural areas up here, but this is a clear as day tornado that we're able to confirm via the correlation coefficient product on the right side of your screen. Right here in this yellow area is also a dark blue on their correlation coefficient. That means that whatever's in the air here is not uniform. And what's not uniform? Well, a bunch of different shreds of tree bark and branches and leaves. So it shows up as a tornado here. This is in New York, Lewis County, New York. So if we could get a warning and also a confirmation on our warning for these areas in Lewis County in New York, that would be great. I think this one is not in Lewis County, but is about to enter the county. So that's what we're seeing right there. If you know anybody in Constableville or Lyons Falls, Port Layden here, north of Boonville in New York, go ahead and give them a call. Just to let them know, hey, this tornado is on the ground doing damage. It's probably not going to be on the ground anymore once it gets to you, but if it is, now you know ahead of time, and that's pretty cool. Leiden, Port Leiden, even though it's Ley. Oh. These pronunciations today are not going in my favor. So this one here may still be doing damage at the surface. May not be. It may have lifted already. I can't really tell, but these tornadoes in forested areas tend to have pretty deep correlation coefficient drops because they're hitting a bunch of trees. So they're hitting a bunch of things as opposed to being on in a field. Makes it harder for them to show up. What is going on over here? I wonder Wonder what is going on with this storm. I don't think that. Wow. Is this really a tornado too? This is really tough to confirm. That since these are hitting so many trees, I can't. This definitely looks like a tornado to me right here outside of Rome in New York. It's really hard to say for sure, but some of these qualifiers are passing the checks that National Weather Service uses to confirm tornadoes on radar. So we don't have a warning on this, and also I can't see anything on the velocity that would even say that or confirm this is a tornado. But we are looking 2,700 feet up in the storm, and it's very possible that this could be some hybrid landspout that's doing damage outside of Rome right now. So, I'm not sure what's going on here in Rome, New York, but that looks pretty concerning to me on the correlation coefficient. I see some sort of debris in the air. So, hopefully that's not an ongoing tornado, because it does look pretty conducive in my eyes here. Okay, so possibly up to 3 tornadoes ongoing simultaneously here in upstate New York. Wow. Wow, what fascinating tornadoes these are. These are wild. Hit or miss in Rome. Yeah, it would be outside Rome to the south and east. I don't think it's gonna look like some giant swirling tornado, but there might be like a little bit of there might be some like branches floating in the air or something. Very, very, very intriguing. All right, let's look through the rest of our risk area. Storms have made their way through the city of Raleigh now. Some of the strongest winds are probably just to the south of Raleigh and also north of Nightdale, just about to hit you guys. So there's the progression of the storms through Raleigh. Definitely not an insignificant windstorm for you guys, I bet. It's been pretty loud so far for y'all there. So let me know what it's been like. Let me know if you've lost power or not at all, if you're using data to watch the stream in RDU. Didn't see any spin-up tornadoes, though. That's what we've been watching for over here. There's definitely quite a bit of surface vorticity here, but nothing has resulted in a localized spin-up tornado. There's actually so many mesovortices here. That's wild looking. Look at all these little kinks in the line. It's like a scalloped line. No, this is not a potential derecho. That's good, Pet. Pet good. I'm glad you were, or Pet Geo. I hope you were. I hope they were receptive to it. I'm glad you were able to share information. All right, so that's a look at. Let's look at North Carolina. The rest of the Carolinas and eastern Georgia right now are just going through some damaging windstorms. My focus is not entirely on you guys because you're expected to get a damaging windstorm and some heavy rain with it. So anything else is unlikely to occur. Please enjoy the cool down, the cool off that these storms are going to give you. That's like the number one benefit over here. Charlotte, you're finally cool. Can finally enjoy some cooler air. How's that? Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, Eastern Tennessee was wild earlier. Dandridge, yeah, I remember looking at that area around Knoxville for sure. Thank you for checking in. Let's look in Virginia because there is a baseball-size hail report with this storm as it was over Port Royal. So we were seeing that hail. Yeah, we were seeing that hail spike right in there. This is when I called it out near Bowling Green. Huge hail spike there. Baseball-size hail reported. Now the storm's kind of in its dying off stage as it gets into the Montrose area and toward the bay. So it looks less concerning now in Virginia. This one over here, passing to the north of Fredericksburg, Virginia, never did put anything together for a tornado. It might still have the chance to do it, but it looks a little bit less concerning overall. And then the final round of storms, even though they may not be severe at all, have made their way through the Culpeper, Virginia area and are getting ready to go through Charlottesville as well. And then you'll be done. You'll be done with the storms in most all of Virginia after those are through your area. The rest of our activity is over here, East Maryland. Moving from northwest to southeast, so the storms are moving in from your northwest as we get through the middle of Delaware, and then through the southern county of Delaware here, and the rest of the Maryland Peninsula. Damaging windstorm is what we're seeing over here. The reason why, once again, is the orientation of the line in this vicinity. So we're looking at the line. It looks like this, right? That's the line of storms. If the surface winds are coming from the south or even a little bit southeasterly, they're kind of just smashing into the storm like this. And when they do that, they converge and rise up. They have much less of a chance to kind of align themselves and rotate in here when they're just smashing straight into it. So as a result, you see the tornado threat being a little bit lower with storms that are oriented in this direction when our surface winds are coming from the south or the southeast. Thus, damaging wind threat in place for all of these areas. The only spot where we could see that tornado is where we kind of hook around just a little bit on the southern edge of the storm here near Church Creek and Cambridge in Dorchester County. So watch that a little bit, but right now not anything too tight in terms of rotation down there. Okay. All right, let's look through New Jersey. New Jersey. Let's see what's going on here. The southern half of the state is pretty much almost done with the storms here. They're approaching the coast now. Atlantic City. Gordon Ramsay, I hope you're over there watching this. Let me give you some weather updates. They're in Caesar's Palace. Yeah, I enjoyed the last season of Hell's Kitchen. And then the northern half of the state here is going to take a little bit more time to see the storms back in here near the border still, or the state line of Pennsylvania. So it's going to take some more time for these storms to get up to New York City compared to the southern half of New Jersey. You guys are almost done with it. Enjoy the cool down. You'll be done once the gustiest part of the storms are moving through. There's the chance, again, for some lightning activity back behind this, though, and all this green and yellow. If you guys are in the Philly metro, can you let me know if you're hearing any more thunder still, or any loud lightning strikes, any loud thunderclaps? Because sometimes you can get that lightning activity back in here. That's called stratiform rain, and that would be my only concern for risks once the storms are done in New Jersey. Yeah, Virginia's almost done for the night. No, I haven't watched Survivor. All right, so that's the look through the state of New Jersey and also outlook for New York City. Does look, again, just like we expected. The storms are generally downtrending in intensity here as they move through New Jersey. They're still going to be pretty gusty once the line moves through. But yeah, on approach to New York City and the metro area there, and even up north through I-87 up to Albany, storms are generally weakening, and that's what we expected today. So let's go back to our tornadic storms and see the progress on those. This one exiting Lookout, Pennsylvania right now still looks less and less organized, less and less of a tornadic threat. Still rotating in a broad sense of things, not moving very fast either. Just maintaining an eye on that one just in case. And then our tornadoes doing damage up here in New York, northern Oneida County and southern Lewis County in New York. Let's see what we can identify. Latest update on these. None of these tornadoes were confirmed. There's been one warning for one storm. This one on the northern side in the middle of the forest is probably not doing damage any longer. But if we take it back a little bit, you can see there is a tornado right here in the forests of Lewis County in New York. Then this one down here has probably got a little bit of debris fallout associated with it. This one might not be doing damage right now, as it gets closer to Constableville, Turin, Lyons Falls. But if you look, oh, actually, it is doing damage further out in front of it. Okay, so we do have a tornado ongoing with this, still unwarned, by the way. If we go back in time here, let me show you all of this tornado that's been ongoing here, completely unwarned still. I have no idea why. So here it is, northwest Oneida County at 7:19 p.m. Eastern, 28 minutes ago. This is the first frame where we can actually confirm a tornado, more than likely, is ongoing right here in this green splotch. And on the right side, you see the blue showing up right here. Concentrated area, this is the start of our tornado, our debris signature. Next frame, it really does blow up quite a bit. So you can see a very, very easy confirmation of a tornado ongoing here. No doubt about it. You could bet money on that one and win safely every time. And then if you watch the storm, it's actually cycled. The first tornado has traveled back into the storm and is receding into the northwest part of the storm right here. A little bit of deviant motion actually observed with this one. And the new cycle is coming out of the lead part of the supercell right here. Watch that on the next scan. There it is right there. Already doing damage on the right side of your screen. A deep, deep debris signature as it eats up any trees in the path. There is our latest scan. And yeah, I mean, that's one of the deepest debris signatures you'll probably see for a while here, and it's just off to the west of Highway 26 in Lewis County in New York, completely unwarned. Next scan of that, deep debris signature, now in the oranges and reds and reflectivity. This is a proper tornado still ongoing. We look at velocity, there's like nothing there. You can't see too much of anything. You're like, how is this a tornado, right? This doesn't look too much like a tornado, like what I'm used to seeing. But nope, sure enough. This is looking about 1,000 feet up into the storm. 1,000 feet up in the storm, things can become pretty disorganized, and rotation can kind of broaden out. But the closer you are to the surface, you start to see that tightly wrapped rotation right in here. Even if it doesn't look super impressive, it's still eating up a bunch of trees, leaves, and small branches, and thus we get a very, very deep debris signature here. And sometimes these go unwarned. I've seen it happen more than once. This one back here is actually going on again. We have two tornadoes on the ground at the same time. Look at this. Look at the storm. Let me draw this. What the heck? It's like this dude is like jumping for joy here. Do you see this shape to it? He's like, there's one leg, there's the other leg. Like, wow. There's his legs. Twin tornadoes. Unwarned, completely unwarned. This is the legs supercell. What is going on here? I've seen these gone unwarned before, okay? Not 100% of the time is the National Weather Service flicking between reflectivity, velocity, correlation coefficient. They probably just have velocity open, and they're seeing this right here. They're not being alerted to the fact that there's no algorithm telling them that there's a tornado going on here, because there's no tornado velocity signature. There's no vortex signature. There's no algorithms being lit off here, because they have to look at the correlation coefficient to see that. And sometimes they don't always do that. Sometimes they don't do that. And when they don't do that, they will miss tornadoes like this. These are proper, fully fledged tornadoes. So it happens. A lot of the times, what makes the difference between a National Weather Service forecaster who, abides by the rules and, does things when they're told, and a person who is an intuitive scientist and will look at all elements present to be able to make decisions and know when to issue warnings, is something like this. So this is not a failure on any part of theirs, but rather the difference between a rules-bound scientist and an intuitive one. And I would say sometimes that's a downfall, but I don't think it's in their contract that it's expected of them. Now we have no tornado warnings. So we have no tornado warnings, but we have 2 tornadoes on the ground. So y'all watch out in Constableville, Lyons Falls, Glenfield here in Lewis County in New York. Here's a zoomed out look at where we're looking at here, the state of New York. And that pink polygon before it goes away is near where our tornadoes are going. So I'd love to be able to help out the forecasters here, but like we should be. There are now towns in the way of these unwarned tornadoes that I would like to make sure are reached out to and included, because this is still ongoing despite what it looks like on the velocity. Here's our debris signature, co-located with reflectivity over 40 dBz. Over 30 dBz is the minimum, so this is more than enough. Please do not hit anything. All right, let's look west of Constableville. Yeah, this is over Fish Creek, New York right now. There's a Tug Hill Hideaway, St. Peter and Paul's Cemetery. It's going right up Fish Creek Road. West of Constableville, there's the Vintage Sled Shop. Shop that sells sleds. Whiskey Jack's Bar and Grill. Still Meadow Ranch, so a few ranches out here, and then Turin in New York will be next in line for this, to the west of Lyons Falls. So near Turin is the Scott Lewis Senior High School. South Lewis Senior High School. South Lewis Methodist Church. These are pretty much in the direct line of sight for this tornado should it continue. So these are all areas I want to make sure are warned. Everybody in Lyons Falls, there's a small community there in Lyons Falls that should be warned, should be known that this is headed towards them. Port Leyden has quite a few buildings in it, in the town, but I think this will miss them to the west. And then up towards Glenfield, let's see what's up there. The small community of Glenfield, the Glenfield Elementary School. Greg and the St. Thomas Church, Otter Creek. Unincorporated areas here along Highway 12 and 26. That should be let known, heads up, that there is a tornado going toward them right now. Once again, the tornado is right here, west of Highway 26 in this blue circle here. This is our correlation coefficient drop that we are able to co-locate with more than enough evidence. On the velocity, here's our tornado right here. Again, it looks really weak, doesn't it? It's probably not going to do too much significant damage to a house if it hits a house or any structure here. It's definitely on the weaker end of a tornado, but this is coarse data, you know. This doesn't tell us what exactly is swirling around in a 1, 2, 3 foot radius, right? This could be a drill bit tornado that we can't really see very well. There's nothing telling me that it couldn't be. So we need to treat it as such. And now we have enough of a little bit of a velocity signature here. Maybe this will actually prompt the warning if that's all they're looking at. So if the warning comes through now, it's because finally they were alerted via this velocity signature to do so. In addition to that, it looks like there's even 3 areas of rotation here. Look at that. Wow. 3 areas of rotation could be ongoing right now. This is quite the incredible storm. Yeah, this is in New York. Unwarned tornadoes. The initial one that prompted the warning, I think, is done with. I think it's this area of rotation right here. Still in the forests, still not impacting anyone, unlike these ones west of Constableville. But eventually that area will make its way up to Lowville in Lewis County. think it probably will avoid Carthage to the east. So if you're still watching in the Carthage, New York area, probably are not going to see these storms. They should be off to your east just a bit. So we're more concerned with Casterland and areas along Highway 26. Okay, wow. All right, well, we'll wait for new radar data and see if a warning comes through at all for this area. If it does, you'll know they are looking at velocity. So hopefully they are at least looking at that, or we're not going through like a shift change or something in the National Weather Service. That would be unfortunate. So let's go back down here and look. 4-inch hail reported in Virginia. So that hail core we saw actually produced base or softball size hail northeast of Bowling Green, Virginia. That was this storm here. It's mostly done with. So if we play that loop back to see, that's when it dropped 4-inch hail. Right there, you can see that pink hail core go right over that. Wow. Wow, that's incredible. 4-inch hail in Virginia today from one rogue supercell. We didn't even have a significant hail risk in place. It was a severe hail risk, but no hatched area. One rogue supercell is all it takes to drop a huge hailstone like that. Cincinnati, I think you're about 9 hours removed from the storms. They were about 9 hours ago, right? You're good. You're good. All right, let's go down to the rest of the Raleigh Metro. Let me take a look at this for you guys over here. Strongest winds and perhaps a few areas that are concerning for spin-up tornadoes. One might be down here south of Selma, Smithfield, south of I-95 in eastern North Carolina. So this would be western Wayne County. No warning on this yet, but this might be an area trying to spin up. You can see it looks really funky once again here on the left side of your screen. It's got that look to it. You know what I mean? So that look to it is going to head towards Goldsboro. If you're in Goldsboro, North Carolina, or surrounding areas in Wayne County, have an advance heads up. This thing is trying to wrap something up here. I think it already tried to do so a couple scans ago and maybe failed a little bit. We don't have a tornado warning with this yet. Watching to see if we do get one. If this intensifies at all, I could definitely see a warning for Goldsboro, North Carolina for a spin-up tornado. But right now, no warning. Just watching your area closely, friends in North Carolina. The rest of the line, not so much in terms of any tight rotation here. Just some stronger winds showing up on the northern side of the line here. So that's Franklin County, Lewisburg in North Carolina, Castalia, and Centerville. And you can see these winds are going to go to the northeast. We're starting to see this line here that's moved through Raleigh-Durham. You can see the bowing out of it very quickly, actually. So this northern side has begun to bow out. So we have the jet, the rear inflow jet, driving this forward very quickly, and thus the highest winds are right in this corridor for Bunn, Castalia, Red Oak, Nashville, Whitaker's here in northeastern North Carolina. I don't know why it's glitching out so much when I'm zooming in and out. I'm sorry if that's ever distracting. It never used to do that, so I don't know what's going on there. So yep, I'm concerned with this part of the storm up near that just passed through Wake Forest and Bunn, Castalia, Centerville, in towards maybe as far north as Roanoke Rapids in northeastern North Carolina. That's where my eyes are for the highest winds, and then possible spin-up tornado may have tried to happen down here as it approaches Goldsboro. These don't last more than a few minutes, though, so this attempt has already failed and kind of withered away. We'll see if it does another try here on approach to Goldsboro, but just know that that storm is heading toward you. Yeah, it's going to be ugly. Nashville, North Carolina, in Nash County. And the reason why we're seeing any chance at tornadoes up here is because of the orientation of the line up here. We have that north-south orientation up here that allows for surface winds to nicely feed in and start to rotate in this part of the storm. When you get down into South Carolina, you can see that the storms are kind of oriented like this, and that is much less likely to spin up a tornado when the winds are going in like this and our shear is not aligned correctly. So we see no tornado warnings down here in South Carolina for the time being. Maybe, though, here over near Lake City, Williamsburg County, you see this part of the line is actually kind of taking on that shape and straightening itself out over here. So I'll have to see. I think the radar site here is no good at picking up on that. Let's see. The storms are approaching Charleston, though, and the Atlantic coast here. They've moved through most of the state of South Carolina already. Very quick. Very quick. Then, yeah, looking at this part of the line, this is what I was concerned with near Effingham, Pamplico, eastern South Carolina here. I'm not seeing anything very concerning on the velocity side of things. So even though it has the right orientation, I don't think it's trying to spin up any tornadoes in the near term. So that would be my outlook for the Myrtle Beach area, also Wilmington. Well, goodness gracious, now all the warnings are coming through. I swear they just kind of release them all at once. All right, let's look in through New Jersey again. And Maryland and Delaware. Still most of the same here. In fact, most of the storms have already started to peter out on approach to Atlantic City and the coast here. This has got some strong gusts with it, don't get me wrong. But most of the downpours, heavy rain are on the downswing here for Atlantic City and south. And then southern Delaware still in a severe thunderstorm warning because of these stronger downpours off to your west that will generally move through the area and the rest of the Maryland Peninsula. So yeah, generally you're really starting to see that decreasing trend in intensity already for pretty much all of New Jersey. The storms have started to they've really started to fall off. Just a little bit of a downpour left here in Port Republic, Mystic Island area, but besides that, almost all the rain has lost its strength. We're only seeing localized downpours like here near Wicatunk. They're still going to have the strong winds associated with the leading edge of the line. You can still see that bow shape to this, right? All this fanning out, it's still got the bow shape to it. It's the whole entire state of New Jersey in that bow right there. But the severe criteria is quickly dropping, which is good news. So we've been without a tornado warning for a while. I haven't ended the stream, though, for those wondering, because we just have unwarned tornadoes right now in New York, and they still aren't warned. This one is not doing damage anymore, though. I don't think we have a debris signature right now, or maybe we have the remnants of one. But we finally have a stronger look on velocity now, just outside of Constableville, right where I've been tracking this along in Lewis County in New York. So again, this is going to go right into Turin, right outside Turin. Not seeing any debris with it now, or very little if there is any. So hopefully this does not do tornado damage to this small area, this small town of Turin, unincorporated area. There are quite a few buildings here along East Main Street, West Main Street in Turin. There's at least 70, 80 buildings right along this and the State Street intersection there. So a lot of houses are in the path of this unwarned storm. I hope that it's not doing damage anymore, because it definitely did a lot earlier. But it is right on their doorstep, so cross your fingers for them. They are not warned right now, unless my stream got through to them somehow. They do not have a warning. I don't know if it's just not going through or what. We also have this over here. The National Weather Service might also be experiencing some problems issuing warnings. That's also a possibility. That's something that could be ongoing. So if the warnings aren't coming through because the Weather Service is having trouble issuing them, then they may have alternate methods of issuing those warnings or getting information out. So if that's occurring, then yeah, of course, I do apologize for that. But right now, via what we're looking at via the National Weather Wire Service, which is, the official one that relays to everything, including us, I don't have any warnings. And I don't have any warnings on my radar programs. There we go. There we go. There it is. Okay.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so Turin in New York, you have 10 seconds to prepare with this tornado warning as it gets to your doorstep. Hopefully, you've been able to take action. There we go. It is a radar-indicated warning, no confirmation, which is fine because I don't see a confirmation of an ongoing tornado right now. But there has been one for quite some time previously. Okay. So I believe that this was finally warned because you can now see there's a vortex signature on it. So some algorithm has tripped over here and caused an alert to attention at the National Weather Service. Thankfully, we may be avoiding the worst of damage being done in an unwarned storm. I really hope I was able to help out there. I wouldn't give guidance like this unfounded, of course. Wouldn't give it unfounded, so let's see what's just happened to Turin. Yeah, this is not tornadic damage over here, but this is up here, I believe. So this right here is probably the start of another tornado, just northwest of Turin. Now in the warning. We'll wait for that updated velocity scan to come through in 5 seconds. That'll tell me whether it happened or not. Turin, New York is where we're looking at, Lewis County. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so this is definitely a tornado ongoing now in our warning. So we have the reds and blues right next to each other, pixel to pixel, where we're looking here, west of Lions Falls. And we have our debris signature right there in the greens, just starting up in the last minute or so. So this is a tornado on the ground doing damage once again. It's about to cross over Highway 26, north of Turin, New York. So this is where we're looking right now. Here's the state. You can see the outline there. Tornado about to cross Highway 26, crossing it right now, just north of Turin. So once again, where we're looking at over here is the Steak and Brew. This will go to the west of the South Lewis Senior High School. It's going to cross over the Ledges Golf Course, Turin Highlands Golf Country Club. Go up towards Gregg and Glenfield area. So Gregg, New York is in the path of this. It's to the south and east of Glenfield. Small unincorporated town. River Valley Inn is there. Valley Brook Drive-In Theater is in the path of this tornado. Along Highway 12. Buffalo's fine. Is it pretty windy there in Buffalo? Yeah. Yeah, we've been watching all of these. There we go. Yeah, so this one's also doing damage now. So this is also another tornado on the ground outside the warning. It would be great if we could update the warning to a confirmed one. All right, so that's your latest there. We'll wait for new data. Let's go back to North Carolina for a second while we wait for a new radar scan. All right, on approach to Goldsboro, North Carolina. I'm not seeing tight rotation now. You can kind of get a guess at that. You might see this and be like, "Oh man, what is that? That's a weird looking hook." But what you have to look at here is actually the gust front in front of this thing, right here. So it's a little tough to identify. It needs a trained eye to see it. But the gust front is out in front of this weird appendage. That means that air is being blocked from flowing into the storm itself, and thus I think we will see a reduced tornado threat as this moves through Wayne County in North Carolina. That's for Goldsboro and those areas. Anyone concerned over there? It's a good thing I don't, 100% abide by National Weather Service tornado warnings, right? Because I could have just ended my stream and not seen so many tornadoes ongoing in the forests of New York. Always good to do a second check through, have a second opinion. Yeah, you guys got through it in Raleigh. Looks like a 46-mile-an-hour wind gust was reported at the airport, international airport there. Some power pole, power line damage, and sporadic tree damage for Wake County. Okay, so, and also Johnston County as well. So yeah, looking okay for Goldsboro. You're definitely going to feel the wind, though. It's going to get to you in a brief 5 to 10 minutes or so of pretty heavy rain moving through much of eastern North Carolina right now. Think that gust front starting to get out in front of this might limit the spin-up tornado threat a bit here, which is good news. It's not going to completely get rid of it, but it is going to make it more difficult for it to occur. We have a nice bookend vortex on the northern side of this thing. There's shrimp, essentially, showing up right there. There's the head of the shrimp right there. There you go. Let's look through the Carolinas, since the rest of South Carolina, eastern Georgia is going through windstorms at the moment. Did not see anything tornadic ongoing down there. All right, so we'll go back and look through parts of the Northeast. All of New Jersey still feeling the same thing and finally getting in through the storms to cool you guys off for a while. This is good news. Strongest parts of the storm, heaviest rainfall is down here in the Maryland Peninsula, Dorchester County. And then for the northern half of New Jersey, yeah, look how definitely all disorganized. You can still see the front very clearly on velocity here, where this kind of just switches over. You can still see the strong winds out in front of this pretty clearly, but they are falling below severe threshold, severe criteria. So we're watching the end of the severe wind event. And, honestly, if you want my perspective on how it performed overall, for a moderate risk, and its certainty of weather and how much of it occurred in the moderate risk, definitely quite a few verifications of that. And I think it was good. We saw several destructive warnings as well. And overall, the storm reports are at 516 damaging wind reports today. 516 of them. With a very, very hefty track through northern West Virginia, through the Maryland Panhandle, and through the Philly Metro as well. So that number is only going to go up a little bit more. 516, definitely feeling like that verifies pretty well. Unfortunately, the outlook didn't verify very well for Western Virginia and the southern West Virginia vicinity. Most of the storms there fizzled out or didn't materialize. So a lot of Richmond, Kentucky was left without a storm. We may see one a little bit later. But overall, definitely the northern half of the moderate outlook and the southern enhanced through the Carolinas and Georgia definitely verified in terms of wind damage. In terms of tornadoes, yeah, maybe not so much, but I think we're going to see tornadoes surveyed after the fact, because confirmed tornado reports sometimes take a while to go through. So that's my take on the verification of today's event so far. Pretty much all of Pennsylvania is done with severe weather except for the Milford area here on the New Jersey state line. East Stroudsburg and Milford, Pond Eddy. Anywhere else in Pennsylvania is done with severe weather today. Just if it's still raining or it's still thundering out, I wouldn't recommend going out in that, obviously. So I think I just saw a lightning flash on one of the Pennsylvania railfan cams down below me. So if I did see that and there's still lightning activity going on, then the Philly Metro back behind this, the stratiform lightning, you don't really want to be outside in that. So yeah, just don't get struck by lightning, please. All right, so let's keep looking at our tornado here. We're really close to Glenfield and Gregg and Otter Creek on the other side of this Highway 12 here. This is where this tornado is moving through. It is still doing damage right now, just outside of Glenfield. You can see just how deep this debris signature was right here as it crossed over Highway 26. Look at that tornado. This is still a radar indicated warning, but this is more than a tornado on the ground. It's one doing damage and ripping it up and throwing it up in the storm here. So, definitely a confirmed tornado going through these areas. Seems like it's going to take a pretty much north-northeast path here. So it's going to go well east of Carthage, Casterland, Croghan here in New York. Down the line, it's going to go close to Star Lake and Newton Falls. These are pretty sparsely populated areas in the what is this? The Adirondacks, or yeah, I think this is the Adirondacks. So we're getting into the mountainous terrain up here, mountainous forest, low population center. But these people still need to know that there's a tornadic storm heading toward them, because this doesn't happen all that often for them. Gregg, yeah, probably Gregg. Yeah, New York City is still going to get bad weather, but it's not going to be a wild, severe thunderstorm. It's just going to be some pretty gusty winds for a few minutes and maybe a brief downpour. Yeah, this is the Adirondacks up here. So, tornadoes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornadoes in the Adirondacks. And we actually did get that South Carolina one. I was waiting to hear about that to see if I needed to get my attention taken back here. Let's look at it from the radar site. So I was talking right here near Pamplico, right where my eyes were set on, and that's where we got this warning coming through. So that is a... See, like, we have the National Weather Service here in Wilmington. They're warning, or in not in Wilmington rather, but in Moorhead, or whichever one, Charleston or Moorhead, whichever one is covering this area here. They're warning the slightest of spin ups here, where the slightest of rotation, right, embedded right in here. That's our warning. That's what's prompted our warning right here. Inflow reaching back into the storm and have a very light rotation, prompting our tornado warning in South Carolina. I personally would not have warned this directly. It looks a little bit tough to tell on radar. Whereas in New York, I would have instantly warned it. You know, like there's a difference between every office, every National Weather Service office, and the warning coordination officers working, warning coordination manager. So everybody's different, and that's why we see such a disparity between the two. But we are all working together.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Thank you. Okay. Very good. Now we have confirmation of the tornado, now that it is dissipated. So this tornado has dissipated, is not currently doing damage, and it is now confirmed. Yes. Let's go. All right, whoever lives in the Adirondacks up here in the riverfront log cabin in the Otter Creek Lodge and the Hidden Leaf Cottage, there's a lot of horse trails up here and creeks and stables and lodges. So there's a very I guess there's a lot of forest farmland up here. Rusty Peas, restaurant, bar, and grill. You're now in that confirmed warning. And then up the continuation of State Road 26 here, or County Road 26, off of Highway 26, well to the east of Lowville. Sassy, it's what needs to be done to progress the science, my friend. If we are seeing things like this impact people, and people are not receiving the warnings in time, then science needs to be advanced. It's as simple as that. Anybody disagree? Chirp, chirp. Okay. I need a hotline? No. We need to work together in cohesive manners. We do have that confirmed warning finally now. It is possible. It's always possible that the National Weather Service is undergoing communications issues. I've seen it happen before, so. This tornado actually exhibited some deviant motion, too. You can see once it touched down in Turin here, just west of the town, it's actually gone to the north of Turin and then almost due north into Glenfield. So already in this sort of spin-up hybrid supercell tornado here in New York, we actually saw the tornado touch down, begin to move off to the northeast, and then take a turn to the north with its debris field as it dissipated. So that's an example of deviant motion here, which is why all parts of a tornado polygon are important. Yeah, so this tornado is dissipated. We'll see if it cycles again and pops one off to that will travel again to the northeast. I pronounced it wrong. It? How did I get the pronunciation of it wrong? Rats. AI having an effect on weather forecasting is a big thing. They asked us that. My professors asked me that every single chunk of classes that we did in synoptic meteorology. How will you fit in when we have AI helping us in the sector of meteorology? I think the human element is extremely important because the moment we start relying on algorithms, we become non-intuitive scientists. As radar is not perfect yet, so once radar is perfect, which won't happen for a long time, we have work to do on the human side of things. At least in terms of, my job. So I'm thinking about myself here, sorry. A little bit selfish, but I must, right? I must. Yeah, it is a little west of the Adirondacks. They're over here in Hamilton County. So this is stable farmland in the trees. No, I don't have that, Adam. That's his own installation at the weather house. I could get a button for it, I guess, but I do not use the Ryan Hall sirens right now. Turns east of you about 50 miles. You're over here along highway or Interstate 81. It's good that you're paying attention, my friend. Thanks for checking in. Giuseppe. Not that bad in Tom's River. Good to hear, Tanaman. Yeah, pretty much going to be the same for New York City. And anybody there as the storms wind down in the northeast, except for, our spin-up tornadoes that are happening here. This might be the last one we get, though. This might be the last spin-up tornado. You can see the velocity looks pretty magnificent there. All sorts of rotation wrapping up in this thing near Glenfield. Live west on Lake Ontario, near Pulaski. No, I think it's mostly passed through. And the reason why is you can kind of see the swirl of the storms right here, right? You look really closely, you can see the swirl. If I play it back, you definitely can. There you go. The center of our low-pressure system is right over Watertown, actually. So these storms are, and all the spin that's occurring, the reason why we're getting these tornadoes is because there's a ton of spin in the atmosphere right next to the center of the low pressure here over Lake Ontario. Lots of spin here and just enough instability to prop them up. And that's why we're getting all these tornadoes doing damage west of the Adirondacks. So on the other side of it, we have cooler, stable air that's filtering in. So once the storms are out of your hair in Pulaski, you're good to go. You're on the backside of the surface low pressure. The same is generally true up north, too, for Ogdensburg, along the Canada border, into southeastern Ontario. Like, you can see a little bit more spin here. Center of the low is over Gananoque in Kingston in Ontario here. And on the northern side, we're still having some spin with the stronger storms that exist right along the Canada border. And that may continue to be a problem all the way up to Ottawa. You can kind of see, though, that this low pressure is tracking generally almost due north, but with a little bit of an eastward component to it. So Ottawa is going to be very close. Gatineau and Ottawa are going to be very close here to where the low pressure is going. You really want to be out in front of it a little bit to get those tornadoes. So the tornado threat, I don't think, is going to be concerning Ottawa and southeastern Ontario. And by the time it gets up to Montreal and Quebec, it is the air is not going to be unstable any longer as we're in the early night. So Montreal should be fine as well. Gananoque? Are you serious? Gananoque. Gananoque. Wow. Yeah, actually, yeah, you're serious. You're serious. I got it. Yeah, New Jersey, you guys should all be fine now. No more severe thunderstorms left in the state of New Jersey. Most of the storms have blown through. They've cooled it down. Enjoy a little bit cooler weather for the night. Eastern Maryland is dealing with the rest of the storms. Yeah, happy to help there in Montreal. Yeah, I had covered the South Carolina warning the moment it came out, actually. I should realize, though, that people filter in from the area after the fact. They're like, oh, I should probably check this out. And then they've missed me instantly talking about it. So I have to talk about it multiple times to make it make sense as a broadcaster. So we'll go back down to South Carolina here. Let me show you. This warning in pink is near Conway, Horry County here, and Marion County. Generally traveling in the vicinity of Wilmington and North Carolina, too. What prompted this warning was this frame right here. You can see it near Centenary. Very mild rotation tucked away back in the line of the storm in this blue circle. So very mild rotation. But that actually prompted our tornado warning, and I think it's a good warning for sure. Rotating part of the storm. It's traveled to the south and east through Marion County a bit, and it's mostly gone now outside of Anor, Conway, and Horry County here. So I don't think this is going to be too bad, but what will be pretty gnarly is the winds driving this thing forward along the South Carolina, North Carolina state line here. So Loris, Tabor City, and then eventually probably the southwest side of Wilmington near Charlotte, and the beaches down here will get in on some of the gustier winds with the storm as it gets through southeastern North Carolina. So Myrtle Beach, probably the southern extent of the gustiest winds, and Wilmington, probably the northest extent of the gusty winds here. The deep blues here on the velocity on the right side could be up to 85 miles an hour, a couple thousand feet up into the storm, so this would translate to 65, 70 miles an hour at the surface pretty easily through a moist profile, which we do have. Lots of moisture in the atmosphere. So I don't think this tornado warning will continue in eastern South Carolina. We're about 30 minutes out from Charleston getting their dousing, and the rest of the beaches here from Hilton Head Island all the way up through Myrtle Beach, all the way up through Wilmington, and then eventually into the outer islands. Once this line of storms in North Carolina reaches you. No more tornado warnings with it, though, for a long time, besides this down here. We've mostly been on the downtrend here in eastern North Carolina. Going to have one heck of a shelf cloud with it. You guys are going to enjoy the clouds, I bet. Take some good pictures while it's safe to do so before you hunker down and have yourself a nice beverage. Probably a cold beverage first because it's still smoking out here. Smoking hot. But once these pass through, it'll cool it off a little bit, which is good. Winds in Kansas? Yeah, let's take a peek at that. Yeah, wow. I don't know how this isn't a destructive warning. We have the TANs here in northwest Kansas. Up to 90 mile an hour winds, pretty close to the surface here. It's just passed through the Goodland area. Watch this loop back here. Wow, that thing just blows up. You do not want to be in the path of this. You put this supercell in the areas we just covered today, and there would be havoc havoc and insanity. This is one heck of a beast of a storm. Dang, have you seen things move like that on radar before? That is wicked. Kansas gets the gnarliest storms, as does Nebraska. Absolutely gnarly. Man, look at that thing. I would love to chase this right now. Seeing this in Wallace and Sharon Springs in Kansas, they've seen it 100 times probably, unless they just moved there. But man, one gnarly looking storm. New York City, you'll be good. Storms are on the downtrend. You're going to get some gusty winds and maybe a brief downpour at best. Or at worst, I suppose. The worst thing. Dang, that thing is strong. I just want to look at that again. I can look at radar for thousands of hours of my life and not be bored when I see something like this move through the high plains. You'll never be bored looking at dynamics like this. Sheesh. Oh, Vince is in the vicinity of this? That's cool. I do hope it goes well for him. He's going to get some stunningly good footage over here. Yeah, there was 4-inch hail reported with some of these storms over near Colby as well. And the same thing is true for everywhere in Charlotte. Hey, thank you for that. Charlotte in North Carolina, got it. Pennsylvania's done. Pretty much everyone in Pennsylvania is done with severe weather. Right on the New Jersey border is a little bit of the strong winds and rain left. This is to the south and east. Yeah, I covered that Tulsa storm, Heather. Indeed. Thank you, Dave, for the support. It's not so much that we mostly, a lot of people accuse me of the same thing, actually, Dave. It's not so much that we want to stream only Midwest and classic plains tornado outbreaks, like, or the South, no, we care about everybody in the risk of in the outlook area. It just has to satisfy thresholds to convey the right messages about why we're live. Because we don't want to go live for every single tornado. Wish we could, but it doesn't work that way. We want to go live when expectations are, from like professional meteorologists, not the casual observer. Expectations are higher that something will happen that needs or facilitates coverage that is useful to a large percentage of the audience. So that can be a slight risk from time to time. A 2 out of 5, but it's tough to actually, meet the thresholds that would validate a live stream, so to speak. Because if we start streaming every marginal slight risk, it's not going to go well. Some of you might appreciate it once or twice. It's not going to go well, though. Yeah, I hope I've proven that I care. Ryan's criteria is a 10 hatch tornado outlook. 10 hatch tornado outlook usually will prompt the Ryan Hall stream, and that equates to an enhanced or higher. I like to go live on this channel when we get enhanced mixed with 5% tornado outlooks or 10 non-hatched. Those are perfect Andy Day streams that are still warranted in terms of severe weather outlooks and possible outbreaks. Sometimes they could be under forecasted and do more than a 10% hatch tornado day does. It's, there's lots of different possibilities, but that's generally what I go for. Not always. You'll know there's a few of them that I haven't streamed recently, but that's what I strive to do on this channel for sure. No, this is not going to make it to Kentucky. We're in Kansas right now. It's going to take multiple days to get anywhere over to the Ohio River Valley. But there will be severe weather later this week in that area, especially in the southeast as well. Parts of the Mississippi River Valley, Ohio River Valley. We'll see how that risk area shapes up. If that also becomes an enhanced risk with an attendant tornado threat, maybe it'll be enough for Ryan to stream, or maybe not. We gotta see how it'll transpire. All right, so yeah, just watching these in Kansas. Let's go back to New York and see how things have progressed up here. Definitely much less organized. It's gonna be a little bit more difficult to get a tornado to occur here unless one is happening in this little notch down here in Oneida County again, northern Oneida County this time. But I don't see. Is this? Yeah, that's generally northern Oneida County for concerned residents. Don't see a tornado with this down here. Think this is starting to fall off here, and I'm about to enter hour 8 of the live stream. I think we are done. There is a severe thunderstorm watch still in place for many folks here. Most of the severe weather is going to move offshore of South Carolina and North Carolina soon. You'll get your round and your shelf cloud more than likely from the line of storms there. But I think in terms of today's coverage and the severe threat dying off as expected, approaching Albany, Interstate 87 corridor, New York City Metro, that is where we were expecting to see the end of the storms with the end of the sunlight. And that's exactly what's happening out as they fan themselves. Exactly what's happening as they fan themselves out. A couple more downpours are going to happen in Maryland and southern Delaware as well, but eventually all that will be moved offshore, and today's severe weather threat will be a wrap. Yeah, let's look one more time at the South Carolina warning, because I do think it is going to be allowed to expire. Actually, it's already expired, so there you go. I took a look at it and it's gone. Maybe I could do that every time. I mean, my superpower. I do it. So be ready for the windstorms moving through eastern North Carolina. Ask your friends in Raleigh how it went. Ask your friends in Columbia how it went. And that's how it'll go in Charleston, I believe. So just be ready for these warnings as they come through Wilmington. But I do not have a significant reason to remain online any further as it stands today. So I thank you guys. I thank you guys for the support. Anybody who passed it along, I'm sorry if I missed it. Thank you for the mod. Thank you to the mods for being here. And, of course, always working as best I can with the National Weather Service. Anybody who sent stuff along to me, I'll get to that. If you sent it on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, or if you sent it through Discord or whatever, I will get to it. I'll respond to you. I appreciate you being here and being weather aware. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Feel free to sub if you haven't, and feel free to like the stream as well if you haven't. All of that is helpful to me, believe it or not, even in the smallest manners. I appreciate reading your comments. I appreciate reading all of it. Thank you guys for being here. Hopefully, I don't see you anytime soon. But fall time does have severe weather associated with it. It's the second season, so to speak. So I anticipate that there may be a few live streams through the season of fall as we watch some severe weather rounds make their way through the states. Okay. Yeah, and in Austin, Texas, I hope you guys get rain soon. Very true. Thank you for telling me about that. Got to remember those suffering through the heat, but you're going to have to go through it for a couple weeks longer, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Thank you guys for being here. Much appreciated, everyone. I will see you next time. Look forward to more videos from me coming up, covering the weather as it happens. We'll see if any big-time severe risks pop up that we can make a video about and anticipate. Okay. I think I accidentally disconnected myself before I meant to disconnect, so now I will properly disconnect. That did not mean for that to happen, but it did it for me. YouTube did it for me. It's like, oh, you're ending? Well, let me take you out before you can even have a chance to click on the button. All right. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you later. Hopefully not too soon.